We are back again here from Potomac High School here in Dumfries, Virginia. Hello, everybody. Welcome to day number 2 of the Sunshine Bowl Spring Nationals here on a very warm and humid afternoon here in Virginia. We have the first of a triple header today involving 2 teams from the western part of Virginia. You have the Virginia Silverbacks located in Charlottesville, Virginia, and the Virginia Storm south of Lynchburg in Alta Vista, Virginia. They'll be taking things on here in a big championship game for the first of our triple header today. I'm Tom Wilkins, getting you started here. Joey Blaze will join us later. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. Chris taking care of the end zone camera. Obviously, you're looking at 2 teams that definitely have been working extremely hard and hoping to get themselves in a big championship thing. This is the Sunshine National Bowl Championship. Just to give you an idea about these teams, the Virginia Silverbacks, they're the ones who won the UEAFL. I think they won by a score of 12-0 to win that championship, and they finished the season 9-2. Meanwhile, the AFL champs are the Virginia Storm. They've gone unbeaten, and now the 2 of them playing for the Sunshine National Bowl Championship for the Spring Leagues. This is guaranteed to be really a fantastic contest between the 2 teams. As you can tell, my voice obviously going through 4 games yesterday, trying to conserve a little bit. And the funny thing is, I actually did all 4 games without any lozenges, which is hard to imagine, but that's beside the point. Anyway, head coach for the Virginia Silverbacks is Jamie Davis. He's also the owner. And the head coach for the Virginia Storm is Chris Weeks, with Heather Weeks being the owner of the team. These same officials who are meeting at the midfield stripe, they're the ones that are going to be refereeing all 3 games. We have a great triple header on hand. Following this game, we'll have a good game between the Bold City Thunder and the Iredell Warriors, basically Florida against North Carolina. And then another Virginia team will close things out as the Virginia Mutiny take on the Fayetteville Ducks, which is certain to be quite a contest. But first things first, we got the battle of the western part of Virginia. Not the state of West Virginia, but the western part of Virginia, down I-81 and 64 for these 2 teams. So I'm sure they're going to have a pretty good battle here. So referee's going to blow the whistle here and try and figure out who's who. The Virginia Storm, they of course have the yellow. They're going to be in the white uniforms. They have dark numerals and helmets and yellow trim. That kind of sets them off because the Silverbacks are basically silver and black. And given the temperatures here, and it's going to be a warmer day compared to yesterday here in Dumfries. We had a high of 85 yesterday, and we're going to be kicking off with 85-degree temperatures today, and they're expecting a forecast of 92 degrees. Shouldn't be really anything weather-related until later, well after this game, but Mother Nature can be a fickle person, and you can't fool that or Father Time, so you just got to keep battling. Anyway, it'll be the Storm getting the football first. They'll be moving from right to left. The Silverbacks basically in a silverish black tint all throughout. They'll be moving left to right, then we'll switch sides during the second quarter. Referee blows his whistle, and we're about ready to start this triple header. Here we go. A short kickoff, and it'll be a one-hopper that will be taken on the part of Travis Jones, who reverses gears and runs his way to about the 30-yard line, and he'll stop at about the 35. So pretty electric return on the part of Travis Jones out of Averett University. He's basically an all-around player. Wide receiver, running back, cornerback, and strong safety. So he does work offense and defense, and he's going to be one of the key players for the Storm today. Meanwhile, one of the themes we've had in the games yesterday were the penalty flags, and we have one on the opening return of the game. And it was thrown in about the 23-yard line. We'll see what this is about. Usually during a return, you'll see 98% of the time it'll either be a hold or an illegal block in the back. And in this case, it is an illegal block in the back. So the Storm hit with a 10-yard penalty. Now, if it happened inside the 20, it'll be half the distance to the goal. So a tough break for the Storm, as they look like they were going to start in okay field position for starters at the 35-yard line, but that didn't quite work out. Trying to move the TV around a little bit so I can see a little bit better as to how they're viewed here. But anyway, here are the Virginia Storm starting things off 1st and 10 from their own 14-yard line. Here's the snap and a quick pass incomplete. Quarterbacking the Virginia Storm is number 11, Ethan Reynolds. He'll be the one trying to drive the Storm to this Sunshine Bowl National Championship. So incomplete on the first play on a very quick swing pass. I mean, we saw in last night's final game a lot of fast passes and quick completions between two extremely solid teams. Let's see what these guys do here. 2nd and 10. Here's a handoff right side. Sweeping around, breaking a free to the 30, 40, midfield, still going and down to about the 43-yard line. That is quite a run. 43 yards by number 40 himself. It looks like that's Steve Mendoza, who's the kicker. And he actually took off on a 43-yard gain. And the crazy thing was, I mean, you would figure that was like more of a fullback sweep. And he was able to throw the Silverbacks completely off guard. 40, that was quite a gain. 1st and 10. And now they switch quarterbacks here as running. And then a Wildcat crossing to the 25, to the 20, losing the football out of bounds as he does so. So a crazy sequence of events, and suddenly the Storm have fired themselves up to about the 20-yard line. That was Dante Motley who had the football in a Wildcat situation and was able to stop him. So it will be 1st and 10 as reaching the red zone of the Storm. Here's the swing pass. This time it works out. Pass caught to about the 16-yard line. The ball pops out. Sliding down. Who's going to recover this one? I think the Storm did, all the way back to their 24-yard line. So a bad break, but not as bad as it could have been. They could have lost possession of the football. Ends up being a 3-yard loss overall, and it's 2nd and 13. So I see what they're doing here. They're up-tempoing. They're going to basically spread out as we normally would see. 4 receivers evenly divided. Back to the left. Reynolds will await the snap. He'll take it. Rolls to his right. Going to take a shot at the end zone. Too high. Incomplete. And they were going for Keyshawn Jones out of Ferrum State University. He's the wide receiver and also plays defensive back. So you'll see a number of people who play multiple positions, and you see this a lot in semi-pro. You end up having a lot of flexibility, especially when you have players who play receiver. They'll play linebacker as well on defense or defensive back. So you'll see a bunch of things. Like there's some who play offense and defensive line too that you'll probably see as well. But anyway, the ball spotted at 25. It is 3rd and 14. Shotgun formation. Reynolds back. Going to take another shot at the end zone. And nobody was there but a bunch of Silverbacks. And lucky for Reynolds, he threw way over everybody's head and incomplete. So that'll force a 4th and long. Now we'll see if they bring out a kicker. Right now, the wind is a little bit variable, so the flagpole really isn't doing too much. We had a pretty sustained wind, about 10 to 15 miles an hour going right to left last time. But here, it's bouncing all over the place. So 4th and 14, they will go for it. Reynolds will try the shotgun snap. He'll take it. Rolls right. Pump fakes. Takes another shot at the end zone. And the 3rd time was almost a charm. Just off the fingertips of Mark Boyd. Incomplete. But there's a flag down back at the 32-yard line. So hold on to your hats here. This could be an important penalty, even though it's very early in the game from a momentum standpoint. And it ends up being roughing the passer against the Silverbacks, and that's going to be an automatic 1st down on 4th and 14. Wow. Major defensive blunder by the Silverbacks there. Sorry about that. I was trying to reach out to Howard Gaber, taking care of the controls. We're going to be joined by Joey Blaze a little bit later. He's doing some other commitments, but he should be here later on. We'll see when it will be. On 1st and 10, following the roughing the passer, here's a handoff going to about the 13-yard line. Opening drive of the game, 3.5 minutes in, and the Silverbacks right now reeling a little bit because they were about to get the ball on downs following a 4th down incompletion, but roughing the passer completely changed plans here as Howard gets the headset on here.
Hey, Tom. How you doing? Oh, we're a little loud, Tom. You may want to adjust the phones. Turn that down a little bit.
Just a little bit here.
Yeah.
All right, let me see. Oh, this thing. Okay. Oh, under the phone. I'm usually here.
No, right. That's your left. Keep going. That one.
All right, second down. Here's a handoff, slipping inside the 10. Juke move to the 5, and there's a goal. Welcome to the end zone. Good thing I fixed the thing before everything else took place. Dante Motley ends up bringing his crew into the end zone from about 13 yards out, and the Storm strike first, and the Silverbacks pay for that 4th down roughing the passer play. Well, it says Ferrum. He's not listed as a runner, but he's listed more as a linebacker.
But Tom, did he have a dark jersey on?
No, it was number 18.
Okay, got you.
As you can tell, the Storm, they're in their white uniform, so they have some colors up along their shoulders. They just have dark helmets. It's the Silverbacks that are basically pretty much silver and black all over the place.
You know what it was? It was rolled up, so I saw his T-shirt. That's why. That's what I was looking at.
Here's the extra point on its way. It's going to float wide to the left and be no good. So, for the Virginia Storm, good start for them. They take a 6-0 lead over the Silverbacks, as the Silverbacks will get their first offensive possession. Maybe we should show a replay on that last one.
Anyway, try to get it. We'll see what we get. Let's see. Trying here. Got a lot going on right now.
Yeah, definitely. And, of course, the replays are presented by Capital City Design. So, let's show it to you from the end zone camera.
Yeah.
That might have been the play before.
All right, let's try the next one. Here we go.
Well, let's
try it again, Tom. Remember, we're still just getting started here.
Yep, and of course, 85 degrees of game time and real feel of 92. It's expected to go to a high of 92 with a possible rain later, but it should not affect this game.
Is that it? See, look, Tom, he's got purple on. Tom?
It's purple?
Yeah, look in the camera. He's got purple on the back is purple. The front, his front was white, but his back is. That's what I saw. I saw that.
Interesting. So we're having hallucinations of Los Angeles Lakers colors here.
Yeah, he has a purple back, so I guess it's a half and half jersey.
Oh, I see what happened here. It was a swing pass that went over to Motley, and he was able to make some nice moves into the end zone. So that's actually a 13-yard touchdown pass by Ethan Reynolds, which gives the Storm the early lead with the extra point. No good.
Gotcha.
All right, so the Silverbacks, they will get their first attempt here. It was nice, and with, of course, no rain, you're looking at pretty hot turf in comparison to yesterday.
Oh,
so
hot up here, Tom.
You're not kidding. All right, here's the kickoff, taking it about the 15-yard line. Stutter stepping, crossing the 30, has room, and then gets bowled over at about the 37-yard line. I was looking for a flag down. It turned out a helmet was down instead. We've seen a lot of helmets disappear here in these games here in the Sunshine Bowl.
Much better to have a helmet than a flag, Tom, because we had way too many last night. We were talking to the rest before we got here, Tom. They said they had 33 penalties pre-snap.
That's an average of 4 per team.
Yeah. 30. I mean,
they probably
was even underestimating, I think, because I don't know if they were counting all the delays.
They probably were doing the reviewing of their own performance last night, which is possible. I mean, you kind of have to do that in high-level games such as this that we've been doing all weekend long. So you'd have to figure that might have had something to do with that. But then again, you got to call it tight, especially when you're playing for pretty much all the marbles. But anyway, here are the Virginia Silverbacks with their first possession from the 36-yard line. 1st and 10, and a handoff up the middle and going down to maybe the 39-yard line. I'm going to give them 3 on the play. Hard to get a number because the hair looks like it's blocking the number.
Boy, I tell you, Tom, I love the braids. It's a good look. Marshawn Lynch, beast mode.
Well, you could say that, but of course we would have to take it upon us to find out who is this character.
Yeah.
Hey, who's calling out the names?
But anyway.
Keep going, Tom. Keep going, Tom.
All right, we have 2nd and 8 and a high snap taken by the quarterback. He's going to call his own number on a broken play because of the high snap and is able to get positive yardage to about the 43-yard line. And that will make it third and I believe about 4 coming up. We're also getting some help on some
There we go.
numbers here.
We love that. Love that. I hope I hope she knows we're streaming it. We're not the PA guys.
Troy Hilton. I don't know how that ended up there. Okay, thank you. Want to make a clarification. Number 18 is Troy Hilton. He's the one who had the touchdown pass. But like I said, we're only going by what we have, so we're thanking our people and our viewers for the corrections. Here's a handoff on third down and going to be stopped short of a first down to about the 45-yard line. So they're going to be about 2 yards short. And already 4th and 2, and already a big decision for the Silverbacks. I mean,
You got to go. Got to go. Got to go for it, Tom. It's a 4th and 2, 45-yard line. Hey, the only difference is the Storm just drove right down the field and scored. So, and it's hot, Tom. So when it's early, you got to go early because as it gets hotter, you're going to get more and more tired out there. So
and wouldn't be surprised to see some cramping going on as well.
Yeah.
We saw that at the end of a couple of games, given the fact of lack of playing and all that stuff. That kind of got back to the bodies of many players. All right, here's a play fake on 4th down, trying to get by. Here's a pass, and it ends up being intercepted. Taken by the Storm at the 40 to the 30. Missed tackle. We're going to have a pick 6. How about that? Welcome to the end zone.
22,
An errant
Tom.
pass intercepted by Darian Dunbar, and he takes it to the house, the apartment, the shore condo, whatever you want to call it. That was an exceptional play on defense, and it results in a 47-yard interception return for a touchdown, and the Storm extend their lead on defense.
Perfect play, Tommy. He tried to make something out of it. Instead of taking that sack, he just tried to throw it somewhere where he saw a receiver, and it was pick 6 all way because, you just step in front. At that point, when he's scrambling, your linebackers step up, and that's what they do is they step in front of the receivers because he's just looking for somebody right there to get the pass to, and he couldn't.
I think somebody may have missed an assignment on the offensive line for the Silverbacks, too.
Yeah.
That I think
Way
also had
too
a
fast.
major
We'll see it,
thing.
though.
I mean, we'll see the replay after the extra point. As a kicker, it looks like his name is J.J. Resty, but he might be in a different uniform. Here's the snap. There's a flag down. Kick on its way makes it 13-0, but let's see about the flag. And it looks like a defensive offside, so the point's going to be good to make it 13-0. The question is, will they add on the 5 yards to the kickoff?
I don't really know, Tom, but let's take a look at the touchdown. Hopefully we have it queued up.
Well, after a good night's rest, hopefully all the machinery and all the human beings can get involved. But here's the play right here.
Yeah, see, he came free right up the gap there. He had his face, right in front of him. And like I said, as soon as you start to scramble, they jump routes. The linebackers jump in front, and you make one man miss, and it's 6 points for the Storm.
And granted, a couple of blocks along the way certainly helped out by Darian Dunbar, the offensive linebacker, or the outside linebacker.
Outside linebacker. Whoops.
I've heard that's weird. I mean, we could say Mike Vrabel if you want to do a goal to go, but but that was a very. I tell you what, I think the offensive line just missed an assignment, and that blew the play up, and then quarterback ends up making a bad decision throwing the interception, and it cost him.
And here's the other thing, Tom. You don't want to be down a lot. You don't want to be down 2-3 scores, Tom, especially when it's hot out, because you just start sulking, and then the heads start hanging, and then it's the heat, and I can't get enough water in me. So you just gotta hope that they can come back here and get something on the board.
Get the water, get the Gatorade, get the pickle juice, whatever you want to help your body out. Here's the kickoff.
Deep.
A short one, taking about the 15-yard line.
Medium range.
Running to about the 30. He has a hole, and they'll get to about the 39-yard line. So the Silverbacks will try it again. Of course, a fatal turnover and a bad decision by the quarterback. And it's like, okay, let's try it again and try and get some points on the board. And you're going to have a very, very quick, very short memory in this game if you're going to try and get back in it.
Yeah, we want to remind all the teams that are showing up later today, make sure you're getting liquids in your body now. It's supposed to get a little cooler. They're expecting rain for the second and third game, so you may get a little bit of cooled off. And by the time we're done here, Tom, it's supposed to be in the 70s. But make sure you gas up before you get here. And that's Gatorade, water, anything with electrolytes in it to get your blood sugar up there, because you don't want to come out here and pass out.
And this goes for announcers too. I've had
Yes.
3 or 4 people text me like yesterday and today, reminding me, stay hydrated, stay hydrated. But hey, I was able to eat a ton of water and stuff yesterday. The problem was I didn't have any lozenges, and that's probably why my voice is so deep right now, an octave lower. Here's 1st and 10, the handoff going to about the 42-yard line. So that'll make it 2nd and 7. The guy who had that was, they gave it to Stephon Thornton. So kind of like a little bit of an inner jet sweep there.
Yeah, it looks like some type of ISO there. They're spreading it out, so you get one-on-one blocking up front, and they got some size on the line, Tom. It just looks like the Storm got a couple big guys in the middle there, some really big dudes.
And if they have the flexibility that they're able to have the lateral movement with their size, they're going to be very difficult to stop. And usually the lines determines a lot of these games. Looking to show a little blitz to the Storm, 2nd down, and a duck ends up being intercepted
Tom.
again. And it's taken by the Storm, running past
Look
midfield,
out.
and what a collision about the 47-yard line. Evan Moore came away with the interception. Already a rough start for the Silverbacks. That's 2 interceptions. I don't see any flags down, but they're looking at a head-to-head collision. That
No, it was a good play. It was a tackle. It was a collision tackle. Although, Tom, we do have a penalty.
And
They have
guess
offside.
what? Wow, forget what I just said. It's an offside call against the Storm, and that's what I kind of thought it was in the beginning, but it looked like they didn't throw a flag. And it was like the right side of the line. It looked like it was in the neutral zone, went in the snap, so the interception is nullified. What a huge break for the Silverbacks.
You don't know if the quarterback saw that ahead of time, and he just threw it up for grabs, hoping. So you don't know if he saw it ahead of the pass, or if it was called during the snap. Because why would he throw the ball deep like that?
And now the officials they're going to be an official timeout to try and discuss something here. Ball is spotted at the 47-yard line. The Storm obviously off to an incredible 13-0 start, of course, with a touchdown reception by Troy Helton and then the pick 6 by Darian Dunbar. I just noticed they have 2 number 22s. They have Reagan Atkins listed as a kicker in there as well.
Yep. Yeah. It's a lot of guys, are in love with their numbers. They're in love with their numbers as we get a false start.
Yes,
Give the yards
indeed.
back.
Well, flag weekend continues here in Potomac High School.
Pre-snaps, all pre-snaps.
That's the 34th one. If they kept track, if you want to date back to the 4 games, and that's the first one. And the offside killed the interception, but unfortunately, they end up doing a false start, and that nullifies that. So back to where we were on the original 2nd and 7 from the 42-yard line. Let's see how the Silverbacks line up. They're walking very slowly to the ball. I don't know if they're trying to conserve energy.
It's a different offense. It's the other offense was hurry up and up tempo. This is a slow, methodical offense.
Well, they're going I formation, and they thought about pitching out behind him, and unfortunately the quarterback had to keep the ball because the penetration was too much, and that forces a 3rd down, and ends up being a 2-yard loss back to the 40-yard line.
Tom, you may want to take a timeout now. You've had this is your second possession. You've had no yardage coming out of this. You may want to take a timeout, sit over there, talk to the guy, say, hey, what are you seeing? What can we do to make an adjustment here early? Or you could be down by a lot soon.
Especially if they make another mistake on defense. They got bailed out on a penalty a couple minutes ago. They may not be bailed out the next time. 3rd and 9 from the 40-yard line as the quarterback stands in a shotgun. He'll take the snap. Looking, he'll fire a little high, and it's incomplete, but a flag down. We may have a roughing the passer because flag came down right after the ball was thrown, and that could be another break for the Silverbacks. Actually,
holding
no.
On the defense.
No. It's going to be holding on the Silverbacks. The official was asking if they wanted to refuse it. I certainly would and force the punt. So it is a hold. Penalties refused, and it'll be 4th and 9. And it looks like the Silverbacks will probably be better off punting at this point.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. Their linemen are going to. It's just both sides. Both linemen on both sides have got to hydrate, because you are going to get tired. And the nice thing about the Storm is they have the white jerseys. So they're going to at least reflect a little bit of the heat. But, those dark jerseys, those heavy dark jerseys are just going to suck up the sun. And,
And
they
now
can just wear you down.
timeout going to be called by the Silverbacks here
Hey,
before
look at
the
that, Tom.
fourth down punt. So I'll be interested to see if they go for it here, but we'll soon find out. And you know what? I was going to ask a question, but we'll take a break first. 5:28 left here in the first. 13-0. The Storm lead the Silverbacks, and we'll be back in a moment.
As rivals, we don't always see eye to eye.
Like who scored the best recruits?
Who's gonna be who?
And whether we wear green
or blue.
But one thing we can all agree on to help stop the spread of COVID-19: wear a mask.
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 The ball's in your court, Michigan.
All right, following the timeout by the Silverbacks, they're going to punt on 4th and 9 from the 40-yard line. They want to make sure they had everyone set for the special teams play. And people forget how important special teams really are. And, of course, when we saw games yesterday, they came into make an enormous difference. But we'll see how this plays out as we will have a punt.
On the end zone view, Tom.
Yeah, why not? We figure we'll take a shot at that. 32-yard line.
32.
Well, if anything, he flipped the field a little bit. So that would end up being a 28-yard punt.
Although, never mind.
I was going to say, is there another flag when you said
I know.
that?
I'm looking because he's just walking away. So I'm trying to find the quarterback. Could be 9, Tom, is the quarterback.
If it's 9, it's Ottawa Anderson.
Yeah, it could be. He's got Tom, is that the long dreads?
And he's the one that has the hair that you can't even see the
Yeah.
uniform number and that.
What's he listed at on the roster?
He's listed as number 9.
But there's no position?
As a quarterback, yes.
Okay, well, that may be it, Tom.
Hey, process of elimination. You got to try it once in a while. All right, 1st and 10. Here's a handoff bouncing to the right and putting up some
big
speed to about
yeah.
the 40-yard line. That is Parker Martin, the running back. He's able to scoot around and have a nice gain of about 8 to the 4. They're going to give him the 41, so that's like a 9-yard pickup.
Yeah, nice gain on an end around. You get your blocking out there, and he hits the speed like that, and it's incredible how fast he went.
So now 2nd and a yard.
Up tempo, Tom. I got to get ready, Tom. Every time I look over, I'm looking at something else. They're already ready to snap the ball.
You probably were exhausted from the final game last night, maybe. All right, here's a handoff, and going the wrong way.
Just go down.
He's going to have to go down. Parker Martin, the 8 yards he gained, he just lost 11.
They just blew it up. They blew up the play. The defense rose to the occasion, blew up the play, and he chose not to go down to try to make more yardage out of it, and he actually lost some. So
well, the Silverbacks were more in piranha mode there because they flat out attacked, and Martin had absolutely nowhere to go. So following a big loss on the play, 3rd and 12. Looks like the Silverbacks may show blitz here.
Yeah, creeping up. Nope.
Back to pass. Rolling left is Reynolds. He's going to look. And now fire. Pass is caught with a hard hit. But it's good enough for a first down, but was it a high hit because a penalty flag came down?
Yeah, I think he led with the helmet.
Yeah, Sidney Sandage out of Youngstown State makes a fantastic catch on 3rd and 12, and he's able to gain 13 yards, and 15 more may be added on for the high hit.
Let's take a look at that. So let me cue it up.
I mean, that was a vicious hit, but you got to tackle properly. Otherwise, it's a major penalty. So let's see what happened from the end zone camera. You'll notice that Sandage comes out somewhere here. Up to the left. Now he crossing pattern here, and watch the hit.
Look more like arms. Look more like arms and shoulder. But, they don't have the opportunity to see our replays.
It happens so fast that sometimes it's a judgment call. And because of the major penalty that's going to be added on, the Storm are going to be in Silverback territory. They're already up 13-0. And
they don't need help. They don't need free help. They got enough. They had the first down. Yeah, look, Tom, that looked more like shoulder and arms.
Yeah, tough call. Tough break for the Silverbacks, but it's 1st and 10 for the Storm at the Silverback 43-yard line. Reynolds about to grab the snap. He's going to roll to his right. Going to go with a home run shot down the right side. It is caught and
Inbounds?
sliding the back dive into the end zone. But was he out of bounds at the one?
The one, Tom.
That was very close. Mark Boyd looked like he came into the end zone, but he fell out of bounds first before the ball broke. So it'll be first and goal at the 1-yard line. I'll tell you, impressive start by the Storm, especially on offense.
Yeah, Tom. This may be one of the better offenses we've seen this weekend. And they're consistent. The deep ball. That's crazy. In semi-pro football, to connect on these deep balls, you've got to have a great quarterback and great receivers.
And now it's first and goal at the 1-yard line. And Reynolds between split backs this time. Let's see who will be the one to try and get into the end zone. It'll be the handoff, pushing, and home he is. So another score on the part of the Storm to make it 19-0. And I believe that one was Parker Martin. Despite the fact he lost 10 yards on this last rush, that one gets him home to make it a 19-0 game.
Yep. Yeah, and if you look at him, you can see he's got the number and he's got the purple T-shirt underneath. So it looks like he's wearing a different color jersey.
And they're going to go for 2 here. They're going to try and make it 21 if they can. Reynolds in the shotgun.
I'll get the score up in a second. I got a lot going on here.
Well, you're going to make it 21 because a good pass in the middle to a wide open tight end and Aaron Murray. He was able to get through. So 21-0 Storm. I mean, this is more a thunderstorm emergency with 2:53 left here in the first.
Yeah, that was there. All right, so let's take a look, Tom. I'll let you go. I'll let you walk us through the replay as I get everything going.
All right, of course, presented by Capital City Designs, but this is the first and goal play where the running back to the left, Parker Martin, he's number 28. They do actually. It wasn't. I'm sorry. It looked like 28. It was actually Troy Helton.
Yeah, he had 18. I was going to say, Tom, he's easy to spot because he's got the half jersey.
So you're
Very
thinking
easy to spot.
Are we thinking 18 or maybe 1/8?
Yeah, about an eighth of it. Yeah, that's what we ask everybody that's out there for the next games. If you're watching these, pull your shirts down. It's impossible for us to tell who you are when your shirt's halfway up your back.
And then people complain to us, say, "How come you can't get the player right?" Well, they got to talk to the person here, you know. Everyone's got to be in uniform in some way. But in any case, the Storm with 3 touchdowns, one of them on defense, the other 2, of course, Troy Helton, 1 receiving and now 1 rushing. And with the 2-point conversion here, 21-0. What a start against the Silverbacks. So they got to regroup and give it another try as here comes the low bouncing directional kick. That, remember, it's a live ball after 10 yards.
That's what it was supposed to do.
From the 15-yard line and not going too much further, maybe the 28-yard line. So the Silverbacks off to a very rough start, but remember, if they score and then they can build on it, they could possibly get right back in this game.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look out for your quarterback. I think, that's number 9. I think it's number 9 in there.
Ottawa Anderson will be his name. Also coming on the field, receiver Kendall Davis. He is the 0 on the back. You have to remember that we're trying to make differences with the uniform color and then the color of the numbers, and sometimes
purple on purple, dark purple, light purple.
That's
okay.
Well, to me, I mean, this is basically silver and black, almost circa the LA/Oakland/Vegas Raiders. And to me, it just looks all black and with like a dark silver.
Yeah, it's a very dark silver. Hey, at least it's not reflective silver. We've seen that a few times, where it's reflecting you can't even see the numbers unless it goes underneath the cloud.
And it's also traditional numerical font too, which
shout out
helps.
to Sean Slippy Mensa. Sorry, shout out to Sean Slippy Mensa on that one.
I slipped anyway. 1st and 10 from the 28-yard line. Anderson, the quarterback, lines in the shotgun. They spread out, but they're gonna go with a handoff. Crossing the 30, but the Storm,
and the hair just whipping left and right out there.
I mean, I tell you what, the Storm defense, they come flying to the ball.
Yeah, they got good. When you have good linemen, Tom, and you got good line play, your linebackers can step up
and speed too.
Yeah, and they can not only can they step up, but your D-backs can step up because you're getting that time to get into the quarterback, so they're not going to have a chance to get a deep pass off. And if they do, it's going to be very rare that they're going to complete it.
So following a 3-yard gain is 2nd and 7 from the 31-yard line. Once again, Ottawa Anderson will be in a shotgun. He'll line up between split backs this time, but they're still going to go to the running.
Delayed home.
Well, there's a flag down, and it ends up being a 1-yard loss, and it came right at the snap. So we don't know if we had an illegal formation or if the Storm were offside.
See what we got. Yeah, it's on them. Uh-oh. Blaze in the house.
Well, yes, indeed.
All the way from York, Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's interesting. They signaled offside on the offense. That might have been an illegal shift. So coming into our studio now, of course, inside the press box, Joey Blaze. He actually was in York, Pennsylvania early today.
Correction on that. Ross Collins is up there. I've been directing him all morning.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, remotely from my place and on the way here. Shout out to Ross Collins. He's holding it down right now in York. YFFL just win bigs. They're in the semis at this moment. Shout out to them. Shout out to all you. 21-0. Whoa.
Well,
okay.
During the break, I'll let you know what's been going on here. But in the meantime, Ottawa Anderson with a snap on 2nd down following an illegal shift, and the pass ends up going incomplete. So that'll force a big 3rd and long. Oh, I think I see what happened here. The ball was spotted at the 17-yard line. I think what happened was there might have been a hold or a blindside block that happened. But it happened very, very quickly because the flag came down right after the snap. But whatever the case may be, the Silverbacks up against it already. They've had to punt once, and, of course, they had an interception returned for a touchdown. And they almost had a second interception, but at this point it's been all Storm all the time at this point. So in the final minute of the first quarter, it ends up being 3rd and quite a bit, 3rd and 21 now from the 17-yard line. Anderson is shotgun, all spread out here. Back to the right, low snap. Anderson back, will heave one down the field, and that one is knocked down in double coverage, incomplete. A couple defenders on that play. I believe Travis Jones as well as Mark Boyd. They both play on both sides of the ball, and they were able to knock it away from the receiver. So, again, the Silverbacks, 4th and long, are going to have to punt.
And on that time, they try to force one downfield on that right side, but double coverage should have been picked off. And for the Silverbacks, I get a desperation early on, but right now they are in a deep hole to start this game. You take a look at this Storm. What kind of Storm would you describe this team as so far and what they've done on the field? What's the best Storm analogy you can go with for this team?
Well, let's just say we'll contact the NOAA, whatever the Weather Service office is locally, and we'll advise for a severe thunderstorm watch for this area and probably south of around the Charlottesville area, because the Virginia Silverbacks are out in Charlottesville. They are just getting wiped as the quarter comes to an end. So we'll do the 4th down punt after we get through quarter time. So we'll break here. After 1, the Virginia Storm over to Virginia Silverbacks, 21-0. We'll continue to battle Virginia with quarter number 2 right after this.
Why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others.
For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
Guess I'm getting a little bit apprehensive here. But anyway, we're back here at Potomac High School here in Dumfries, Virginia. I'm Tom Wilkins. Joey Blaze has joined me now. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls, and Chris, of course, taking care of the end zone camera for some of our shots. We're about to have 4th and long, and the Silverbacks are going to be punting again as their punter stands at about 7. And he launches a high pop-up. Let's see how this bounces. Decent bounce. The Storm like, we are not touching this. And it rolls Schools to the 48-yard line on the Storm side of the field. So that's actually not a bad punt of 35 yards.
Good net on the punt, but either way, it's going to be really good starting field position for this Storm team, and they don't need any more breaks than they've already gotten so far when it comes to this game, and this one is a huge one to start. They already had the field cut in half. Let's see if the Silverbacks can get some sort of stop here. They need some kind of momentum because it's getting very close to being not in reach, I should say.
Well,
without reach is what I was trying to say, but that didn't sound right in my head.
Well, I was saying out-and-out route. Pretty much.
I like that term. I like that.
Well,
I'm stealing that.
I don't need to steal that. Tell the people at Warner Brothers that. But anyway, 1st and 10 for the 48-yard line. Their quarterback, again, Ethan Reynolds. He'll be standing in the shotgun for this one. They spread out this with a back to the left. Reynolds will wait to snap at some point. Takes it. He goes back. Under a rush, but he's still going to throw deep left side, and it's going to be incomplete. It looked like it was underthrown. Keyshawn Jones was the intended receiver on the far side, just couldn't turn around fast enough and grab it.
Had an opportunity down there with the one-on-one, but unfortunately for the Storm on that play, just not able to connect. And for the Silverbacks, a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breather. There you go. You get a stop here. Try to force a 3-and-out. Get the ball back. Still plenty of time. We just started the second quarter, 14-32 and counting. And you look overall, still about 2 more quarters to play. Not over yet. 21-0 is a bad hole to be in. But get a stop here, and there's still time. You just cannot let them go up another score at this point of the game.
Keelan Reyes checked into the game, and here we got another pre-snap foul. This one's a false start on the Storm. Now, Joey, I also wanted to say, the Silverbacks on the opening drive of the game thought they had a stop on 4th down, but they got hit with a roughing the passer and now allowed to continue to drive on that first score, and it's been all downhill from here.
Lack of discipline will kill you in these kind of games. You cannot afford a mistake like that. Personal foul on 4th down. If I'm the coach on the sideline, that guy's getting a stern talking to after the play because that's a big, big momentum swing in the other direction. And you see as a result why we're right now where we are.
So 2nd and 15 from the 43-yard line. Reynolds will wait to snap, and no, we got a timeout called by the Silverbacks, so already they're going to use their second one. So we're early on in the second quarter, so we'll take a break with the Storm over the Silverbacks, 21-0. We'll come back in a moment.
Our attackers come in many forms. They're viruses, including measles and the flu. Their goal? To spread across Texas and make us sick. One thing stands in their way: vaccines. Texans trust vaccines to defend us against quarantines and lost work and school time, and to stop the most dangerous viruses now and for the future. Vaccines defend what matters.
Back here at Potomac High School, about to have a 2nd and 15 for the Storm at their own 43-yard line. They lead the Silverbacks 21-0. All the points, of course, being in the first quarter, were just a minute plus into the second. And the Silverbacks were able to force an incompletion and then force a false start. So now they got to keep some momentum going here. The Storm are in the white. They're moving left to right. The Silverbacks almost all black from right to left. So here's Reynolds in the shotgun. They spread out again. Back to snap. They pass in. Ends up being caught in extremely tight coverage down to about the 47-yard line. That was Troy Helton, who's been the star of this game so far with a pair of touchdowns. That was a tough catch against 2 big linemen.
Very tough catch, and you got to give credit to him for making it. Even more credit to the defense getting the stop. Don't miss on a tackle. You gain a couple yards in the end for the Storm, but in the end for the Silverbacks, it's still a 3rd and long play where they can get a stop here. Storm's got to overcome about 11 yards to see if they can get it.
Here's Reynolds back to pass under a rush. He's going to roll right. He's going to fire and knocked away, incomplete. That was going to be a tough interception if the back was going to get there. I believe that might have been, it looked like it said number 16 maybe. I couldn't tell who it was, but it was a short throw, and I know he wanted to try and dive for the interception, but that is a step in the right direction for the Silverbacks. They do force a 3-and-out, and now it'll be 4th down and the first punt of the game for the Virginia Storm.
Great stop here by the Silverbacks, and just what you need to get back in this game. Now, if you're the Silverback squad, you need to get a nice return here. Storm, however, try to pin them back, go in between the 10 and the goal line, get them as far back as you can. Make this as hard as possible, especially as the temperatures start going up throughout the day. And you look at the All Black, I know the sun ain't out too much, but that humidity can kick in. You got to consider the gear as well, and we'll see how it goes the rest of the way. We talk about that turf factor, always adds about 15 degrees to it.
It will be Steve Mendoza who will be punting. He's standing about the 32-yard line. Good snap. They're coming, and the punt is away. Will it be returned? Waiting.
To him.
Oh, it will. At about the 17, he'll make his turn to the 20. He races 30, 40, and out of bounds there.
I just want to point out on that return, great anticipation. Had the ball bounce right to him. He didn't try to go up to it. Some players make the mistake of trying to run up to the ball to catch it.
And a Silverback is down. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there's a flag down at the spot where one of the Silverbacks might have been clipped or blocked, blindsided, and we're going to see.
We'll see what happened. Not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it happened during the kick or during the return.
Yeah, I was watching towards where the returner was running. Once again, great effort there. Let the ball come to you. Remember, it's not a live ball when that happens. The other team can down it. They can't pick it up on their own. And I believe there's a replay coming up. Yes,
well,
sir.
We're going to see the replay here, and we'll see if there was like a block, and it might have been below the it might be a clip.
Let's watch in that middle, see what happens. Oh, yeah.
Wow, right at the very beginning, the flag
Right
came
down.
right there. Yeah, that was not good.
On the right side of the long snapper is where it was, and I believe that's going to be a penalty, and that should be a big additional gain to the return.
What that is a high-low block, and on the line it's not allowed. So we've seen two of them. I mean, it doesn't look like, it looks like the official's going to be signaling offside, but his arms are further down, and it looks like, and I've never seen that actually before. Oh, it's called a chop block. So that will add 15 yards to the end of the run, and here are the Silverbacks at the Storm 45, best position of the day for them. 1st and 10 as Anderson goes inside with a handoff, and it reaches down to about the 43. So a 2-yard pickup. And as far as the Silverbacks are concerned, they have very good field position. Now it's a matter of trying to take advantage of it.
See what they can do here. They already crossed midfield courtesy of the penalty and the return yards combined. This is a big opportunity for them. Score here, you get within 2 scores. Still plenty of time. They're not out of it yet. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And this Silverbacks team, they're going to come out and try to finish strong here. They're trying to represent the state as well. The Battle of Virginia's. Let's see who gets this.
Well, we have one more Virginia team, and that'll be the final game of our triple header tonight. The Virginia Mutiny will be involved. So 2nd and 8, as here's a pass throwing right, and it goes a little bit wide, incomplete. So it'll force a 3rd and 8, and I don't know if they changed the quarterback too, because it looked like a different uniform number there.
We'll see what they got. I actually did not catch who it was in the last drive. Numbers are kind of hard to read for me. But that's a prescription, 5 years old now.
I guess sometimes, as they say, the eyes have it sometimes, but let's swing that over a little bit here.
Perfect. That's a little better.
Yeah, with Joey, I had it at an angle trying to prevent as much glare as possible. And the okay, so it looks like 8's the running back. Or 9, I can't tell. All right, anyway, here we go on a big 3rd down play. Here's a handoff up the middle, and it's not going to amount to much. Or they actually got pretty good yards to about the 38-yard line, so a 5-yard pickup. And that now forces a 4th and 3. And I would think you go for it here. I mean, you're in position. I mean, you're not going to be able to kick a 55-yard field goal, but you want to make sure you're successful. I don't know if you're going to try to do the same play again, maybe change it a little bit directionally, but the Storm have to be ready for this 4th down play. And so far they have been, but right now the Silverbacks just trying to get little pieces of momentum at a time. Not exactly sure what they're going to be doing.
Big momentum play for both sides here. Silverbacks need this conversion to stay in the game. A stop here for the Storm gives them more momentum than they already need. And if you're the Silverbacks, desperate times. Looks like they're going to go to the I formation again. Single back, about 4 wide receivers. Let's see what they come out with here on this 4th down and 3.
Rolling back to the left and throwing off his foot. Nice catch to the 25-yard line.
Excellent play.
Nice play and a first down. I think it's the inaugural one for the Silverbacks today. And they do it on 4th and 3.
Big time conversion there. You talk about the quarterback in the backfield, dropping back, found the target immediately, made a very quick read. On those 4th down plays, that quick read comes in handy, and he saw an opening, and there was about a few jerseys, but they were all 5 yards plus away from him, and that big gain really helps. Found the window, first down Silverbacks. Here's some momentum. We just talked about 9 minutes to go in this second, and we'll see what they could do with it. First down about the 29-yard line.
24-yard.
Sorry.
That's okay. There was a 14-yard pickup on that pass, and, of course, leap ability certainly helped as well. High snap on 1st and 10, rolling to his left. Gonna try for the end zone. They got a guy.
Beautiful.
Caught. Welcome to the end zone, and the Silverbacks are back in it.
Beautiful.
That was a high fly ball, beautifully caught in the back quarter of the end zone. I believe that was Rashad Brown who came down with it, and that is huge. They make the 4th down, and they convert with pay dirt on a 24-yard touchdown reception.
And that drive just now was huge for this Silverbacks team. Back-to-back drives. They get a 3-and-out forced on the Storm after the Storm had great field position to start. They get a nice return on the punt. Penalty helps. 4th down conversion, and then they find a one-on-one on that left side, down the sideline for the score. Big-time play. Touchdown Silverbacks. 15-point game. We still got about roughly 9.5 left in the quarter alone. Still plenty of time to get it even closer before halftime. I missed a kickoff. Who does get the ball back for the second half?
Well, it will be Silverback ball to start the second half. The Storm, they received the ball, and they drove down the field for the opening touchdown.
Added boost. This game is far from over.
You got that right after that play. But the extra point is blocked, but there's a flag down as the return is made down and by the Storm and dropped down to 12. But let's see what the penalty flag is. Could there be a roughing the kicker?
See what they call.
I mean, it was blocked, so we don't know exactly what the case was here.
Usually on a block, they tend not to try to call it because bodies tend to just collide when it's blocked like that. We'll see what they go with here.
Well, these officials have, yesterday and today, they've called things rather tight, especially for the safety of the players. They do call a personal foul, maybe a headshot against the Storm, so
it's an A gap. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So an illegal charge to the kicker.
No, it's going across the A gap. You're not allowed to go in between where the center is. The center is supposed to be protected between the guards. And because they went through that middle, it is illegal, and it's going to be a re-kick here for this Silverback squad.
Okay, so that's going to force a half the distance. Now, they could have chosen to go and try a 2-point conversion from the 1, but instead they will do an extra point from the 25-yard line, so much more manageable. But it's a high snap, kick on its way, and it proves to be costly for the Storm. Kick is good, and the Silverbacks are back in it. It's now a 21-7 game. How about we show you that high pop-up caught by Rashad Brown to get the Silverbacks back in the game. Get the replay queued up.
Sponsored by Capital City Designs.
.net. Yeah, I think looks like a quarterback. He's going to roll to his left and just launch a very high pop-up. And obviously the defender, who happens to be Evan Moore, he was well out of position, and Brown knew where the ball was going to come down and land. Beautifully done. Jarrell Barney, I believe, is number 5. And if that's so, then I guess he's the quarterback.
Can we talk about that play, running to the left side, in motion still, just throwing that up with the most perfect accuracy he could have possibly had on that play? That's a very tough throw to make on the run, trying to find that single guy down the field and thread it before you get to the out-of-bounds line. But he nailed it perfectly that time. And the Silverbacks, down by 14 now, with some momentum, get another stop here, get the ball back, and you know the rest and where it could go. Still early on. We still got about, roughly counting the second half, 40 minutes of ball still to play. Minimum.
And I've seen many games where a team has gone up 21-0 and end up losing the game by 2 touchdowns. So
that's happened. I've been on the comeback side of that, actually, a long time ago.
Here's a high pop-up edge juggled by the up man, taking about the 35-yard line and still trying to get by defenders, but the Silverbacks are having none of it. Parker Martin, the up man that time, ends up taking the ball to 35. He wanted to get some more yards, but running east-west is not going to get you any yards at all. You got to go north-south. So for the Storm, they'll start from the 35, 1st and 10. The Silverbacks having a little bit of confidence on defense following the 3 down the last drive. Let's see if they can duplicate.
Just what this team needed is some confidence, especially when you fall behind early in a game like this. It's very normal at times to get discouraged. We saw that a good bit yesterday with some teams. They got behind early on, and they just could never recover because they let it get in their heads. And as a result, they just couldn't keep it together.
And we definitely saw that a couple of times in yesterday's games. We'll see how these teams come through here. On 1st and 10, Reynolds throws. Oh, he's hit also, and a pass is caught going down across the 45 down to about the 47. So a good start there. Yeah, and that goes for a 1st down once again. Troy Helton, who has had a very good first half, of course, having the 2 touchdowns earlier.
Big first half early on, and we've seen a lot of players this weekend rise to the occasion for their teams. You go back to that game last night with the Rebels and Wolfpack, the 2 players on each side that were just absolutely balling. I can't remember the names offhand, if you recall, but like they were just going all at it. You're seeing it right now, guys rising to the occasion in big matchups.
And speaking of big, there's a handoff to Steve Mendoza, who also is the kicker. He bowls his way for a gain of 4. Actually, they're going to give him 5 to the 49-yard line. So a generous spot as it's a 5-yard pickup there.
He can kick and run. I like it. Dual threat.
Just don't do both at the same time unless you're the punter and you're being chased by everyone. You're still being able to get it off. Don't see that very often.
That rugby kick is always clutch.
2nd and 5 and a 49 of the Silverbacks. Reynolds lines up in the shotgun. Quick swing pass. Helton again. Crossing the 45.
Beautiful.
There he goes. To the 30.
What a move.
To the 20. One on the run. A beautiful 49-yard strike from Ethan Reynolds, and the Storm respond.
Big response by the Storm. They let up a few points and a lot of yards to the Silverbacks in the last possession, and they turn it right around with a score of their own. 27-7 now. Still about a little over 7.5 remaining in the quarter. Silverbacks not out of it, but you got to start getting some stops here. You got one already, but so far the numbers have not been in their favor. Storm, for the most part, consistency is key, and the one consistent in, they've been able to score on almost every single drive so far.
It will be Michael Pritchett holding the extra point. The snap, kick on his way, and he got it. Kick is good. It looked like he might have been roughed up a little bit, but the kick ends up being good. And by the way, that is Corey Lathan, number 99, kicking the extra point there. So 28-7 the score, and if we want to see this hat trick again by Helton, let's take a look at this replay. One missed tackle was a good night everybody else. You'll see him bounce back, quick swing pass, and there's the whiff tackle, and it's goodbye. 49 yards down the sideline, and the Storm respond to the Silverbacks' goal.
He's one of those players that if you have a chance at him, you cannot afford to miss it, because if you do, he's going to outrun everybody else on the field. You got to keep him in a tight space where he can't get out, and only you can get him. But that time, they let him go, they cut him loose, and as a result, it's a 3-score game, and if you're the Silverback squad, defense has to start getting together a little bit. Outside of the one stop, they've been being pushed around all game.
Been the Troy Helton show already in the first half, and we're not even a quarter and a half through as the Storm extend their 3-score lead yet again, and now the Silverbacks is going to be up to them to respond. They had a very nice drive, but if they're going to have their own offensive momentum, they're going to need to respond with a score and quick.
Facts, absolute facts. This is what you need right now if you're the Silverbacks team. A score is crucial here. And we talk about it, they still do get the ball back to start that second half. They're not out of it yet. They just cannot afford to let the Storm get another score before the break. Because 28-7 is a hard enough hole to get out of. You don't want to risk falling behind by a 4th score. At that point, it's going to start looking rough, and if it gets any worse, I do believe they do run an accelerated clock in the second half. We saw that yesterday with the Fayetteville game.
The up man ends up touching the ball, and he's going to take a long turn to try and get around to about the 30-yard line and forced out of bounds. He was running the wrong way, and he ended up losing yardage. So for the Silverbacks, they're going to be starting a little bit deeper in their own territory than they would like. but it'll be 1st and 10 at the 31-yard line. Very unusual decision by the up man to try and run about 10 yards the other way and then try the U-turn, and it didn't quite work out as well as he would have liked.
Just trying to make something happen out there, man. It's just one of those things in this game where this Silverback squad, they realize their back's against the wall right now. In fact, we're going to place this right about the 31. Not bad field position to start, but you still got a long ways to go to the end zone, and even longer ways to go to tie in this game. The key thing here is get a score and do not let this Storm team score again, because you don't need to fall behind any further, especially this early on in the game. Once we hit the second half, from there it'll be a lot easier for the Storm to win it.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Figure the perfect scenario, because I wouldn't say the perfect storm, for the Silverbacks. They drive and score a touchdown, take as much time off the clock as they can, and then do it again to start the second half. Boy, that would be beneficial to them. Here's a handoff on 1st and 10, and it's not going to be too much.
It's definitely possible. They can definitely make enough time to get down the field and run the clock a little bit and give themselves the ball right back to start the second half. That would make it a one-score game at that point. Let's see what they end up doing here. The biggest thing is just trying to get some kind of stop on that Storm offense. I believe right now the Storm have scored on 3 and other.
They've had 4 possessions. They've scored on 3.
Okay.
Remember, the extra score was the pick 6
Yes, sir.
by Darian Dunbar in the first quarter.
And when you have a pick 6, that's an added extra possession for the other side on terms of scoring opportunities, and that's something you don't need if you're the Silverback squad. Try to get a similar turnover on the Storm, anything to swing the momentum for your defense against their offense, because right now that secondary is getting beat.
Back to pass on 2nd down. They're going to throw a deep
too
one.
short.
Little short, and it's dropped. Oh, my goodness. Nearly intercepted by Mark Boyd. He had it. There was also in the vicinity Evan Moore. Now, I don't know if they were trying to fight for the ball, but somehow it slipped out. But for the Silverbacks, a huge break for them as it comes to a 3rd and 9.
Way short, and there's 2 white shirts right there where the ball is.
Definitely an underthrown ball.
Replay, actually. Let's take a look at what's happening. Look at the formation. They're coming out here. They got 1 back. They got 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers. Let's see if we can get a look at that left side real quick. He's looking there already from the gate. Throws it up. This is way too short. The safety comes over, reads it. That's an excellent read by that defense. They played that extremely well, and the Silverbacks are very fortunate that was not picked off.
They've had 2 interceptions that could have happened, and that was one of them. The other was an interception that got called back on a defensive penalty. So the Silverbacks have caught some breaks, but they need to take advantage more of them. On 3rd and 8, back to pass, rolling to the right, has some speed, gonna launch one, and this time there's no getting past the interception.
Too much desperation. That's the one thing I've seen out of the Silverbacks offense so far is they're trying to take deep shots, but they're trying to take them where they're not there. Those last 2 passes, the play was not there to be made, and you just saw what happened just now with the interception. Got lucky with that first one, not so lucky this time around.
And obviously, it's only the second quarter. I know you're down 3 scores, but you have to get them one at a time.
All you need is just a little patience.
Well, he gunned it, and everything did not come up roses as it was intercepted by Mark Boyd that time.
What a play by Boyd coming up in the air and just catching that. Great read on the quarterback. And right now, looking where the Storm's at, they're at the 45-yard line. They're at midfield once again to start a drive. And if you're the Silverbacks, with the way your secondary has been pushed around up to this point by these receivers, look here, quick to the outside again on that right side. Here, a whistle blow. I think it's a dead play. Let's see
the play never happened. The flag came from the far side, and it's going to be a false start on the Storm, so they'll back it up 5 to the 40-yard line. And, yeah, as you mentioned, Joey, it is definitely a desperation defensive series for the Silverbacks if they're to hang in this game, because they were able to stop them once before, but not being able to stop Troy Helton or anybody else for that matter, that has really been the difference. But let's see how they line up here. They spread out, and this basically what the Storm do. They spread out 4 receivers. And this time is going to be a keeper and sliding in, shall we say, out at home plate, because that looked like a little bit of an awkward slide by Reynolds, and he ends up losing another yard to force a 2nd and 16.
2nd and 16 coming up, and if you are the Silverbacks, the penalty yards and getting that stop on that last run really helps out. Push this Storm team back a little bit. get a stop here. It's not over yet, as you mentioned. They just have to stop the desperation plays. I've seen way too much of that so far from the Silverbacks team. It's a mental thing, I get it, but at the end of the day, you cannot give up points trying to put up points.
Here's Reynolds back. He pump fakes, now backs up some more. And
batter right back.
And that was more of the play of circa Ed Too Tall Jones. Just spikes it down incomplete. He tried to throw up the middle, and the Silverback did not want any of it.
That was a volleyball spike right back to the quarterback, and as a result, you take a look, it's going to be 3rd down and 16 to go. We'll see what ends up happening here for the Storm. For the Silverbacks, you got to feel a little good about this drive. So far, Storm have done nothing but lost yards. Now, though, you got to – I always say 3rd and long is tough for DBs because of the fact that from a DB perspective, yeah, it's a long field to gain, but at times you got to know what route's coming. Anything quick underneath right here would be beneficial for the Storm.
Reynolds,
they're going to go, wow,
and
they
a great
lost him.
catch, and it's going to be probably at the 6. I think it's I think it's a 1st down. And once again, Troy Helton comes through. There are no flags on the play, and they're going to give him the 44-yard line.
I want to see what happened again on that left side of the field where he was at. It looked like the linebacker, 54, I want to say it was, just not able to figure out where it was going. And that time they found a hole in the coverage. And we talk about those 3rd and longs and how a lot of teams tend to have a hard time guarding it. We saw a lot of that yesterday. It comes down to discipline, and right there, that just did not work out for the Silverbacks. Better execution by the Storm.
Here goes Reynolds.
Wow, great footwork.
And he'll throw one. He threw it right at the defensive lineman, and he couldn't come up with it. But you can see that the pressure from the Silverbacks is starting to get to Reynolds over these last couple of plays.
Pressure is getting there. I will say that time Reynolds tried stepping up. Looked like as he threw it, he got hit a little bit. I don't believe the linebacker was the intended. I think he wanted to go a little deeper. There was a player down there for the Storm that had space and was open, but couldn't get time and just not the best angle to try to throw at when you're being hit right at the waist as you're throwing it. And that could have been very big for the Silverbacks, a pick in this situation after allowing a 1st down. Instead, Storm gets another chance, and this is a team that you don't want to give chances to.
2nd and 10 from the 44-yard line, as here's a handoff. That's going to be Mendoza diving his way to about the 42-yard line. So that'll force a 3rd and 10. But I also think, too, I think they changed the play. They went 3 wide slot left, and this time they had Reynolds in split backs, which I think actually adds more protection because I think the line's nosing, hey, wait a minute, they're coming for us. We need to add protection for our guy.
It helps having those 2 big guys in the backfield, especially to cut off the edge rushers coming in. There's like one, he got off early. I think it's going to be an off. No, maybe the play's dead. Let's see what they call.
Well, it's
I thought the rusher on that right tackle side came in a little early. Let's see what they call.
Well, who jumped?
That's the biggest question. I thought maybe he did, but after I saw the pre-snap whistle, maybe it's on the other side.
Well, as you can tell, it's he did it. No, he did it. No, he did it. Well, the officials say did it. False start on the Storm. It goes back 5 yards, so that'll force a 3rd and 13. So we had talked about, Joey, of course, from yesterday. The officials had mentioned there were over 30 pre-snap penalties in the 4 games, and we've had 3 already in this game.
That's an average of over 7 a game
per team. Well, what about per team?
Per team,
at least 4.
Yeah.
And here's talk about jumping. They're going to give it to Helton, flag down as he stretches it out the 40-yard line.
A face mask there of some sort. Looked like the ref threw it as I saw a hand go up to the face. Let's see what they say. Maybe
that
to the back.
Might be a hold, too.
Could be a hold, but that was a late flag for the hold because that came in right as he was going down. See what they call.
Yep, it is a hold.
So it's coming back. All
right.
Going
to be a 10-yard penalty because it's too close to the sticks there.
That's a good. Yeah, it's going way back. Let's see.
Yeah, when you see the flag go where the offensive line is, 99% of the time it's a hold.
Usually, but it could be other things too. You don't want to just assume.
Well, that's why I say 99% of the time. Gotta rule out bizarre calls once in a while, you know. Let's see if they get one more playoff before the 2-minute warning, and I don't think they will because they're not quite set. Or are they set? They are not set. So 2-minute warning comes up with a Storm up 28-7. And I tell you what, quick break. We'll come back in just a second.
first thing you learn when you're coming back from injury is to be smart about coming back safely. My advice is to concentrate one step at a time. And remember, you can only control your own performance. So everyone around you has to do their job. Trust your team, and they won't let you down. Because it's up to each and every one of us to make progress. So stick with it. In Dallas, we will come back.
Okay, back here in Potomac, following the 2-minute warning and a holding penalty against the Storm. The Storm right now have third and quite a long ways to go. They have to get to the line again at the 36-yard line, so they got about 23 to go here, or 21 to go here. Whatever the case, here's a low snap. Edwards, he's going to wait. He's going to throw deep. Going to take a shot. Too high. And it was almost intercepted. It was in double coverage. They intended it for Devin Sales, but that ball did sail and was a little bit high over his head, and that was close to being a turnover.
Trying to take a big risk down there on that right side. Looks like he wanted to force it a little bit, and we talk about how Silverbacks did the same thing last try. A little different here with the Storm. I feel like they can take those kind of chances in this game, especially when a long pick like that is essentially a punt at that point. And you take a look at it now, they're going to go ahead and boot this. They're at the 43, I believe.
Yeah, that is correct. So they will punt the ball, and Steve Mendoza will come out for a second punt. He'll be standing at about the 29-yard line.
They got two guys back there for return, another guy right there in the middle in case it's a short punt. We'll see what they end up doing here on this punt and how far it goes.
Do you charge after the punter?
Nah, don't take that risk. I don't. Not at this time of the game, because you know a personal foul will be a first down, and they will be able to run the clock out the rest of the way.
That's exactly right. But they are coming, and it's a short punt. I wouldn't touch it with a 39.5-foot pole, and it's down at about the 40-yard line.
And honestly, when you have a punter who's not able to get the length and range on a punt, it's best not to try to rush and try to block it because of the fact that he's already not going to give you. He's going to give you a little bit of a punt and one that's manageable for you guys to return, whereas opposed to trying to block, if you hit him, it's going to be a roughing penalty. I like it. It's conservative. Let's see what they do here. You talked about it earlier. They could score here before half and then get the ball back to start. That scenario is still going to play out potentially. 1:43 to go. Plenty of time.
And they have 60 yards to travel. The only problem is with the Silverbacks, they only have one timeout left in the half, so they're going to have to definitely go way up tempo to ensure that they get down the field. But this is a moment for them. They score here, go to half. They get the ball to start the second half, score again. Suddenly you have a game on your hands.
Exactly. People underestimate having that ball to start the second half. It adds an extra possession to the game for you. You get a chance at that back-to-back. Take the opportunity. Silverbacks have a chance to get back in this game. You just cannot be forcing the balls the way they have been, though. I've seen way too many passes in double and triple coverage in this game from them so far, and it's going to keep biting them if they don't fix that quickly.
So 1st and 10 from the 40-yard line. They only have a receiver, or they have a 3-wide slot right. Going back to pass and firing it is tipped. And it's incomplete. Several guys came across and almost were able to intercept the football, but the person who caused the chaos was Thomas Robertson, who tipped the football, and he almost came down with it, and then two other players tried to get it, but the ball fell out.
Silverbacks have come close to throwing 3 straight interceptions in a row. Look at the replay, CapitalCityDesigns.net. Here we go. They're coming out in the formation. Looks like it's a 2 tight end, 1 back set. You got 2 wide receivers. Give it a second here. Snap comes out a little high there.
That doesn't help.
Throws it, and it's tipped immediate. I don't know why he tried to get it through that window. That window did not look promising from the angle I looked at, which is the view he had.
And it wasn't a strong throw either, so that was another thing to consider. I mean, if you really know he's going to be there and you have that tight space, you go for it. But if you don't have the arm strength, why is it worth risking? 2nd and 10 from the 40-yard line. A quick pass to the right, and it's I guess intercepted by the back on the sideline of the Storm. That's why the That's why the Storm bench is up in arms. They should say that should count as an interception. But no, it's out of bounds. It's incomplete, and it's 3rd and 10.
Here we go.
They got to have some sort of comedy to go along with it. I mean, obviously there was a miscommunication between the far side receiver.
I've seen a lot of bench players and referees have a lot of good hands on that sideline this week. Some of those guys should be getting looked at.
Well, look no further than the 2 teams that ended last night. I mean, that was just sensational.
What a wild game that was.
By the way, for those of you who missed the action yesterday, don't forget to check things out on YouTube. And, of course, go to the Sunshine Bowl page on Facebook if you need the link for that. And, of course, we're right here on the HSG Network, so please feel free to subscribe to us. We'll have that as well. 3rd and 10 from the 40-yard line. Snap and going back with a little bit of time. Now running back.
Way too far back.
The wrong way, and he throws it away. It doesn't make the line of scrimmage. That would probably be intentional grounding.
I don't see a flag coming out of the moment. Maybe we're going to think about it.
I mean, you might have been out of the pocket, but if you're out of the pocket, you have to throw the ball and make sure it passes the line of scrimmage. That's about 4 yards short. So they're going to discuss this. This could potentially be an intentional grounding call. And sometimes you'll learn about these things and think, wait a minute, you think it's an incomplete pass, he's out of the pocket. But there's more to it sometimes, and this is one of those things. And there it is.
Wow,
the flag for
just
intentional grounding. They lose the down and now force the Silverbacks to punt.
That is very unfortunate if you're the Silverbacks. This drive just went nowhere but backwards. Almost threw 2 picks on this drive. And on top of that, you just saw just now, ran way far back. That could have been a loss of over 15 yards of how far he was going.
Well, I think it's at the spot.
On a sack, I mean, is when it was before he threw it off. But just going back so far, trying to buy time, as a quarterback, you got to keep forward. Yeah, you could drop back, but you can drop back only so much until you have no space, and then you're making up for lost yards when you're trying to go forward.
And I believe we're going to have a timeout called on the part of the Silverbacks. So let's take a break. We're late in the first half. Storm up 28-7. We'll be back in a moment.
You hear that sound? That's all of us cheering and laughing. Everywhere, louder than ever. It's not the past, it's our future. Because we have vaccines, tested, safe, and effective for everyone. Our shot at a better future is here. Get loud, North Carolina. This is our shot.
Back here in Potomac High School, we're about to have the punt for the Silverbacks. What had happened here was it was a spot foul for the intentional grounding, so that's why it is 4th and 32, maybe 33. And it's going to be a pooch punt, and it's going to sail over everybody. It's going to take a Silverback bounce, rolling. I sound like a Western, down to the 29-yard line. So what happened was, of course, the play went too far back, and usually after a certain amount, it's a spot foul, and that's exactly how the officials ruled the intentional grounding. So at least they made it up for a very nice punt. Ends up, I would say, going maybe a 50 yards. They're gone down at the 30-yard line. That was a 53-yard punt.
Big-time punt there. But the one key to this last drive, look how little clock ran off. You only lost under 40 seconds from that last drive. Storm have plenty of time to score. We've seen the big play potential from this team already. Minute 11 to go. Where are they going to start this? At 30-yard line, 70 yards for this team.
That's nothing. All 3 timeouts.
All 3. Wow. They have managed this first half perfectly. When you still have all 3 timeouts, you got a big lead. You got plenty of time before half to score. You're shutting down the other team. This Storm team has come to play today.
Here we go on 1st and 10. Here's Reynolds back. Beautiful. Nice pass. Caught the midfield. Tripped up down to the 47. I wouldn't be surprised they call a timeout right here. I mean, you have still plenty of time to use. They're going to down it at the 47, so a gain of 17 in the final minute. They'll wait probably for one more play. Reynolds in the shotgun. He'll take it. lob the pass over to Boyd. Boyd to midfield. He'll be down to 48. Now he can use the timeout.
So now 48-yard line. They're across midfield. We got 42.7 seconds to go. Look at the total yards they've gained so far in this drive. I believe it's about 22, 23, give or take. And they did that in about 29 seconds. At the rate they're going, they can make the end zone.
So first timeout used for the Storm as they have 2 remaining. And like you said, this is the perfect scenario, so we keep it here, that the Storm had all 3 timeouts. Like I said, they just used one here, and that was a smart time for it. You have still about a minute, like 42 seconds, and now you can get it possible where if things don't work out for the end zone, you could potentially try a field goal. Remember, you have Mendoza who kicks, you have Corey Latham who does extra points, so there are plenty of kicking options.
And whistle there.
Well, that's to say, let's go.
All right. Just making sure.
Well,
I wasn't sure if something had happened there. My bad.
I'm sure with everyone out in the heat, the officials are ready to go back to their tents in a couple of minutes. Here on second down, they will bring it over. It is caught by Helton. Helton Skelders, look out, 30,
wow.
And a high tackle takes him out of bounds, and it's going to be too high of a tackle because it's going to be half the distance.
Helton bringing tons of hell onto this Silverback secondary right now. He is giving it to him, putting him a clinic on. Still about a good amount of time left.
Well, it's 32 seconds left, but the clock stops. He was brought out of bounds at about the 18. There's going to be a major face mask to go along with that because of the high tackle. So look where the Storm are. First and goal from the 9 and with 2 timeouts.
And over 30 yards gained in 10 seconds. 70 yards is too little of a field to give this team to start. You have to push them way back to the goal line at least on this kind of drive. And for the Silverbacks, all that punt worked out. Right now, this secondary is getting slashed.
First and goal from the 9. Here's Reynolds back, looking, now under a rush.
One-on-one.
Taking a shot, and it is almost intercepted in the back corner of the end zone.
Broken up by his own guy in front of him. He had the pick, but he ran into his own player as he was trying to reel it in. Just incidental contact there. And what could have been a nice stop for the Silverbacks instead is another chance for the Storm. And you look at the clock, still 24 to go. They still got about, it's the second and goal rather. 3 more plays, still plenty of time.
And even if the next 2 don't work out, there's definitely the field goal possibility, which they can experiment. Here's Reynolds on second and goal. They're going to hand this one. Oh, beautiful tackle from behind the line. They ran the ball off to Andrew Gardner. And a second timeout is used by the Storm.
Not a fan of the call. Not a fan of the call. This time of the field, when you're under about 30 seconds, you want to take your shots into the end zone or the sideline. You don't want to have a run play that has the risk of being up the middle where there's no opportunity to stop the clock. Timeouts or not, they can come in handy in other uses. I wouldn't have tried it there. Silverbacks were all over it. That was a great read on the defensive side. And for the Storm now, you're looking at a third down and about 11 now technically. It's goal to go, but you got to go 11 yards to the end zone.
Yeah, third and goal from the 12, a 3-yard loss on that
12
play.
Actually, yeah, sorry. The 10 started me off where it was lined up at.
Yeah, we see so many fields which have soccer influences in there as well, and it can be a little bit confusing because these multi-purpose fields are not just football. You, of course, deal with soccer. You deal with lacrosse. You would deal with so many things. You don't deal with water polo because it is a turf. But the reality is, I mean, this place is used a lot, and needless to say, for all the players, it is a hot turf, especially with the sun beaming down. All right, exactly 20 seconds left. Third and goal from the 12-yard line. They'll shotgun this.
I'm going bottom of the screen right side, but he's going to
go
left. The flag's out, though.
And the pass is caught in the end zone.
But there's a flag out on that bottom screen. Let's see what they say. Looks like offsides on the defense.
Oh, if it is, then the goal counts.
Yep, 34-7 now. And for the Storm, this was the perfect storm of a drive for them.
I knew you were going to say that. But it is a touchdown for the Storm. Off the offside, obviously refused, so the goal counts with 14 seconds left in the half. And by the way, the one who had the touchdown that time, Keyshawn Jones, he catches a touchdown. And I tell you, that has been a very impressive first half of the Storm. And for Ethan Reynolds, too, he has 3 touchdown passes.
He is making a strong case right now for MVP with the way he is managing this offense from the quarterback perspective. He's done a great job running the show on that side. This is a legit team on terms of how they play, and you're seeing a clinic being put on once again by the Storm squad.
All right, here we go with the extra point. We're waiting for that. The snap, they're coming. Kick on its way, partially blocked, doesn't quite make it, so it's no good. So it ends up being 34-7. My only counter to that, you have to remember Troy Helton has 3 touchdowns, and he's made some incredible moves. Why don't we take a look at the replay on Keyshawn Jones's score. It's a fade pattern to the left, just lofts it up, and I will grab that. Thank you very much.
That is a skilled wide receiver working a DB who had no answer to it. He went up, bodied up. The height mismatch, you look at the two compared to each other, and on the offensive side of the ball, when it comes to the end of the day, you got to jump up and body up to get it. And that time he did it, and as a result, 27-point game. We got about 14 seconds to go before halftime. The good news for the Silverbacks is they do get the ball back to start the second half. The bad news is the offense has looked sloppier and sloppier since that last touchdown. You talk about it, they've almost thrown 3 interceptions in a row at one point a few moments ago. Just not making the right decisions, trying to force too much. And with a 27-point deficit entering the second half, you got to play smarter, not harder.
And that should be the motto for everyone. And a lot of people forget those words, to play smart. Because when you play hard, you eventually wear down, and if things don't work out, then you're pretty much toast. I wouldn't be surprised if the Silverbacks say, once they get the possession, they just take a knee and say, you know what, let's just regroup. That may not be the worst thing to do in the world at this point. But they'll take the kickoff down dropped it about the 22-yard line. They have a little bit of hole crossing the 40, but slowed down, trying to push a little bit further and getting to about the 43-yard line with 6 seconds left in the half. So that was a nice kickoff return, and I'll tell you, the returner had a hole, and he went as fast as he could, but it closed up at just barely the right time to slow him up enough and prevent a long return from happening.
Nice special teams there by the Storm to make sure they get the stop. Right now, Silverbacks, see what they mark this at. Let's see.
43-yard line is where they're standing. At this point, it's either at this point you try a Hail Mary, which I wouldn't recommend right now. I mean, if you're the Silverbacks, given everything that's been happening in the first half, I know there's a lot on the line. You could design a play, but you could also just take a knee. I mean, you have no timeouts. You might as well say, let's regroup the troops, take 10 minutes, and see if we come back fresher for the second half. But it looks like they are going to run a play. They have a receiver to the left.
Yeah, let's see.
Little unusual.
They got 2 of them actually lining up right now.
Yeah, single back, receiver on each side. Let's see what they try and do.
Very tight formation. Let's see. That's like a
that's the never mind play.
Yeah.
So that'll be the first. Heading up, take a breather here is our halftime score. The Virginia Storm 34, the Virginia Silverbacks 7. Let's go ahead and cool off. We'll come back for the second half in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second half here. Sunshine Bowl, Game 5. We got 2 more to go this weekend. Kickoff coming here for the Storm. They're up 34-7 here to start the third quarter. Silverbacks will get the ball back. It's been all Storm so far, though. We talked about the stat early on. 4 of their 5 offensive drives have gone for scores. They have been a team that's played very well. This is going to be a little roller. Got to scoop that up. Remember, it's a live ball, but great way to find the outside there. And he is going to be pushed out of bounds. I think that was Kendall Daniels, I believe, number 0. All right, here we go. 1st and 10 coming up for the Silverbacks. Joey Blaze back on live here in the 5th game of the Sunshine Bowl. Battle of Virginia, Storm and Silverbacks. Right now, though, it's all Storm, 34-7 in the third quarter. Silverbacks have, for the most part, just not been able to handle the receiving core of this Storm squad. We talked about it earlier, 4 offensive touchdowns in that first half by the Storm. The 5th score was a pick 6, which is an added boost to this Storm squad. And if you're the Silverbacks right now, you have to make something happen. Let's see what they do. They've been forcing way too many passes. To me, that's been the biggest key so far on this offensive side is they've gotten way too desperate too early, forcing passes they should not be throwing. And as a result, I believe they're up to about 2-3 turnovers right now. I'll do a double check on that. It's going to be a toss play to that left side. Oh, he found a hole toward the sideline, and out of bounds he'll go. Looks like it's number 0, Daniels again. 2nd down, 3 to go coming up for the Virginia Silverbacks in the all black. Looks like gray numbers over there. Over on the opposite side, of course, you got the Virginia Storm. They're wearing the gray helmets with a all-white uniform. Sort of gives me Akron vibes from back in the day. Akron or Toledo. I'm going to line up here. 2nd down, 3 together at the 50-yard line. Going to line up 1 fullback, 1 tailback, 2 wide receivers, and a tight end under center. Going to be a handoff to the fullback, and he is going to get a little bit, but not enough. Cuts the distance in half as we bring up a 3rd down and short. And if you're the Silverbacks, you have to think at this stage of the game, this is 2-down territory. Especially considering the results so far. You don't want to miss out on any further chances the rest of the way. At the same time, though, you got to be careful with some of the decisions you make. That's been the one thing I've said so far. It's just a lot of poor choices have been made in the passing game for the Silverback attack. Under center once again, classic I formation, 1 fullback, 1 tight end. Going to the fullback again at the middle. That quick handoff is something where if you're an opposing defense, you have to be quick to read that. The D-line tends to try to come in full force. You can sneak in a player right up the middle very quickly, and they did that back-to-back plays going in between the center and the guard for gains of a 1st down now for the Silverbacks. But you got to start, where the clock right now. We're already 2 minutes into the quarter. Time moves very fast when you're running the ball. And they're back under the eye again. Let's see. Nope, drop it back. Oh, that was a short drop back. Beautiful catch, however. And that is going to be a 1st down for the Virginia Silverbacks. And this team has put together an absolutely good performance to start the second half. They're catching their breath. They're getting composed. They've come out with some conservative play calling, but that conservative play calling has resulted in a lot of gains so far. And now it is a 1st down and about 10 to go. Ball being placed at the 27-yard line. 34-7. We're about 3 minutes almost into the third quarter for those of you just tuning in. 5th game we've had this weekend. First of today. We still got 2 more to go at 4 and 7. It is the Sunshine Bowl as they toss play to that right side going into the middle. And he is going to be taken down. Looks like a gain of about 3 perhaps on the play. He's going to move it up. Just a rough estimate. about 3 yards on the game.
Well, you actually got it right as I've returned to action here. So, Joey, thanks for taking care of things for a few minutes, as had to take care of a quick errand right as we started the second half here. But the Silverbacks, I just want to mention, I don't know if you had brought this up, their quarterback is Taj Smith. He's number 5. I was told at halftime that he actually switched numbers during the season and stayed with number 5. So that is the quarterback right now for the Silverbacks. We really didn't get a chance to mention him. We thought it was Anderson. We thought it was somebody else. But
going
back to pass.
That lineman got pushed way back.
40 end zone, and it's a beautiful touch pass. No flags. Welcome to the end zone.
I just want to talk about it. That was a very well done drive by the Silverbacks to start this second half. We talked about it. They were forcing a lot of passes early on. Second half, they come out, they're running the ball, they're pounding it, they're gaining some yards here and there, and then they open up the pass with that play right down the sideline, right side, gets the one-on-one, and now you're at a 21-point game with about 10:58 to go in this third quarter. See what they do here for the conversion. The kick is coming to try to make it 34-14. Still not out of it yet, but they had to stop this Storm attack that's just been wild so far.
And I think that's going to be the difference in the third quarter, to see how the defense responds. Obviously, the Silverbacks responded with a great drive of 57 yards and basically almost an equivalent touchdown comparison to the first one that they have. They go for the extra point, the snap, a low line drive, kick on its way, and it's wide to the right. So it's no good, and it ends up being 34-13. And I think we should take a look at the replay to find out who is the person who made that touchdown pass. It's the second touchdown pass by Taj Smith today.
Ooh, look at what happens to that guard on that side. He gets completely bull rushed, knocked over. However, great composure to get that pass off down the field on that right sideline. And with that now, it's a 3-score game. But like we said, this team needs to get a stop. That's been the biggest thing so far. They've not had enough stops on this Storm squad.
Well, so far, 2 touchdown passes by Taj Smith and 2 touchdowns recepted by Rashad Brown. He had a 29-yarder back in the second quarter. He made a tremendous catch of a high pop. And here, that was more of a line drive throw, and Brown was in stride and did a very nice job being the secondary. So the Silverbacks have crawled back to within 3 scores, but again, we have to see what their defense does to respond to this and keep the momentum. It's not over yet. There's still time. But if you're a Silverback, this is more of a sense of urgency type of moment here to get themselves closer.
Just what they needed to get the second half going. Come out and play a smart drive. I emphasize that, a smart drive. They weren't forcing anything. You could argue maybe it took off a little too much clock. You see 4 minutes taken off there. But you get about 3 more possessions, which is definitely possible in this game. They can get back into it. They just have to stop this Storm squad, though.
Well, they're going to do another directional
nice
kick.
Bounce there.
A bounce to about the 28-yard line and crossing to about the 40, past the midfield stripe, and still going to the 40. A few more missed tackles, and finally down to about the 36-yard line. I do not think the Silverback special teams anticipated this, but Mark Boyd with a tremendous return and remarkable field position for the Storm. They have a short field to work with for their opening drive of the second half.
Let's take a look at that play in my head again. I'm going to recap it a little bit. That kick, first and foremost, they went for a squib, trying to see if they could perhaps force a fumble or anything like that. Remember, it is a live ball on all kickoffs.
After 10 yards.
After 10 yards, of course. And when that happens, you get a bounce like that, you can throw off a returner. That time, however, that was perfectly fielded. The bounce went right to him, and he made the most of it. And that flag looks like it was a pre-snap whistle.
Yes, the play was dead. It was a quick play, but it was going to be a false start against the Storm. I mean, that would have been a vicious collision if the play was not blown dead. So ends up being a 5-yard penalty, and 1st and 15 now from the 41-yard line. And although the Storm still have a comfortable lead, they need to get the momentum back. But if not, the Silverbacks have a chance to make this interesting in a little bit.
Yes, they do, and let's see what goes down here. They're at the 40-yard line from the shotgun, one back.
Here's Reynolds handing this one off and getting the yardage back and then some down to the 34-yard line. And a good 7 yards there. And I believe they got the Steve Mendoza, the fullback, who basically half-shirted it. So he had 40, and we could only see the top of it. But it was pulled down, and now they're going to up-tempo this. They spread out as they normally do. 2nd and 9 now from the 34. Play fake, and Mendoza with a carry again. He tried going left tackle, but the Silverbacks were ready, and they only forced a 2-yard pickup. So now 3rd and 7 for the Storm, and this is going to be the play that basically determines the Silverbacks' fate going forward, I would think.
100% agree. This is a team that has not been able to get enough stops on 3rd down. Earlier on, we saw the Storm convert a 3rd and very long, much longer than this, like 3 times at least, what this distance is. Let's see if they can do it again.
Well, here's Reynolds back to pass, way back, going deep, right side, adjusting and caught, and down to about the 1-yard line. And once again, Mark Boyd comes through with an almost dagger there. He adjusts his position and manages to make the grab. He doesn't quite score, but he puts him in position for a 1st and goal, and that was not what the Silverbacks ordered.
Not at all. And if you're the Silverback secondary, those 3rd down plays keep killing them. They keep giving up not just the 1st down, but extra yards. Look at this. They're just getting a guy the last second, and there is going to be a whistle.
Or a timeout. Yeah, timeout's going to be called. The Silverbacks called.
They should have tried to call that a lot sooner because he was not going to make it to the other side without being called for an offside penalty, being on the wrong end of that.
Yeah, why don't we show the replay of that catch by Boyd, which basically on a 3rd and 7, I mean, you're looking at the turning point of the game right here, that lob pass, and watch him adjust right there inside around the 7-yard line and almost gets in. So looked like the ball was a little underthrown, but sometimes the receiver has to make the adjustment. He was able to do that.
And he made a perfect adjustment on that ball. And to be able to convert that 3rd down is huge for this Storm team. Now they're looking at a 1st and goal at the 2-yard line with a chance to put a lot more pressure on this Silverback squad that's already in a deep deficit. And you talked about it. They missed that extra point earlier. That's going to pay a lot of problems for them down the line. They're going to make this comeback happen.
Well, don't forget, too, that it's exactly a 3-score game. So 3 touchdowns, 3 extra points. If they're successful, you level it all up. But it doesn't look good right now as the Storm at 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. And again, they have Mendoza to the right of Reynolds. And I wouldn't be surprised if Mendoza gets an opportunity to try and score here. Hasn't done that yet. They'll take it. Play fake. Reynolds will lob. And there it is. Welcome to the end zone. Mark Boyd comes through with another score, and that extends the lead for the Storm as they have put 40 on the board with a half plus of football gone.
Thunder and lightning from the Storm attack, and it is raining right down now on this Silverback defense. 40-13 now is the total. We got about 9:09 left. That was very quick, a very quick scoring drive by this Storm team. It just happens so fast. It comes out of nowhere. Summer rains. You can never predict them.
Well, you also can't predict a 35-yard drive as well, so having exceptional field position certainly helps that. They're going to go for 2 points here as Mendoza stands to the right of Reynolds here.
Pick 6 thrown in there as well. They're about 10 points away from tying that margin Fayetteville put up in the first game of yesterday.
I actually don't mean to interrupt you. We have a flag down at about the 10-yard line, so hold your horses for 1 second. Not sure exactly what that could be. Oh, they're going to call an unsportsmanlike conduct foul after the play, so that could result in a penalty on the kickoff here, unless they're offsetting.
Seeing if they marked us any different, looks like they're going to go further back on this.
They could very well.
Let's see.
Unless it's offsetting. That's the only thing I could fathom. Now, I can obviously understand the Silverbacks being remarkably frustrated about this, but I
believe this might be on the Storm.
Yeah, they're going to move the unsportsmanlike conduct. That's going to be against the Storm, so now they're going to have to kick off from the 20-yard line because of it. I didn't see exactly what happened, but
I looked away, so I didn't quite catch it either. There must have been some kind of words exchange, something that could have caused that. Don't know.
It's possible that somebody instigated and the other retaliated, and most times they get the retaliator rather than the instigator. So for the Storm, even though they're up 27, they will kick off in the 20-yard line. I think the key of this game with the fact that it's been pretty one-sided for the most part, that tempers be kept to a minimum, especially on this hot turf. Kicking off again is This is Reagan Atkins. He will be approaching the tee and kicking off. And this will be a one-hopper taking about the 36. Running back, crossing midfield, runs into his own man, but still able to get to about the 40-yard line. And at least the Silverbacks have a short field now to work with to try and respond.
Great return, and on top of that, penalty helps out as well, kicking off from the 20-yard line, added boost of 15 extra yards. They're across midfield to start this drive, and when time is of the essence, as it is right now, you take a look at the clock, 8:50 to go in this third quarter, 27-point deficit. You're going to need 4 scores and 4 stops to even be in the potential of a lead or a tie, depending on the extra points, of course, because they just missed that last one. People forget those extra points are just as critical. You got to count touchdowns as 6s, not a guaranteed 7.
They never are, and especially nowadays with the NFL rules changing the last couple of years, moving the extra point back a good 13 yards.
Which we've seen that reflect in semi-pro. A lot of leagues have gone to that rule, and it's causing a lot of kickers some grief.
So 1st and 10 for the Silverbacks at the Storm 40-yard line. They will go I formation. Might as well go whatever works, and the fullback is going to get this one this time, going down to about the 37 for a 3-yard pickup. So the Silverbacks still not out of it yet. I mean, we've seen some crazy things. I haven't really seen anything crazy in this game yet. The previous 4 from yesterday, something bizarre happened, but who knows if the theme's going to stay the same for today.
See how it goes. It's kind of a similar matchup in the first one yesterday, a lopsided score, but we still got plenty of time to go. We'll see if they're able to push back. The biggest key, as I've been saying for the last quarter or so, is they have to get a stop on this Storm team. It don't matter how many points they score if they can't stop the Storm.
2nd and 7 from the 37-yard line. This time single back. And they play fake it and throw it a little too high. It's intercepted. And the Storm bring it back, crossing the 30-yard line. He's going to the 40. There's a flag down on the return, down to the 43. So the interception will count. There's a holding call on the Storm, but that was after the interception. So the Storm will get the ball and 10 yards from the infraction.
And that's going to, for the Storm, the infraction hurts a little bit, but it does allow you to chew more clock, take off more time, and get ready to send the Silverbacks back home. Take a look at this CapitalCityDesign.net instant replay. Tight formation, tried to go play action. Thought he had a one-on-one. Looks like there was some kind of miscommunication there. That either shot over his head or he thought the guy was going to go down the sideline. Either way, it's a pick. There was some body language in the receiver that maybe there was some confusion. As you saw, he didn't initially chase after the defender on the interception. So I think there might have been a miscommunication. Ball's going to be spotted now at the 25-yard line for the Storm. And like I said, that penalty, while it does stink from the perspective of the Storm in some kind of way, in another way, it's like we can kill some extra yards. We can run some more clock. Why not?
Well, anyway, near the midway point of the third quarter, intercepting the ball was Mark Boyd. So he had a touchdown catch a few minutes ago, and now he has the interception. So once again, Reynolds comes back, 1st and 10. You're going to see probably more running plays now. Handoff only about a yard to the 26-yard line. That time was Parker Martin, who has been pretty active today.
Storm might lighten up a little bit here. Thunder seems to be subsiding a little bit. Don't see any lightning. Rain's kind of slowing a little bit. They're just want to get this done. We'll see if they end up striking one more time, though, downfield.
I got to check the radar. I don't think we're going to have any real storms for a couple of hours yet. Let's get through this first. 2nd and 9. Here's a pass and a flag down, incomplete. That was intended for DeAndre Burks, but he ended up not being able to bring it down. There is a flag down. We may have a hold because the flag came kind of like where the pass was. So that's going to be holding against the Storm. But the Silverbacks refuse it, and it's going to be 3rd and 9.
3rd and 9 coming up, and right now, Storm looking a little out of sync offensively. That last play, they had a guy down in the right side, just wasn't connecting. Let's see what they do here. Every time they've hit 3rd down, well, yeah, let's say they just now changed the marker down
Yeah,
there.
the chain gang was a little out of sync, too.
Yeah, I had to look up.
They probably didn't see the penalty being declined. But anyway, on 3rd and 9, here's Reynolds back. He's going to throw up the middle, little bit too high and incomplete. They went for Keyshawn Jones, who has a touchdown reception already, but wasn't able to come down with that. So if anything, the Storm end up having to go 3 and out and punting.
3 and out and punt coming up. They managed to get rid of about 2 minutes off of that clock. And for the Silverbacks, this is a rare win on the defensive side. They do get a stop, but it's only after they turn the ball over. You got to score here, and you have to get another stop. And that has been a tall task for the Silverbacks team today.
Okay, coming back to punt for the third time, Steve Mendoza. He'll be standing about the 10-yard line. They have somebody returning about the 38, but we'll see how the kick goes. Execution's always very important, and no matter what the deficit is, execution is so important. But obviously, the bigger the gap the score is, the harder it is to stay sharp mentally.
Facts, absolute facts.
And here's another fact. The punt goes high in the air, and it'll be caught at about the 39-yard line. Let's see what he does. He'll get to the 45, get a nice block midfield, and go out of bounds at about the 48. So a decent return.
Silverbacks have had pretty good field position for most of this game. The problem has been the offense just not being able to capitalize on any of it. We talk about some of the passes they've tried to force down the field, and most of the time they've resulted in interceptions, and that's why you have the result you do right now. 5:43 remaining here in the third quarter. 40-13 is the score.
And their quarterback, Taj Smith, has thrown 3 interceptions. Of course, 1 return for a touchdown back in the first inning.
And you mentioned early on, it was another play where he tried to force the ball somewhere where he should not have thrown it at. I've seen way too many passes like that today from him.
I think they've cut down a little bit here in this third quarter. They've had higher percentage plays, and especially with Rashad Brown catching the touchdown to start the third quarter. I mean, I think they've been better decision-making.
A lot of that is going to a more relaxed, conservative play calling, running the ball early on and being able to throw over top. That running game was very helpful to make that touchdown happen, as it allowed a false sense of security for that Storm defense. The biggest thing right now for this team is consistency the rest of the way. And right now, out of the shotgun, one back.
Rolling to his left and firing. And the pass is incomplete. I think they've changed.
That's a change, yeah.
I think there's been a change in quarterback, too. Shakur Mason, who's number 2, he was the one who just came in. He may have been in for the second half for all we know. But anyway, he's in a quarterback now for the Silverbacks and throws an incompletion a little bit short of the receiver, forcing a 2nd and 10. And I think for the Silverbacks now, if they're going to get back in it, they're going to have to score very quickly.
Indeed. They need to get back on the scoreboard very fast on this drive. And with the time running out especially, you're only going to get so many chances the rest of this way. You look at it now, we're going to be under 5 in the third. That's about 20 minutes of play time still left to go. We're 2/3 of the way through this game. Going to be thrown to that right, low, incomplete. And that's something where the receiver had to completely adjust to that and go to a low part of the center of gravity that he's not quite accustomed to. As a result, it's going to be a 3rd down coming up here for the Silverbacks. And right at this moment, you have to consider this is 4-down territory. Try to find, if you can't go deep, at least cut the field in half. If that first read downfield ain't there, try to find somebody underneath. You got 2 plays to make it happen. Don't punt. Punts are dead at this point for you. Focus on trying to find any sort of way to get this win.
Okay, so it'll be 3rd and 10 from the 48-yard line. And we'll see what Shakur Mason does as he will stand with a spread-out format. Back to the left here. Very important play for the Silverbacks here. He takes a snap, decent one. He's under a rush on the left, screens out nice to midfield, but it's not. Bounces off a tackle. Okay. But he's not able to get through the second, so he's elusive, but only for about a yard, and it ends up being 4th and 9. So the question now is, 4-down territory, you might as well go for it at this point as the clock runs under 4 minutes in the third.
For sure. You almost have to at this point, 27-point game. You're not going to get many possessions left. And on top of that, it's going to be harder to get stops as this game goes along, because at this stage you would imagine the Storm, they're content with this 27-point lead. They're going to probably go for more if they can, but at the same time, I think they're more concerned with getting this championship, heading home and saying that they are the real Virginia team of the 2.
Well, let's just put it this: at least of these 2 teams. But then again,
that's what I said. That's
what I said. There are other Virginia teams like the Mutiny that may have to say something about. But that comes later.
We should have a tournament with all the teams with state names in it, and then do a big Olympics thing for it. One team from each state. I like it.
That'd be interesting. I wonder who the team from South Dakota will be.
Oh, there's plenty of South Dakota teams. Semi-pro's huge down there.
Oh, they're going to play fake on the punt on 4th down. Rolling to his right. Let's see if he runs. He will. 45. And he loses the football.
Big man trying to get more.
And he's going to run.
He's got it.
Now,
he did it.
No, he didn't.
No,
he did not.
No, really?
Now, first of all, in order to recover a fumble on 4th down, you have to recover the fumble that you caused in order to advance. So the ball would have been dead at the point where the lineman got it at the 43-yard line. So the officials will discuss where it is. Guy would have been sure of a first down anyway, but that is the rule for 4th down. I mean, I've seen that a number of times.
I've never seen that called. Well, maybe because I've not seen that happen before till just now, so that's probably why.
Well,
that's a new one for me hearing that.
Well, the thing is, though, one thing, and the spot of the fumble was at the 45, so that's where they're going. That's where the Storm will take over, and that's the rule there. I remember seeing a play where, like in the final 2 minutes, a quarterback played the Oakland Raiders from the 70s. He fumbled his own ball, and somebody recovered in the end zone for a touchdown. That's
Holy roller.
Well, that was the holy rule change also. To prevent that from happening, whether it be 4th down or in the final 2 minutes of a half, as we have a timeout called by the Silverbacks, the reality of the situation is you stop the advancement of the football. So that was the situation at that point. I've seen it a few times here. So why don't we go ahead and take a break? 2:35 left here in the third, and it's 40-13 for the Storm over the Silverbacks. We'll come back in a moment.
You hear that sound? That's all of us cheering and laughing. Everywhere, louder than ever. It's not the past, it's our future. Because we have vaccines, tested, safe, and effective for everyone. Our shot at a better future is here. Get loud, North Carolina. This is our shot.
We're back here at Potomac High School as the Storm get the ball on downs, 1st and 10 at their own 45-yard line. Of course, quarterback Ethan Reynolds still in the game. And now you're
probably played a great game.
And here he's going to – and that's not Williams, as he'll be taken down about the 47-yard line as the defender ends up losing his helmet. That happens to be Troy Helton, who did the Wildcat that time, and he's able to get about 2 on the play. Well, at least we are able to see his number a little bit better in comparison with the first quarter. And as far as Helton's concerned, he has had an unbelievable game for the Storm. He scored 3 touchdowns, 1 receiving, 1 rushing.
He's in the backfield of the quarterback again. Let's see if he's going to go for a passing touchdown.
Well, let's see what he does. 2nd and 8, and here is a pass. Oh, good tackle by the Silverbacks there. DeAndre Burks caught it. And I believe that might have been Brown who made the tackle there. So it'll be 3rd and quite a bit after a several-yard loss.
Storm ain't attacking downfield like they were early on. Seems like they're going for a little more conservative play calling here, trying to wind this clock down. We're at the minute 37 mark here in the third quarter. They still got a huge lead, and the Silverbacks have not really been much of a threat offensively. I think they're very comfortable right now with the spot they're in.
Well, Reynolds is on the sideline, so Helton, he's going to roll to his right and throw a deep ball down the sideline. Knocked down, incomplete. There was a little bit too much air, but there's a flag down about the 35-yard line. So we'll see what this is all about.
I guess it might be in the backfield, some sort of hold.
More than likely. If that's the case, the penalty will be refused, and that's exactly what's happening. So the penalty's on the Storm, and it'll be 4th down. So they gave Troy Helton a chance here. I mean, he's had 3 touchdowns already in this game. Of course, he had that juke move back in the second quarter where he just took off from like 49 yards out, and nobody could get him. And other than that, a little reception, a short reception, and then a rushing touchdown. He's been all over the place today.
And right now, you're looking at a 4th down, about 5 to go on the play. Looks like they're going to punt here. Safe play call. Don't want to take no need to go for it here at this point of the game.
And keep in mind, too, Ethan Reynolds, he's thrown 4 touchdowns in this game. Boyd's caught 1. Keyshawn Jones has caught 1. And, of course, Helton's caught 2. They're coming on the punt. And
he's lucky that did not hit him in the back there because he did not see where the ball was coming.
Did not. And the return goes to about the 30, maybe the 31-yard line.
Could have gone a lot worse there. That ball just missed him, and he had his back to it with a Storm player next to him. That would have been prime position for a fumble recovery on that end. And that's something you got to always look out for on that punt return, is making sure that ball is nowhere near you when you're a player, unless you're returning that thing.
And field awareness is such an important thing, and a lot of people discount it. I don't understand why, because when the ball's in the air, you have to look and see where it is and make sure you are out of the way. We've seen too many teams try and make something out of nothing and then end up causing a turning point of the game, fumbling it back to the other team, and it ends up being a backbreaker for your team if you're not paying attention, depending on what happens after that.
See what Silverbacks can do now. They're at the 31-yard line, their own 31. So they've got about 69 yards to go to that end zone. Minute and 5 left in the third quarter. Down by 27. And we will be on the field after this game, just to give you all a heads up to show the winner. We'll be on the Sunshine Bowl page. Joey Blaze will be live for the celebration. Tune in after this one. We still got 2 more to go this weekend, and what has been an awesome weekend.
This has definitely been a lot of fun, and we still got 2 more games to go. As here we go from the Silverback side, 1st and 10 from the 31-yard line. And their quarterback, Mason, decides to take it himself. He'll dive about to the 36-yard line. By the way, those 2 games coming up at 4 o'clock or around there, the Bold City Thunder against the Iredell Warriors.
There's actually an update with Bold City Thunder. They will not be playing in that game. They have been replaced by the Cecil County Chaos team that I covered
that explains
last year.
it now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for sharing that, because I was wondering that they had placed it, but I guess it was a last-minute change that we were not aware of.
Bold City dropped out very, very short notice, and as a result, Cecil County, a last-minute substitution. They're going to be here. They've had a really good year. I had a chance to cover them last year when they played the Brunswick Railroaders in the ACFA playoffs. I look forward to seeing them back today.
Okay, so now on 2nd down, here is Mason, who gets jarred down at the 25-yard line, sacked by Gary Becker. I think this is the first sack of the game for either side, as the clock will run out. Actually, the 2nd sack of the game. Oh, yeah, that's what I have. Shakur Mason is the quarterback. But anyway, we are at 3-quarter time as the Virginia Storm lead the Virginia Silverbacks 40-13. We'll take a short break. The final quarter comes your way after this.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. Promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go!
Okay, we're back here for the final quarter. Just want to remind everybody, the commercial you just saw for Big Didi's, if you're watching on YouTube in the stands, go ahead and get some at the refreshment stand. Obviously, I love these intermission things that Howard put together. I mean, that was just a fantastic commercial, to say the least. And sometimes you got get nostalgic to get creative, and or vice versa, and it really worked out well for her. Anyway, I'm Tom Wilkins, Joey Blaze with you, Howard Gable with the controls, and there you have Chris working the end zone camera. As right now it's been all the Virginia Storm leading 40-13, and the Silverbacks with the ball on a 3rd and 15 following a sack. Shakur Mason, the quarterback now. He'll take a snap a little bit wide, trying to get over, and he gets thrown down by Sidney Sandage of Youngstown State. So back-to-back sacks as they're just firing on all cylinders right now in the Storm defense.
The O-line has held up as long as they can. You mentioned it prior to that last play, only 1 sack surrendered. This time, the rush came in on back-to-back plays, and you're starting to see this O-line for the Silverbacks getting worn down a little bit. Heat's starting to be a factor. Remember, there's no shade on that turf field, and we've already talked about how the heat can get to you.
And the heat may have gotten to the Silverbacks as a very late flag came down, and it's going to be unsportsmanlike conduct.
Oh, on the Storm.
On the Storm? And that's going to be an automatic first down. There might be a taunting foul.
I don't know what went down. I looked away. A lot of late penalty flags coming out. A lot of extracurricular stuff happening after the play. And if you're both sides, you don't need that, especially if you're the Storm team. I know you're up big right now, but those are some things that you got to avoid in later games down the road, and this is going to go way up the field.
Yes, indeed, a 15-yard penalty. It is very rare that you move the markers back and reset the downs. That does not happen very often.
Especially when 4th down comes back up.
And they're going to make sure
they're going to
they're backing up the chains because with that type of penalty, that's an automatic first down.
I believe they're back at the original line of scrimmage.
Well, they're back at the 30-yard line, so it's like the last few minutes didn't happen minus 3 feet. So 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line as Shakur Mason will try and lead his team down the field. So a new lease on life for the Silverbacks for this particular drive. Let's see if they can take advantage of it. They'll take the snap. Mason standing and then drops the football. It's recovered by one of his linemen. I mean,
sloppy.
It makes you wonder if Mason is confident in what he's trying to do. That's the thing I'm worried about.
What I'm seeing right now is an O-line that's worn down. I've seen quarterback play that's not been there all day. And it looks like there was
a penalty for illegal formation, so they declined that. So it'll be a sack, and it'll force a 2nd and 15 from the 25-yard line.
Minus 5 yards on this play, and they've gone nothing but backwards so far on all 4 of the plays. The only yards they've gained have been that 15-yard penalty, and even then, with the amount of yards they've lost, that's still less than the number, or that's still more rather than that penalty yards. So
and
they've gone completely backwards in this drive.
But also, it's an unnecessary penalty. I mean, you're up big. You don't need to do something to ravage your opponent when you've already done that on the scoreboard. You don't want to make it an injury to insult or vice versa.
They went to the school with Cobra Kai. No mercy.
I've never heard of that. Okay. They remind me of the Karate Kid. It's been a while since I've seen the original. I've never saw the cover.
Sweep the leg, Tommy.
My leg. 2nd and 15. And a pass incomplete. Basically a one-hopper that time, and I think it went towards Todd Smith. So it'll be 3rd and 15 from the 25-yard line. I told you I'm not too much into movies, but I will tell you this much. Black Widow, another solid Marvel flick. I mean, I don't know if you're really into that, but in all honesty, it's pretty good.
Haven't quite seen Black Widow yet. Need to get around to that one. I was a huge fan of the MCU. I would talk about it, but it would go into the last game of the night, and we'd miss out on all the football.
And that wouldn't be anything to marvel about when we lose focus on football, but you got to have some sort of entertainment here. But 3rd and 15 is a spot for the Silverbacks at their own 25-yard line. The Virginia Silverbacks, a very rough day for them. They've had some positive moments, but the early mistakes got them behind in a big 21-0 hole.
And that left side was already ready to head downfield, and they keep going backwards.
Yep, another false start, another pre-snap penalty. I mean, we've averaged about 7 or 8 per game, and we're probably 6?
Yeah, through 5 plays on this drive so far, they have not crossed the original line of scrimmage. They have actually gone back, aside from the 15-yard penalty, a total of about 31 yards on this drive. That 15-yarder saved them and added a few more downs to the play, but unfortunately it's also killed more time as the Silverbacks have already lost about 3 minutes of this quarter to this drive.
Well, the clock continues to run. 3rd and 20 from the 20-yard line. Mason out an empty gun. And here we go again.
Another false start.
Yet the receiver on the right side took off like before the snap. It's like, what's going on here? And and not to mention Kenny Loggins. Yes, the heat is on outside, but in reality, it's taking its toll on the player. Oh, Glenn Fry. I thought it was Kenny Loggins.
Nah, Kenny Loggins was I'm all right. This is it. Loggins in the scene. Yeah.
Well, I'm fried.
Same.
Anyway, 3rd and 25 now as further backward go the Silverbacks as the clock continues to run. Anyway.
They've lost yards. They've lost clock. They're about to lose this game.
Losing coolness as well as Shakur takes a snap, looking, going to take a shot down the field, and it ends up being incomplete. I think it was his. He threw the ball.
That time you saw what he can do. He definitely has an arm, and he was very close to making that play happen. Try to get that one-on-one down the sideline. But just like every other play they've had so far in this quarter, it's just not working out. And I believe it's the first time they haven't lost yards in the play. This time they break even.
Incidentally, I also think that he did not throw a perfect ball. That was not the greatest spiral in the world. So something to definitely work on, get tighter with his arc and his receiver being in the right spot. But it wasn't a bad play. It wasn't a bad call. It was just not executed very well. And at the very least, it wasn't a sack. It ended up being an incompletion. So 4th down, and I'm guessing the Silverbacks are going to go for it. They might punt just to make field position happen here.
Yeah, I think at this point they're content. It's getting hard to rally back with 10. Well, especially when
Dunbar
this happens.
With the return, a couple of juke moves inside the 25 down to the 24. Darian Dunbar, I mean, he's basically more the under-heralded hero of this game. Remember, he was the one who intercepted on 4th down in the first quarter and ran the ball back 48 yards for a score. And I wouldn't say put the game away, but they put the Storm in fantastic position because the Silverbacks, they have been running ragged all because of the Storm defense.
And right now, Storm, perfect position once again to score. 25-yard line. They'll start this drive. Easy money here. But at the same time, 10:26 to go. You got to think at this stage, points are nice, but let's just get this trophy. Let's head home. Let's prepare for next season because next season is going to be a long challenge, especially as more players start coming out of the woodwork to play, more teams start popping up. The competition is getting greater in this sport, and right now we have a timeout on the
the Storm just called a timeout in the early part of the 4th quarter. So why don't we take a break? 10:26 left. Storm leading the Silverbacks 40-13. We'll come back in a moment.
Our attackers come in many forms. They're viruses, including measles and the flu. Their goal, to spread across Texas and make us sick. One thing stands in their way: vaccines. Texans trust vaccines to defend us against quarantines and lost work and school time, and to stop the most dangerous viruses now and for the future. Vaccines defend what matters.
All right, we are back here in Potomac High School as the Virginia Storm just used the timeout, and I think they're making a couple of changes along the way. The Storm, they're going to be the second if this holds, they'll be the second team going undefeated and winning, as there's a handoff being thrown down hard is Steve Mendoza for a loss on the play. I thought I saw a flag down, and no, there was not. So it'll be second down. I thought something came onto the field, but there's a football being thrown on the track along the far side. But this has been a very dominant game for the Storm. Ends up being a 5-yard loss, so 2nd and 15. But at this point, I don't think the Storm mind because they have this game well in hand. Between split backs, once again, it's Troy Helton. Oh, here's back in the game, rather, is Reynolds. The handoff ends up losing yardage. That was Parker Martin, but we're going to have an illegal formation foul against the against the Storm, so that's they're probably going to decline and make it a 3rd and 20. So a couple of illegal formations. You got to have 7 men on the line of scrimmage, but in this case they had less than that. So it'll be 3rd down and about 20 coming up as they've gone backwards 10 yards. But again, the Storm, right now they're not concerned about putting up any more points, given the fact that they're up 27 right now. It really has been an impressive performance. But for Reynolds, let's not forget, out of the 6 touchdowns scored, he does have 4 touchdown throws for the game. 1 to Mark Boyd, 1 to Keyshawn Jones, and 2 to Troy Helton. So give him props. Another flag down, and Reynolds gets out of a sack and is going to throw one down the field. There's a man open, but a little bit wide and incomplete. That was intended for Helton, by the way. But we'll see what the flag is for this one.
Looks like he's pointing over to the offensive side. Well, the ref, I thought, was pointing. They just pointed to the other ref.
Yeah, one never knows how they communicate. Another illegal formation.
Yep.
So that'll be refused, and it'll be 4th and 20, and I think the Storm will be content to punt at this point. Now, I'm curious, and this was a question I wanted to ask earlier. You look at the Silverbacks. Of course, they've been wearing all black pretty much. Now, how, in the Sunshine Bowl, how do teams get to choose uniforms? Is it a coin toss, and then they get to choose?
I want to hit up our manager / PA announcer / tournament runner, Mr. Coach Crow.
Slashing everything else at this point.
Coach, player, GM, he can do it all.
Well, here's Reynolds back on 4th down. They're actually going to go for it. Deep ball. It's
beautiful.
Caught. Oh, my goodness. Welcome to the end zone for the 4th time today. Troy Helton, the 5th touchdown throw on the part of Ethan Reynolds. And Helton has 3 of them. He also has a rushing score. What a game for those two.
Where's that picture meme of the guy walking away saying, all right, I'm out? At this point, if you're the Silverbacks, this 4th and 20, if I was a defensive coach, I would not be happy right now. Just giving up these long plays on 3rd and 4th and long have killed this team as a whole. So I think it's a little bit of a drive down, about an hour or 2, depending on traffic.
At least 2 hours.
At least a short drive.
All right, coming in with the extra point, their extra point kicker, Corey Latham, they finally get somebody onto the field to see if he makes this attempt. Takes the snap. They don't even give a rush. Kick on its way, and he got it. Good job by Latham as the kick is good. That makes it 47-13. And to give you an idea on the Virginia Storm, to cast the characters there, of course, their head coach, Chris Weeks. The owner is Heather Weeks, but the other personnel involved, defensive coordinator David Martin, special teams coach Joey Lamonaco, offensive line coach Ben Matthews. Defensive line is Lawrence Harris, also known as LaFleur. For their games, the ball boy is Nathan Weeks. The water boy is Devin Weeks. Photos are responsible by Derek Hairston, and the trainer for the Storm is Lisa Martin. So for the Alta Vista, Virginia folks, the Virginia Storm, I mean, it may be a several-hour bus ride, but it's going to be a nice bus ride for the Sunshine National Bowl championship team. Remember the Storm, they were 10-0 this year and were the AFL champions. Meanwhile, the Silverbacks, the UE AFL champions at 9-2. But sometimes when you put a clash of the Titans involved, one team is obviously going to be stronger than another. And sometimes the mismatches do happen. And we talked about this yesterday. From other parts of the state, from other parts of the region, from different regions, there's going to be a different style of football. And sometimes you have players that are going to be built differently, physically, mentally, emotionally, and it all kind of comes across in a different style. We've seen that a bunch yesterday. Of course, this game and the other two coming up, I forgot to mention, just check out HSG Network, and you can certainly replay any of the games. And, of course, we have a link to yesterday's games as well, if you would like to see that. Here's a line drive kickoff, taking about the 23, running to about the 40, but that's about it. And I believe that was Kendall Davis who brought out the return. So the Silverbacks get to try it again.
And here we go. 34-point deficit, 7:58 to go in the game. Tom, what's your strategy down by 34 with 7 minutes to go?
I think that it's going to be a long ride home anyway. I would try and end on a positive note. I mean, you know you're not going to win the game anyway, but try to have some positivity, get that last drive, get the last points, and at least end on a nice note. You know the game's average at this point. So from a psyche standard, that's what I think would be the strategy at this point. I know people want to try and score 4 touchdowns in 8 minutes like the Vikings did in 1985 to beat the Eagles, down 23-0 with 8 minutes left, but this more than highly unlikely is not going to happen here. So we'll see what the Silverbacks do. They'll do their best. I mean, that's all they can do at this point. Again, quarterbacking Shakur Mason. He's been in since the third quarter, replacing Taj Smith. And let's see what they try and do. They'll spread out, and it'll be 1st and 10.
Clock winding down. They've already burned about 20 seconds on this one, just trying to get set up.
Well, in a
situation
situation like this, you figure running clock would be the way to go here. Here's Mason back. He's hit as he throws the ball and is incomplete.
Got to have a sense of urgency, though, with the time and everything else. Got to look back at the clock, follow it. But at this stage of the game, I think the Silverbacks, I think they're ready to just head back home. And I don't blame them one bit. This has been a tough day. This is one of those days that you want to learn from. Don't forget about what happened. Move on. Don't forget what you did wrong. Just learn from your mistakes. You'll do better. There's a whole season left to be played in their league coming up this fall. And, of course, we're going to see them again. This team is not going to go away. They just have to try to measure up to a team in the Storm that right now is showing they're a little bit out of their element. The Silverbacks team is compared to how the Storm team has played today.
And sometimes a lot of it has to deal with changing of players and a lot of times how long this team has been together and knowing each other and all that stuff. Let's just say that was the
well-timed play as a D lineman.
No, it was not a well-timed play. Gary Becker shot out of a cannon and was already 2 yards away from the quarterback before the whistles blew. It's like, come on, protect me, please. So a deliberate encroachment foul, and that'll be a 5-yard penalty, making it 2nd and 5. I know you want to try and make defensive plays. I mean, you're hitting on all cylinders, and you basically have everything wrapped up. But sometimes these things are kind of unnecessary. But anyway, that's semi-pro for you sometimes. But here we go in 2nd and 5.
4 wide receiver set, 1 back. See what they try to run
We've
here.
been seeing a lot of that from both teams today. Under a rush, and sneaking out is Mason. He's going to run to midfield and get down to the 47-yard line, and that's going to be a 1st down. And for some reason, the Storm, they were complaining about a hold or a block in the back, and no call was made, so Mason ends up gaining 8 yards. But that's semi-pro too. But you're up 34 points. I mean, the question I would have is like it would make a difference at this point.
Anything could happen if you believe. Do you believe in the Silverbacks? I believe in the Silverbacks.
Hey, I do too. But sometimes you have a bad day. I mean, sometimes one league's stronger than the other, and when you put the clash together, you see who comes from a stronger league. But then again, you look at the makeup of both teams and look for those particular mismatches, and we've seen a lot of them today. So 1st and 10 now from the 47-yard line is Mason. He's going to try firing. They got a man open. Nice catch.
Beautiful. Can he stay in bounds? Great footwork.
Great footwork. 10-5, and it's welcome to the end zone. Raquel Carter.
Great play, but don't taunt there at the end. The scoreboard is what matters more than that play. You can't just taunt like that. Catch it and run in there. Take your points. Got to give him credit, though. Excellent footwork after he made the initial catch. He's going to run it in for the score. And for the Silverbacks, this is a positive note. 19 now to 47. But, at least they're going out fighting. They're not going to take it and lay down. They're showing the Storm, we can't play against you. We just need some time to learn.
Well, and sometimes that's the case. I mean, there may be a rematch next year. We just don't know. They might see each other down the road. It might be a football-friendly matchup down Western Virginia.
2 Virginia teams. There's a good chance their paths will cross again. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see that.
They're not too far. You know what? They're not too far from each other. Of course, the Virginia Storm out of Alta Vista. For those of you wondering where that is, it's south of Lynchburg. Meanwhile, you got the Silverbacks out of Charlottesville, which is a little bit north of Alta Vista. So they're in the mountains, both of them, and they're probably maybe about 2 hours from each other.
I imagine a couple of the guys have faced off over the years in many different levels of football play, so they're at least somewhat familiar with each other. They've crossed paths at some point one way or another. Right now, though, on the biggest stage at a very neutral site up here in Northern Virginia, there's going to be a pitchback.
Well,
here.
it's a lateral play now. Flag goes down, and another very hard hit after his knee
there's
went
a hat
down.
coming off.
And it's raining flags and hats and other clothing. A bunch of penalties on the play. The conversion is no good, and somebody's seeing stars after that hit. So they'll discuss it. I mean, he gave himself up. I mean, I think there was a holding call anyway, and then the hit came afterwards, which could offset. And they may redo the try.
Unnecessary hit. Sometimes I'll defend defenders on plays where it's close, but that time he's sitting down straight up and looking right at you. Don't lean down and try to hit him with the helmet. It's over at this point. Don't do anything that's a dumb penalty or hurt somebody else. And
it's also a level of respect too. So we'll see what the officials discuss, and I just want to let everybody know, and I'm trying to get back to the photos here, coming up the next game, and a little bit of a change here, it will be the Cecil County Chaos against the Iredell Warriors. That'll be next following this game.
Should be a really good game between those two. I had an opportunity to cover Cecil County last year when I saw them play the Brunswick Railroaders in the ACFA playoffs. They fell short to Brunswick that day, 14-6. Ended up going 0-2 in that double elimination playoff they did last season. But Cecil County, a much better team this year. They're really starting to turn a corner. Look forward to seeing how they come out today in the Sunshine Bowl.
And then the final game of the triple header.
There's the referee call official. Let's see. Going on the defensive side. I imagine it'll be a redo of down unless there's a second penalty here.
Well, I think there was a holding call on the play. Now, obviously,
looks like he signaled roughing twice there. I just saw a second signal to that defense. And now, okay, there's that third. Okay. So either way, it should be a redo. See if they can get the points here. 28-point game, 4:53 to go. We're going to hit the field momentarily once we get the 2-minute warning.
I've seen some crazy things happen with football. And wasn't there was a game, there were like 5 penalties on one play, 4 on the offense, 1 on the defense, and everything offset because of it.
See, it's crazy. Sometimes it just gets rough out there. A lot of things happening, a lot of moving pieces, a lot of action. And for the referees, you got to give them credit. They do a great job in trying to keep order in this game, make sure guys are playing fair and by the rules. And they're going to line up here for this 2-point conversion once again, and they're talking to the sideline of the Storm, it appears, and I guess we have another couple of seconds before we get this play off.
Eventually.
Trying to explain, I guess, what exactly went on there. Storm kind of questioning what went down on that last play, but it seemed pretty clear-cut to me. You got to go with a replay on that one. So we'll go ahead and see what happens.
And while we wait for that, we forgot to tell you the last game of the triple header coming up around 7 o'clock. The Fayetteville Ducks against the Virginia Mutiny. That will definitely be a fun way to finish off this 7-game Sunshine Bowl here at the Spring Nationals here at Potomac High School, which we want to certainly thank all of them for the hospitality and giving us the opportunity to bring this all to you on the HSG network. Just a fantastic job by everyone putting together this event. We'll definitely mention that later on as we close out. All right, so all the penalties offset, so we'll just pretend the last 4 minutes never happened, and we'll redo the try. Again, it's Shakur Mason at quarterback, who just threw the touchdown pass to Raquel Carter. And he's going to call his own number, and he dives into the end zone wishing it were an 80-degree pool, like all of us here. So he gets a 2-point conversion, and it makes it 47-21. But now with all the rough stuff that's been happening toward the end of the game, if you're the coach of the Storm, what do you tell your players?
At this point in the game, fellas, settle down. We got the gold. We got the championship. Let's just pack it in, go home. Don't do anything silly that might come back and hurt you some way or another down the road. Just get out of here with the trophy. You've already asserted your dominance on this Silverbacks team, 47-21. They do have a chance to surpass what Fayetteville did yesterday with 50. We'll see if they take that opportunity. Either way, they got it in hands. Be a tough deficit to overcome at this stage if you are this Silverback squad. Like we mentioned, it was just about it's actually still 4-score game. I should mention it was actually 5 a second ago.
Yeah, 47-19. I mean, it's a 28-point game, so you're going to have to require 4 touchdowns and a bunch of conversions.
Average 1 a minute.
Well, I don't know if that's exactly going to happen. However, let's just put it this way. It at least has been good that as I mentioned, for the Silverbacks, you end on a positive note, and they did exactly that. And great footwork again by Raquel Carter, who was able to keep his feet in bounds and run it in for the score. So what they're doing is there's actually was an extra penalty in that fracas. There were 3 penalties, the first 2 offset. The third one was an unsportsmanlike, and that's going to be enforced. So on the kickoff, the Silverbacks are going to go ahead and kick from midfield. So that's the whole reason why the kickoff's at midfield, because of what happened on the conversion the first time.
I'd go for an onside here of some sort.
You might as well, but instead it's directional and bobbled at about the 23-yard line. Cutting across, moving to about the 25 and down to about the 30-yard line. I believe that was DeAndre Burks who had to return that time. So with 4:45 left, I think the Storm, they're looking to run the clock out. And if you're the Storm, I mean, obviously you do want to keep playing, but at the same time, I mean, obviously it's all over but the shouting at this point. So now as far as the second game coming up, I mean, you're looking at the Cecil County Chaos and the Airedale Warriors. What do you see from these two as we preview Game 2 coming up in a little bit?
Going based on what I saw with Cecil County last year, that defense played extremely well against the Railroaders. That is the strong point of this team from what I've seen. Warriors, I can't really give much insight about. It'll be my first time checking them out. Look forward to seeing them. This should be a good matchup either way. You always like it when 2 teams who never face each other match up. And that's the one thing people about the Sunshine Bowl is you get matches you'll never usually see in the semi-pro world.
All right, on first down, this is a handoff and sliding. And, the ball got punched out, going to about the 20-yard line. Luckily, the Storm recover.
I thought he was down before the ball got punched out.
I don't think he was touched. I don't think he was touched.
Yeah, because I know he was at least on the turf, but let's say the referee's pointing over there. I think they're discussing it right now.
They're going to discuss the ball. The thing that is, don't forget, too, I don't think he was touched, though. The play had to continue. But if he gave himself up, then the play is dead.
That is correct, and looks like ball's still sitting there at the 20-yard line.
Figures
I
that
think they're going to discuss it in the middle right now.
And the ball is down. I mean, they're going to discuss where field position was, trying to figure out, okay, did he give himself up? If he gives himself up, I mean, you're talking 12 yards field position. So we'll see what they come up with. Well, they're going to move the ball. They're going to say he gave himself up. And it's backed up to about the 30-yard line. So at the point where the runner gave himself up, even though he wasn't touched, he slid in a way that said, I give up, and that's where the play should have ended. So now and somehow it's still 1st and 10. I don't understand that. Well, here's going to be a throw on the left side, and that is nearly intercepted. They went in the direction of Evan Moore, and it gets broken up.
And it's going to be about a 2nd and 10 coming up for the Storm. Looks like they marked that, because I actually was away for a second while that was happening. They marked that spot up the field from where the ball was recovered at on that earlier strip. And now with 2nd down.
Yeah, 2nd and 10 from the 30-yard line. What had happened on the previous play was the runner gave himself up.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking was going on. The referees were discussing it, and they seemed like that's what they ruled. And so right at the 30-yard line now, they have a 2-back set, 1 tight end, 2 receivers. Handoff going to go to that right side, and it is going to be taken down immediately. Not much there. of a game. But at this point, you look at the clock, we're about 2:56 and running.
Yeah, definitely running down now under 3 minutes, and he's still got to get by the 2-minute warning as well. But for the Virginia Storm, I mean, very tough question to ask, but who's the MVP of this game?
That is a tough one. There's a lot of candidates for this one.
I mean, for some it's easy, and for others, maybe not so much.
But the way it's going to be on that, that's a tough call on my end. I don't want to make a judgment call on this one. Oh.
Well, fine. We're getting some water delivered here as we're getting set. Thank you very much. But anyway, you know what? For some, it's easy.
Reynolds makes a very strong case at that quarterback position. You always got to give it to the man back there who makes those deliveries to the receivers. Because you take out a player like that can change the whole complexion of the offense altogether. It may not click the same. Things may not gel the same.
Well, I do agree because it's easy to think of the quarterback being the most important player. You have Reynolds who's thrown 5 touchdown passes, but I'm going with the one who has scored 4 in Troy Helton, who has had 3 touchdown receptions, including one that he was a sensational play about 48 yards where he just whiffed by one of the defenders and used his speed to take off and ends up scoring. He also rushed for a touchdown as well back in the first quarter. So he had all 3 touchdowns in the first. I'm sorry, he had 2 to 3 touchdowns in the first. Here's Reynolds, who's going to get sacked down to 25-yard line.
Got to be careful of going for these passes late in the game like this. Silverbacks are upset that some of the players might try to get some shots in while they can. You got to watch putting your quarterback in that kind of position. Even if it's incidental, anything can go wrong. You don't want an injured thumb or anything like that, especially when there's a lot of ball to be still played throughout the rest of this year.
Well, they'll run the clock down to the 2-minute warning, and then the Storm will punt, and then the Silverbacks will have one more chance to make the final score a little bit more respectable, although we kind of know it's been more of a one-sided affair. So at 47-21, but I also got to give credit to the Silverbacks. They didn't give up. And for them, I think the player of the game for them is Rashad Brown with his 2 touchdown receptions. Wouldn't you agree?
2 key touchdowns, and that's what this team needed. He stepped up when the rest of the squad was struggling. He helped carry them a good bit in this game. It won't be enough, unfortunately, for them, but it's enough to go on next time and say, all right, this is what we need to do going forward. These are the kind of games that if you are the losing team, you have to learn from it. You can't go home and just be content being the hometown hero, the hometown king. When you travel and you see the Gatorade bath or water bath, I should say, on that left sideline.
And well-deserved. I'm sure whoever got it, probably their head coach, Chris Weeks, as the punt goes out of bounds to about the 38-yard line.
And I'm going to take the field right now for the post-game celebration. Tune in to the Sunshine Bowl page right after this broadcast is finished and head right back here to the HSG Network here on YouTube. HSG, TBT. We both use a similar kind of logos.
Hot, steamy, gucky. That's the weather. All right, Joey, thank you. We'll see you a little bit for game 2. And for the Virginia Storm, and there's a penalty flag down, by the way, at the 46-yard line. So, and there were a couple of flags. Hopefully there wasn't a 15-yard penalty on the bench for the Gatorade bath. Wouldn't expect that to happen.
Run the clock. Just run it. Run the clock. Just run it now. They don't care. Just run it.
So the ball is going to be spotted. We'll see after the penalties because there were 2 on the far sideline, and it might have been a hit while the ball was going out of bounds. And it's going to be on the Silverbacks, I believe, probably because of probably an illegal block in the back or a hold during the kick. So that's going to probably force them like 10 yards. We'll see. They're going to spot it back at the 25-yard line. Oh, I see what happened. There was a personal foul against the Silverbacks. Ball went out of bounds around the 40, and then I think there were 3 personal fouls, and 2 of them were against the Silverbacks. So that will mark off the 15-yard penalty. Obviously, things very, very chippy on the part of both teams right now. It just wasn't the Silverbacks' day. They're still a very good team. And like I said, sometimes you work with levels and you work against skill sets, and sometimes there are mismatches and things didn't work out. And for a couple of teams in the Sunshine Bowl, they found out the hard way and unexpectedly. So, but hey, that's the way things go. And there's nothing you really can do about it. You just play the game and do the best job you can. I've seen many, many games where things you expect one team to win and the other, well, didn't quite work out that way. All right, so in the shotgun is Mason as the clock will run down the final minute 10. Probably get a couple plays off. Here's Mason. He will await the snap. He does have a touchdown pass. And instead of going to run the ball, swinging to the left and going down about the 23-yard line. So about a 2-yard loss. So they'll probably get one more play out. Probably not try and air it out and try and score any more points. You definitely want to end the game the right way. And obviously, the far side of the field, the Virginia Storm in white, their fans very, very pleased with what's happened. We've had 4 teams in the Sunshine Bowl tournament come in undefeated, and 2 of them have succeeded. The Virginia Storm being the second one, the Soja Force of Alabama. They were the ones who were the first. So the game is over as they wave it off as congratulations to the Virginia Storm winning 47-21 over the Virginia Silverbacks. Stay tuned for game number 2 with the Cecil County Chaos and the Iredell Warriors coming up on HSG Network. We'll come back in a few minutes for game 2. For now, please stay with us. Okay, we are back here for game number 2 of this triple header here on Sunshine Bowl Spring Nationals weekend. We are looking at the end zone camera where James Crowell is taking over the camera duties right now. He's manager. He's basically put this whole thing together. You might want to put multiple titles on him for what he's done to make this weekend possible. But anyway, game 2 of this triple header, the Cecil County Chaos will be facing the Iredell Warriors of North Carolina. It is going to be an interesting matchup considering the original one ended up being changed at the last minute. Right now, we're about ready to kick off. I'm Tom Wilkins, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. The Warriors will be receiving the football first. Cecil County, interesting color scheme. They're an all black. Some people you'll see in neon yellow or neon green, and others will be in like dark red with their numerals as far as their outline is concerned. We are underway here at game number 6 of this weekend, and it's taken about the 20-yard line. Look at this guy run, crossing the 40 and finally down about the 45-yard line. That is Ramik Autry, who had a nice return, no flags on the play, and the Warriors, who are in white, they receive the ball first, winning the coin toss and receiving. You'll be seeing the Warriors moving from right to left, the Chaos left to right, and we'll switch sides in the second quarter. The Chaos in all black, the Iredell Warriors, you can basically compare them, their color scheme, to the team up the road, the Washington former Redskins, now football team. They, of course, with the same color scheme pretty much. But the Warriors will have the ball as we open this game. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 45-yard line. And of course, crazy shouts to everyone checking in on YouTube. We'd like to remind everybody, if you've missed any of the action, including the first game, you can always go back and watch the game. Of course, the first game, the Battle of Virginia between the Storm and the Silverbacks. You can check that out. Check us out on HSG Network. Subscribe to us on YouTube. You'll find us there, and you'll find a bunch of other things you can check on as well. All right, so let's get started here. 1st and 10 from the 45-yard line in a shotgun formation, a spread out, as they say. Waiting for the snap. He'll take it. Looking. He's on the run. And he's going to go deep with the first ball. There's a man wide open, and it's incomplete. Oh, my goodness. I mean, as wide open as anything you'll ever see, and he just missed. Ball was intended for Al Bryant. I mean, there was a lot of air under that ball, but for the Warriors, they took a shot down the field very, very quickly, and it ends up being incomplete. Now, a flag is down to 40-yard line, so let's see what's going on here. This may be against the Warriors. That came late, and that might have been a hold, and instead of taking the long incompletion, it looks like it'll be a 10-yard penalty. By the way, quarterbacking for the Warriors is Darius Thomas. He's wearing number 8. He's going to try and lead his team down the field. By the way, it's a 5-yard penalty. I think it's an illegal shift. So, it is a holding penalty, I beg your pardon. So it is 1st and 20 as the ball is spotted at the 35-yard line. Basically, we've been seeing a lot of spread formation. 4 receivers evenly divided. It'll be a back to the left. And we'll see what Thomas does with this shotgun snap. He takes it, and it's going to be a run up the middle. Some nice yardage there down to the 39-yard line. That's James Cloud, the running back, who picks up 4. Actually, they're going to give him 5. And they're 4 or 5 yards on the play. I think they're going to say 4 to the 39, so it'll be 2nd and 16. Those of you watching, the Iredell Warriors are out of Iredell County, North Carolina, which is north of Charlotte. They serve the areas along Statesville and Mooresville. So that's where this team is from for those of you watching. The Cecil County Chaos, they are out of Northeast Maryland. There have been a couple leagues, the XCFL, ACFA. They serve the Elkton, Maryland, and Newark, Delaware areas. So this is the following that has come through, and they came through at the very last minute to participate in this contest. As it is 2nd and 16, here's Thomas back. He's looking. He's being chased. There's a block and a long pass that's almost intercepted. It was broken up by Taiwan Johnson, who was able to swat away an almost inadvertent pass, probably an unnecessary pass, and it ends up being 3rd and 16. And sometimes you have to remember in these games, you want to make sure you get the highest percentage play possible and execute it to perfection. When you don't do that, mistakes are more than likely to happen. We have seen that a lot during this weekend in the 5 games that we have so far. We have this and one more to go after this. 90 degrees at game time here at Dumfries, Virginia, Potomac High School, as Joey Blaze has joined me once again after doing his post-game stuff in the previous game. I'm going to find this rather interesting.
Just buying a drink, fellas. Nothing else.
Well, nothing wrong with it. You got to stay hydrated. I think I'm on like my 4th water and maybe my 2nd Gatorade already.
It'll happen with this heat, trust me.
You're not kidding.
I feel for the Cecil County players right now.
Well, at least the sun isn't out.
Yeah.
Well, the sun isn't out right now, but it's 3rd and 16. Here's Thomas back the pass. Has time. Now he's being chased. Throws off his back foot. And a beautiful catch. A beautiful catch by Al Bryant, who rolls out of bounds at the Chaos 43-yard line. That is a first down off a 3rd and 16. What a tremendous play. And he ended up getting 17 yards on the play.
Excellent job to move the ball upfield right here. Up-tempo. They're in a hurry. Cecil County's linebackers still communicating with the rest of the defense on that side. And in the pistol look right now, they're going to hand it up the middle.
And that's going to be James Cloud again, who will cross his way to the 40, maybe the 39-yard line, and pick up another 5 yards. And remember, this Chaos team has not had very much time to prepare. It's basically coming right in, stepping in for another team and playing this group, and we'll see how much they can keep up with them. This could be a surprisingly interesting game.
Especially with the pace that this Warriors team is moving right now. They are marching down the field, and you keep running the ball like this in a no-huddle system, you're going to wear down those defenders of the Cecil County Chaos very fast.
And once again, that was James Cloud with the carry on a read option, and he plows up the middle. That should be a first down. They are moving the chains at the 34-yard line. So a pair of first downs, including that 3rd and 16 conversion, and the Warriors are literally on the warpath on the opening drive of this game.
I ain't seen a team in burgundy and gold look this good in offense in years around here.
You do have a fair point. But anyway, 1st and 10, ball spot at the 34-yard line. Let's see what Darius Thomas, the quarterback, decides to do. Same spread out formation.
I got to give them praise here. They are not in too much of a hurry. They are taking their time to analyze what's happening, but they're moving the ball up and quick enough that the county team is not getting enough time to really breathe.
Well, that was a good handoff to Teddy Allen and tackled Shoestring down about the 32-yard line. Good play by the Chaos defender. Only about a 2-yard pickup, so it forces a 2nd and 8. And now we're going to have a timeout called, and it's going to be on the Chaos. So
Smart move early on. You've seen what this Warriors team can do with moving the ball. They've shown they're very much capable of doing so at a pace that, sorry about that, just adjusting. I had a chance to see Cecil County last year when they went up against the Brunswick Railroaders.
We're just having some adjusting up in the press box during this timeout. So, interesting note here. I mean, we mentioned about the Chaos being in a couple of leagues and, of course, being called down to last minute. They're only about maybe 2.5 hours from here, give or take an hour when it comes to D.C. and Baltimore traffic and having to deal with both of those cities and their beltways and all that stuff. That can be a little bit crazy in itself. But anyway, it is 2nd and 8 from the 32-yard line. Let's see what Darius Thomas does. They go on a 4-receiver set, tripling the near side. We have not seen this formation at all so far today until just now. So Thomas will take, and a high lateral. I don't know if it'll be a forward pass or not, but it is incomplete. They intended it for Ramik Archery. It was just thrown way too high, and it forces a 3rd and 8. So the Chaos,
I appreciate it.
You'll notice they're basically all in black, and you may see on your screen that some of the numbers are in red trim, and some of them are in neon green trim. And you don't see that very often with a team. And sometimes it's always a matter of trying to read things and make sure they're done right. Now, wait a minute. Has there been a penalty thrown on the play? Or are they going to rule that a lateral? I think they may rule it a lateral, and that's going to be a 4-yard loss. a 5-yard loss back to the 37-yard line. So following the lateral, which that's what the officials ruled, that was relatively close. A tough break for the Warriors as it's now 3rd and 13 from the 37. Thomas looking to eye his receivers. They again triple to the left side. Thomas takes a high snap. He's under a rush. Gonna throw deep right side. Give it another try. And it's caught this time. Welcome to the end zone. If at first you don't succeed, you might as well try again. And Al Bryant brings it home. A 37-yard touchdown reception from Darius Thomas. And just like that, the Warriors strike first. Tremendous throw. You may remember just a couple minutes ago, it was the opener of this game, very opening play. They tried the exact same play, and it went just off the fingertips of Bryant. He couldn't come down with it. That time it worked out a lot better for them. And for the Warriors, they get the first points. And, of course, pending the extra points as Joey gets his headset back on, trying to work on the camera angle. I mean, basically we are 3 Mr. Do-It-Alls at this point in time. And I'm guessing they don't have a kicker, so they're going to go for 2 points here on the conversion. And it's going to be a Wildcat play, and this is going to work for 2 points. So James Cloud gets a 2-point conversion, and with 10-11 left here in the first, it is an 8-0 lead for the Warriors, and we'll update things on the scoreboard in a moment here once everything is taken care of. But that was a very impressive opening drive by the Iredell Warriors. I mean, you look at their downfield drive and think about how this drive happened. They had a 3rd and 16, and they got 17 yards. I think that was the biggest play of the drive right there. But now we're going to see what the Cecil County Chaos is all about. They, of course, have a lot of interchangeable parts. You have plenty of players who play both offense and defense. Some people play receivers and running backs, and others end up playing defensive backs. So we'll see exactly how things are going to play out with the Chaos's opening drive. So while we get everything set up, it ends up being a 55-yard drive, and like I said, that key play, that 3rd and 16 conversion, that was really the difference, and that led to that 37-yard touchdown strike to Al Bryant from Darius Thomas. So big score there as the opening drive, points for the Warriors, and then, of course, James Cloud with the 2-point conversion. So the Warriors now line up, and the Chaos get their defenders on the field. We'll see who's out and returning.
Okay.
And we're going to go ahead and use the end zone camera for this particular kickoff.
Shout out to the manager, PA announcer, director, and now cameraman, Coach Crow.
Multiple titles here. That ball gets by. Remember, it is a live ball, and falling on the 10-yard line, and not a very good start for the Chaos. I mean,
not at all.
I mean, you have to field your position, and unfortunately let the ball get by you, and it's a live ball, and he had to slide, and he barely was able to recover it. So for the Chaos, they're starting deep in their own territory, first down at their own 10-yard line.
And not the start you want if you're the Cecil County team. You've already let this Warrior team ride down the field on you. And, you know, you can talk about the short preparation time. I think it affects both sides coming into this. Warriors for a while were thinking to themselves, they had this Bolt City team coming in. Instead, Cecil County is their opponent. Much different matchup, as you know. And we'll see. So far, it looks like the Warriors, they're coming in. They're playing their game. They're doing excellent. That was a beautiful play on that right side for the score. Let's see how Cecil County responds.
No, the officials are going to respond first as there's a flag down. And I don't know exactly what they look like. They signaled unsportsmanlike conduct, and then, they're going to call it on the Warriors.
Oh, I'm not sure what went down there. Okay.
That's bizarre. We didn't really see anything bizarre in the first game, but here, a 15-yard penalty on the Warriors for a bizarre unsportsmanlike conduct foul. I guess somebody ran onto the field when they shouldn't have. That would be my guess, and the officials got him on that. So what a break for the Chaos.
How many pre-snap penalties this week?
Well, this is the first one that had unsportsmanlike conduct attached to it.
I've
that's
not
for
seen
sure.
that too. Yeah, that's way different.
We've seen a lot of strange ones, but this will go into that category.
Dot in the eye. Well,
1st and 10, and now they jump. And you speak of the pre-snap penalties. Guess what? We just had a neutral zone infraction on the Warriors. So remember, the Chaos started at their own 10-yard line. And thanks for the Warriors being as generous as they are or not being disciplined enough, now the drive begins at the 30-yard line.
Oof. Not what you need for just Warriors defense early on. It's a 1st and 5 now at the 30. We were talking about what it was. They were in the danger zone. Cecil County was that area of the ball where you can either have a bad event happen with a safety or even a bad snap. And right now, if you are Cecil County, a little momentum to help out. 20 yards in penalties. You've already cut the field down a little bit. And that D-line came in full throttle. That O-line just got brutalized.
Well, the problem is, did they jump before the snap?
Is there a flag?
Yes, there is.
I did not see that.
Yes, a flag came in right at
Bottom
the snap.
of the screen. I see it now.
And it's offside again against the Warriors, and that's 25 penalty yards against the Warriors without really an official play.
So a third of the field they needed to cover, Cecil County did, has been already covered by penalty. So Warriors making it a little easier on the Chaos right now, 35-yard line here.
Unfortunately, the Warriors are causing their own chaos.
Pure chaos.
Literally. So now it's 1st and 5. It's 1st and, what is it, 1st and 10? From the 35-yard line.
Another penalty.
Here we go again.
Oh, my. Cecil County has gained yards without running any actual plays. This is a great strategy. It's working. Just keep getting them off. Just keep drawing them because the Warriors keep baiting on it.
This is like absolutely bizarre.
Warriors going to call a timeout. If I'm that coaching staff, I'm very upset right now.
And they're all walking on the field saying, "What on earth are you doing?" I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. We'll keep it here. We've played 5 minutes in this second game of this triple header with the Warriors scoring on the opening drive, and this is the opening drive for the Chaos, and literally chaos and disorder on the field as there's been penalty yard after penalty yard. Have you seen a start like this before?
I have a few times, actually, and that's what happens with a lot of teams when they come into these type of games. You have a very tough competition, and the nerves, the anxiety as an opponent, I can imagine these Warrior players have never even heard of the Cecil County Chaos until today because of the fact they don't cross over up here very often. And, a championship on the line, you want to win something. The offense has shown great poise early on. They played a really well first drive. The defense right now, they got to get their heads together. Something is just off. They're anxious. They're over-anticipating plays. They got a lot of guys that are lined up right now. I think that's 6 people up front on the trenches. They're trying to – wow, there was nothing.
And there was maybe a fumble on the play, too, and I think the Warriors may have gotten it. For the first actual play that the Chaos ran without a penalty, they turned the ball over, and now
there's a penalty. Right as you said, without a penalty. And we get one right after.
This is going to be one of those games, folks. So a flag down after the fumble.
I think the Warriors are up to 4 penalties already, maybe 5. And
well, it came
only
after
5 minutes in,
and it came after the fumble. So I think it will be Warrior ball.
It should be. It'll say Warrior ball. It's just they're going to lose the yards that they were already at.
Let's take a look at the replay courtesy of Capital City Designs. Look at how quickly again to the backfield, and the ball came out as he was going down.
That O-line was obliterated on that right side, and that's something I've noticed throughout this first drive is that the Warriors have been able to just go right through that O-line of the Cecil County Chaos. They're putting 6 on the line, and Chaos trying to run the ball, go power for power, but they're overmatched up front so far.
Ends up being the oh-no line after that play.
Let's see what's happening right now. Let's see if I'm going to back this up.
Well, the penalty is going to be against the Warriors again for unsportsmanlike conduct. And even though they will receive the football, they're going to be penalized all the way back to the midfield stripe. So the officials have a down to actually close to the midfield stripe. They're going to say the 46-yard line. So in what has been literally a crazy start to this game, the Warriors get the ball back following the turnover and an unsportsmanlike conduct. 1st and 10 from the 46-yard line. And the Warriors trying to line back up as Darius Thomas is the one that will he's the one who threw the touchdown pass in the opening drive. Let's see what he can do for an encore. Keep your eye on Al Bryant, who's lined up in the right slot next to Aaron Holsey, who's far end.
They're just talking at midfield here. The referees are. I'm not sure what the conversation is about, though.
Well, I believe what happened during this entire fracas after the fumble, that there was an unsportsmanlike foul that got a player ejected. Not exactly sure who it was, but because of that, the officials trying to restore law and order in a game that has had anything but that in the first 5.5 minutes. So now we resume 1st and 10 from the 46-yard line as Thomas waits on the shotgun. He'll take, play fake, going back, being chased. He's going to stumble and does like a whole circle, backs up, and throws a deep one left side, which is almost intercepted by Taiwan Johnson. He nearly had an interception on the opening drive. That one was a little bit low, and it wasn't a well-thrown ball the way the spiral came out. But that was a tough one. But who knows? Johnson might get another chance, and he's doing a lot of push-ups. He's punishing himself for that. On a hot day, you got to save your energy.
Hey, you got to save energy, but maintain discipline. That is the key word there. He knows he had an opportunity just now, and in his mind, no matter what you could say watching it, he feels like he made a mistake not making that pick. He realizes he just helped give the Warriors about a few more chances. Not his fault. It's a hard play to make, but as a player, you beat yourself up because of the fact that you don't want to not make a play there.
It's a different type of mentality if you kind of want to describe that. So it'll be 2nd and 10 from the 46-yard line. This time they're going to go 3-wide slot right and modified. We'll see how Thomas will take the snap. And now pitch out. And he'll be taken by Cloud.
Flag coming out.
And then going down to about the 40-yard line. There was a flag right in the middle, as you called it, Joey. And we'll see what this is all about. Might be a hold.
That's what I'm leaning towards. Let's see, the ref says.
It all depends on where it's thrown. Oh, a chop block
foul.
Block,
okay.
So more penalty yardage against the Warriors as they go backwards 15 yards. That's a major penalty. I'm surprised they didn't signal personal foul in front of the chop block. That would have made it a whole lot easier, but another major penalty, and the Warriors are way back at the 39-yard line. But think about this. They converted on a 3rd and 16 and got 17 yards. They had a 3rd and 15, and they managed to score a touchdown out of it. So 2 third and double digits, and they've been able to convert so far. So it seems like for the Warriors, this is nothing to them.
Yeah, but the biggest thing about it is you can't keep making penalties and mistakes like these. You got to think they're up to about 7 or 8 right now, and we're not even the halfway mark of this first quarter.
And they've had 3 major penalties already, like about 55 yards in penalties. It's like almost unheard of.
Especially this early on in the game.
2nd and 25 from the 39, and we got another pre-snap. Boy, I'll tell you one thing. DJ Khaled has got to be thrilled about this. So we're going to show you the penalty which caused the chop block. We have false start against the Warriors, which now it's 2nd and 30. So let's take a look at the chop block play again. You'll see it obviously in the middle of the screen. And it'll probably be in the middle of the line where they snap. Yeah, pretty much right below is where it happened. And something you can't do. It's a safety concern, and that's why those things are outlawed. 2nd and 30 from the 34-yard line. Let's see what Thomas can do this time. A high snap. He backs up. He's under a rush. He's being chased.
Great
He has
mobility.
room to run if he wants. And the pass is caught very nicely at about the 48-yard
Gonna
line.
be shy of that first down.
Yeah,
marker,
well short
but
of a-
still another chance coming up. But it was a third down coming
Yeah,
up.
it's still going to be third down. Ramik Autry with the catch down to 48. He's able to get 18 yards.
Cut it in half.
Well, he cut it in more than half.
More than half, yeah.
60% rather. 3rd and 12 now from the 48-yard line. We'll see what the Warriors have up their sleeve this time. I mean, passing has not been the issue. It's just been discipline.
Got about 10, a little more to that, 12 yards actually.
Another spread out formation here. 3rd and 12 as Thomas takes the snap. They're coming for him.
Deep.
Throws it deep, and it is tapped down, incomplete. Now, the receiver was pushed, but because of
It
the
was a tip,
deflection,
yeah.
but because of the deflection, that nullifies any pass interference.
Yeah, and the Warriors want a flag there, but that's a good call by the official, not calling that. Once the ball's tipped up in the air, it's every man for themselves, and right there, incomplete pass. Good defense by the Chaos, and right now it's 4th and 12 for the Warriors. We'll see if they try to punt it or maybe go for it. It's hard to tell. We've seen a 4th down from the 16-yard line before converted for 84, so anything's possible this weekend.
That was last night, and if you want to see that play, go ahead and check out the HSG Network and all the stuff from Saturday's Sunshine Bowl matchups, and that includes that play that you mentioned. So definitely check out HSG Network, and you can find a link also on the Sunshine Bowl page on Facebook. 4th and 12. Here we go. Let's see what Thomas does. They are going for it. They don't have a kicker. Back to pass. Throws up the middle. And in and out of his hands. Incomplete. Al Bryant couldn't bring it in. And for the Chaos, they forced the turnover on downs. And it really was the Warriors' own doing with all these major penalties.
A lot of mistakes on these last 2 drives of penalties. Here's the instant replay, capitalcitydesigns.net. And you look at the formation, 1 back. You got about no tight ends, 4 wide receivers set, plenty of options to throw to here. The snap comes out. He's looking right there immediately. He knew where he wanted it to go. That's slant across the middle, but right off the hands, incomplete. And Cecil County will take over at about the 48-yard line. An opportunity here, but so far that O-line is being pushed around.
And they've only had 1 play without a penalty that we didn't really get a chance to discuss. But I believe the quarterback for Cecil County is Matthew Coy. He's number 6. He has the red outline. Some have red, some have neon green. They switch with the receivers, and looks like they're going to quad the left.
The size differential in the D-line compared to the O-line right now.
And he might as well take a shot.
Beautiful!
And it's going to be caught. Look at this. To the 30, the 20. Spin move down to the 10. And pushing his way down to about the 7.
Hey, that's what you need if you're the Cecil County team right there.
Well, they stopped forward progress at about the 10.5. But that is a 42-yard pickup and a first down. What a play.
Deep pass down that right side. And you look at the pressure. Once again, the Warriors were getting right through there. However, this time around, Chaos gets enough time to throw that ball down the field. They get a 42-yard reception. They got a 1st and goal. Game is swinging. We're about 7 minutes left in the first quarter. Let's see if Cecil County can punch it in. The biggest thing so far has been that battle with the trenches. The D-line did not get there that time, but they have shown that they are very much capable of dominating the O-line. But that time, they managed to get the ball off in the big game. Let's see if they can convert into red zone. Here's a red zone offense and defense. Looks like on both sides.
Let's see what happens on 1st and 10. Oh, they're coming. Looking. Firing a little too high. Incomplete. That was a good try. It was caught, but well out of bounds. So it is an incomplete. And they have the right idea. They're doing a lot of misdirection. What's happening, they're lining up a quad of receivers on the left and 1 on the right, and they're obviously going with the lesser numbers along the right side. So therefore, that was the thing that got them 42 yards the first time. And they can, by the way, they only gave him the 12-yard line.
I just saw it spotted now at the 12, so it's actually going to be not a goal-to-go attempt. But
right, they can get a first. It's going to be a first. They can get a first down without scoring, that is.
Yes.
So they'll reset, and finally they'll spread out here, and they'll go to regular traditional 4-wide set, evenly divided. Matthew Coy, the quarterback for the Chaos. Say that 3 times fast.
Coy
He'll take the snap. He'll fire.
Beautiful,
Passes
right
caught.
across.
Welcome to the end zone. What a play by the Chaos as they end up getting a major play and now a 12-yard touchdown strike. Coy comes through with the score, and we'll see if they decide to go for 2 or just simply kick an extra point.
See what they do here. 8-6. You don't want to chase points, but some teams don't come with a quick kicker. It looks like they're going to go for 2, try to make this a tied ball game. And if you're the Chaos, you got to feel real good about this drive. The first 2 plays on offense that weren't stopped from penalties or overturned ended up being hard losses. That O-line was getting pushed around early, but right now Chaos starting to find its rhythm. The receivers are stepping up in a big way. Cecil County has come to play.
They definitely are, and we'll see what the 2-pointer is. A low snap. Flag is
out.
down. He's going to be sacked, but let's see what the penalty's about before we go any
It's
further.
going to be on the defense.
Oh, they're going to call offside, so that's going to go half the distance, and they're going to try conversion from, I believe, the 1-yard line.
Warriors have to get it together with these penalties. There's way too much right now when you're less than 10 minutes into the game.
And do you notice how it's affecting the field position?
Yeah, a lot of the yards, just as many yards as Chaos has gained, the Warriors have given to them on penalties.
It's almost insane to think about at this point, and we're only a quarter in. Hopefully things will finally calm down. But the Chaos came in last minute, and they can at least say, hey, we accomplished something very big.
looks like a timeout.
However, we are going to have a timeout called by the Chaos, and we're going to go ahead and show you the replay. That receiver who caught that inside slant as Coy threw that. Let's see how that play developed from the end zone camera.
Shout out Coach Crow.
Now watch the slant. Beautifully caught and into the end zone.
That's great route running, and that's a well-executed play from the quarterback to the wide receiver beginning at the center exchange. We talk about the 3 parts to a play, and right there, Cecil County making it work. 8-6 now to score. About 5:47 to go here in the first quarter, early on, and we're having a show here right here in the Sunshine Bowl. Game 6, 1 more to go after this.
A show within a show, if you want to call it that. Remember, they're still going to retry the conversion following the defensive offside, so the 2-point conversion is going to take place at the 1-yard line. But right now, I'll tell you one thing, the Warriors who thought they could push everyone around, I mean, they have come out a bit discombobulated, especially from a discipline standard, especially with all the penalty yards that they've given up. And keep in mind, for Cecil County's opening drive, they basically were given 25 free penalty yards, and then they turned the ball over, but then the Warriors couldn't take full advantage of it.
Here we go, conversion coming. Looks like they got a heavy backfield here.
Here's a handoff. Oh, he ran right into a brick wall and doesn't get in. He loses 3, so the conversion fails, and the Warriors will keep the 8-6 lead with 5:47 left in the first. Little bit on the surprising side, but we could have one of the more underrated but more exciting games of this weekend here. And and considering this group from Maryland, remember we had a team from Maryland from yesterday who did very, very well. And now you got the Chaos who come in who are going to try and duplicate that feat in a let's just say a little bit of a different route.
Crab cakes and football, that's what Maryland does best.
I'd rather have the burgers if you don't mind. I'm not a fish guy, but that's okay. But as I say, it happens, but not much you can really do about that. So let's keep this in mind that the Warriors, they were the CEFA champions. They were a 10-1 team, and definitely a lot of competition here with the Warriors. I mean, this is a very talented bunch. I mean, we've already seen through 2 series Darius Thomas and what he can do with the ball. We've seen a talented bunch of receivers. We've seen Autry. We've seen Al Bryant. Aaron Holsey has been in on a few plays. Those are the ones you definitely want to watch. And then on defense, we didn't quite get to see who the main characters are just yet. And even though numerically manpower is relatively even, I think it's going to come down to the skill set and how they're able to manage the mismatches within the game.
See what happens here in this kickoff. See what the Warriors can do. Try to get a gain here. And if you're the Chaos, get a stop here. You've already shown your defense can play against this Warrior squad. You just had a nice stop last drive. Warriors got to get it together with the penalties. They've had way too many to start this game.
Here's the Squibber. Will be taking about the 17-yard line, directional kick, and slipping out one tackle and being thrown down the 33-yard line is Autry.
That's one of those tackles where you want to make a statement and show this team that you're not afraid of them.
I think that
full throttle.
I think that's a big statement right there by the special teams of the Chaos.
See what happens here. First down and 10 coming up for the Warriors. 8-6 lead. Talked about that first drive. They looked like a well-oiled machine. They moved the ball extremely well. Great discipline, great execution. Ever since then, however, you look at the penalties on defense. You look at the lack of execution the last drive. Warriors certainly had an opportunity when that fourth down play, which if they catch that, he got enough space to get the first.
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I believe there was an offside on the kickoff against the Chaos, so they're going to have to re-kick from the 30-yard line.
All right, let's see what changes this time around. Let's see if the Warriors can get better field position. That's the thing about it. A re-kick sounds good on paper, but that just means another chance for anything to happen.
Well, absolutely, because you know that we've seen fumbles on special teams get turned over for points, so you just don't know. Let's see what the Chaos do as they try and kick off once again. And it's a directional one, and it'll head to about one past the return, and he's finally able to get to the 18-yard line. And, another good tackle. Another good tackle.
Momentum has shifted in this game from where it started at. Warriors early on were asserting their dominance on that offensive side. Right now, Cecil County is showing they can hang with this team. And let's see what this defense can do, get another stop, or if this offense can get back to where they were in the opening drive.
And think about this. The Chaos had offside on the kickoff, and they actually gained field position off of it because I believe a mental error on the part of the Warriors. As you can see, there is Autry running the ball, and watch this great tackle.
That is just great. That's good coaching. He was very well coached, and he's learned that technique and fundamental very well. This is a sound team, and let's see what Cecil County can do on defense. They're going to be in the shotgun formation here. Looks to be one back, four receivers.
And it'll be a handoff up the middle, slipping through a tackle, and what a hit down at the 28-yard line. I'm like, okay, you going to play with us? Well, there you go.
Notice the difference in the energy on the sidelines right now. A lot of the Warrior players just kind of standing around, not getting too excited on their sidelines. Cecil County's getting hyped, and their fans are really into it down there on the opposite side of the field.
Teddy Allen took quite a shot, but he's going to get the handoff for this one. He's going to try and assert himself down the field. He gets to about the 35, which should be enough for a first down. Remember that they gave up nearly 15 yards of field position following an offside on the kickoff by the Chaos, but now I think the Warriors might be a little bit angry at this point.
I got to imagine so. Like the way they started this game, like it seemed very promising. The offense drove down the field. Cecil County started in their own end zone. Now, and there's a flag again. I think
they hand this off to Cloud, and Cloud will get himself about 10. But
might not matter, though. Let's see.
Well, we'll see about that. I mean, forward progress stopped there, but I believe
it will matter this time.
Yeah, it's going to be offside against the Chaos, and that's going to give the Warriors yet another first down. So they'll refuse the penalty, obviously, and they move the chains as the ball be spotted right at the 45. That going to be enough for a first down? Yes, it is. They're going to move the chains now. Couldn't tell. It took them a couple of seconds. It's like chain gang. These guys are going to go fast, so you got to set up faster. So they're going to go with a modified with the spread out. First and 10 for the 45 for Thomas, who will take the snap. Another handoff. And a missed tackle, still on his feet, crossing midfield. Another missed tackle, and he falls down. James Cloud into Chaos territory at the 46. So a lot of running, ends up being a 9-yard pickup.
Nice gain there on that first down play. Now, if you're the Warriors, it's your opportunity.
Up the middle, and that's going to be enough for a first down and more. This time they change it up to Teddy Allen, who took that malicious hit earlier in the drive. But it has been all running this time for the Warriors as they move the chains yet again. They're now down at the Chaos 39.
Trenches will be the key to this team winning the game. Offensively, they got to keep pushing that D line up the field. defensively, they've already shown that they've won a few matches on chaos, and at times have overmatched them, albeit the last drive. You got to give it to chaos. Great offensive play calling to make sure they got the points. Right now, Warriors, it's a bit of a small, if no gain really, maybe a slight loss because
probably back to the line of scrimmage.
Right,
they ended up
roughly,
lining
yeah.
up in the shotgun, but a play that just never developed for Teddy Allen, and he just went down for no gain. So 2nd and 10 from the 39-yard line. Let's see how they line up this time.
got to change it up from time to time. Defenses will pick up on that if it keeps happening. Let's see how the Warriors respond.
Back to a spread out for 2nd and 10. Thomas, a high snap. He's going to throw this one. This one is caught by Bryant, and Bryant brought down the 32-yard line for a 7-yard pickup.
Well executed wide receiver screen on that left side. You saw the block right there before the numbers and the catch, and as a result, a good gain right there for the Warriors. They're sitting about 3rd and 3 now, and they're in really good field position. To me, this is 2-down territory.
And good tackle, I believe, on the part of Deion Cruz, who brought him down. 3rd and 3 from the 32. Another high snap. He's going to roll around to his right and fire a wide open man. That's Autry, and Autry gets to the 27. That's going to be good enough for a first down again for the Warriors. That was a good play call because it looked like it was going to be a mess from the very beginning from the high snap.
It was a little rough there to start. As a result, he had to immediately make an adjustment, ran to his right, seeing the pressure coming. Found his open man, however, got the first down. And this Warriors team driving once again. 1 for 2 so far on drives. Can they go 2 for 3 here? They're down about the 27-yard line.
And that's where the Warriors are, trying to get closer to extend their 2-point lead. Here's Thomas to take the snap. This time the handoff will go to Cloud, and Cloud gets backed up maybe a yard to the 26-yard line. So the Chaos, their defense, they're shooting on all corners, but they've been doing a good job doing the containment for at least the moment.
Got to give it to them. This team is playing very tough on very short notice. And for Cecil County, we talk about layoffs. I don't think they've played in about a month. So let's see how they can adjust to it. So far, I think they've clicked, and they've come to play against this Warriors team who have shown they can move the ball very well on the ground. The offense has has really good discipline. That's the one thing I will say. They know how to execute their stuff, and I believe there's going to be a stoppage here.
Yes, timeout called by the Chaos, and I think that's already their second timeout. So let's do this. Let's take a break. I know we got 35 seconds left in the first. Right now, the Warriors 8, the Chaos 6. We'll come back in a moment.
As rivals, we don't always see eye to eye.
Like who scored the best recruits?
Who's going to be who?
And whether we wear green
or blue.
But one thing we can all agree on: to help stop the spread of COVID-19, wear a mask.
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 The ball's in your court, Michigan.
Okay, we're back here at Potomac High School as we're in the final minute of the first quarter with the Warriors ahead 8-6 over the Cecil County Chaos. Hopefully things have finally started to calm down after what was a very rough start with a gazillion penalties taking place in the first 5 or 6 minutes. But now it looks like they're finally calming down playing football at this point. 2nd and 9, the ball spotted at the 26-yard line. Quarterback Darius Thomas once again spreading out, and they will have Cloud, the lone back to his left, creeps up across the line. Thomas takes, he goes back, looks, going to take a shot at the end zone. He's got a guy too far, incomplete. Lance Lewis was the intended receiver that time. He just couldn't come up with it. It was a little bit too long of a pass, but it was a good idea. It worked one time. Why not work on it again?
Right idea, just not the right execution. And that time, just too much over. 3rd down and 9 coming up for this Warrior squad. Like I said, 2-down territory in my opinion. Just do something here, hit something underneath. Maybe you can go end zone. I'd rather try to cut the field down a little bit to that 1st down line and keep going with this pace they've been playing at all game.
So now a pretty important play for the Cecil County defense. 3rd and 9 from the 26-yard line. Darius Thomas this time in the shotgun. Same formation as before. We've seen that a lot with all the teams today. He takes a snap. Now a delayed handoff. Flag is down, and I don't think Cloud's going to make it back to the 21-yard line. It's a few yards short, but they may have another chance.
Yep, and that's an error on them. Giving a free chance there to this Warriors team. That's another added play. Going to be about extra 5 yards, I do believe. And
well, that's what an offside normally is, so it's going to be 3rd and 4. And it's those mistakes right there that can prove to be the difference later on.
Yes, indeed. You do not want to make these kind of mistakes. The smallest ones always have the biggest impacts.
Okay, so it'll be 3rd and 4. Again, the ball will be spotted at the 21. So Cloud, actually, you know what? We've had quarter time as the siren's going off. So good thing they alerted me on that. All right, we're through one. We're at quarter time. The Iredell Warriors 8, the Cecil County Chaos 6. Brief break, quarter number 2 after this.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. Promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go!
Okay, we're about ready to start quarter number 2 on 3rd and 4. Here's Thomas back. He's going to lob it, and it is tapped incomplete. That could have been intercepted with a more timelier jump, but that was a good play on the defense on the part of number 42. We don't have him listed, but that was a nice job by knocking it away on 3rd and 4. I'd like to remind everybody, of course, the commercial you saw at Big Didi's, they are serving it for those of you watching on YouTube and are at the stadium. They have it at the refreshment stand, some delicious stuff. So if you're watching from the stands on YouTube, come down and get some. You certainly will be glad you did.
4th down, 4 to go here. Let's see what the Warriors decide to do. Early indication seems to be the offense will stay on the field. And if you're the Cecil County Chaos here,
I don't think either team has a kicker, and that might be part of the reason why they're going for it.
Probably. That's what I would guess.
So it'll be 4th and 4 from the 21-yard line. Let's see what happens here as Darius Thomas, the quarterback, in the shotgun. He'll wait for the snap.
Might try to hard count him. Nope.
Goes back, looking, firing, pass is caught. That's a 1st down. Missing a tackle, 15 down to the 10-yard line. Lance Lewis able to come through with the conversion. They needed 4. They ended up getting 11, and it ends up being 1st and goal.
Excellent execution on that right side. 2 defenders right there for the Chaos, but nonetheless, the Warriors able to make it work. They get the 1st down. Drive keeps going, and they're right back to the line. Here we go.
Okay, Thomas, back here on 1st and goal from the 10-yard line. He'll take it as a handoff up the middle. That time, Teddy Allen only gets about a yard to the 9-yard line. I mean, Teddy Allen, he's usually the one, the fullback with the big pop. And, I mean, he's been bounced around a little bit in this game, but I think he's finally had to settle himself a little bit to try and reestablish his team and what they need to do.
2nd down now, goal to go. You got 3 plays down here you can run. My personal thing, I always say go end zone here, but try to go somewhere where the only people who can get it are either your player or the sideline. Nowhere where the defense can get it. Never try to go anywhere where there's too much traffic. And the hardest thing about red zone offense is the little amount of space you have compared to the rest of the field when you start a drive.
Here's Thomas with a pass. He's got a slant.
Oh,
incomplete.
Missed opportunity right there. He had 6.
Well, Rameek Autry had it in his hand and it just popped out. I don't know if he would have gotten 6 in that because he was very close to the goal line.
He was in there.
It was close, but the bottom line is he couldn't catch the ball, so it's incomplete, and that forces a 3rd and goal from the 9-yard line. And right now, Cecil County knows these guys don't have a kicker, so you know it's 4-down territory.
Naturally so, when you don't have that kicking game, that's always a key part to a team. Kickers are a very valuable asset to have in this sport, and they can do a lot for you, whether it be making those field goals, the extra points, or the ones that double as punters too. A lot of kickers can do both.
That is correct. 3rd and goal from the 9.
Great play.
He fakes it looking. He's going to take it himself.
Got the corner.
And he's got it. Welcome to the end zone. The quarterback, Darius Thomas, took it himself. He pulled off the read option and said, you know what, never mind. I'm going to run this in, and he did exactly that.
Great play, great read, found the corner of the end zone. At that point, it's his speed versus the defenders. He gets the corner, touchdown Warriors, 14-6 now. With about 11:42 to go in the first half, second quarter, with the extra 2-point conversion rather pending.
And this is an important one because if they make it, it's a 2-possession game.
Exactly.
So this is going to be very important now for the Chaos. So they line up a little bit differently here. This time they got
very heavy package here. There is no wide receivers.
Cloud and Derek Doolin are in there, and it looks like a wildcat formation as Doolin is standing, and he's going to try
jump pass.
And a jump pass, and it gets deflected, incomplete. So it ends up failing. I mean, it was a good try, but unfortunately, Jumpman didn't jump high enough, so the conversion fails. Why don't we look at the replay on the touchdown for Darius Thomas? Instead, we got a close-up of the scoreboard. Hey, it happens. I mean,
that's a nice looking scoreboard, though. I love the background.
All right, we'll have that in a moment for you. But bottom line is, I mean, the Chaos caught a bit of a break there, not having the conversion be successful. So if they score and they get 2, they got a level game coming up. Now let's try this again. This is the end zone camera shot, and you'll notice the read option here as Thomas takes, fakes, and it's like, no, I'm going to take it myself. He gets his blockers, and he dives on home. A 9-yard touchdown run for Darius Thomas to make it 14-6. So how do you think the Chaos might respond?
How would they respond on here? Chaos has to get back in this pretty quickly. You got to respond fast to this Warriors team that has shown they can move the ball down the field. You look at it, they've killed a good amount of clock so far. The time possession's about close to 15 minutes or a little less so far for this Warriors team. Chaos, they've been on the field a good bit, but the way the Warriors have moved the ball down the field twice now, it's one of those times where you got to start keeping up in points, especially against a team who you cannot stop. We talked about the last game with the Silverbacks having to keep up with the Storm to see if the Chaos can keep up with the Warriors right now.
Okay, here comes the kickoff now.
It's gonna go.
And they directionalize it, taking it about the 40-yard line and down to about the 43. I believe that was Brandon Thorpe, one of the up guys who made the grab.
That's actually a good idea and concept for what the Warriors are trying to do there. Trying to pooch it down there to that corner.
I'll tell you what, why don't we take a look at that jump pass real quick that was not successful on the 2-point conversion. I thought that was an unusual play. And you'll notice, of course, the pass done by the running back, Derek Doolin, who's standing in a wildcat position. He's like, all right, I'll run. No, I'll pass. Whoop. A little bit too high. Brian Williams was the intended receiver for the conversion, but the pass was just a little bit too high. So for the Cecil County Chaos, they have the ball with 1st and 10 to 42-yard line. Of course, their quarterback, Matthew Coy, who threw a touchdown pass. I didn't quite get the number of who caught it, so you can certainly help us out on YouTube if any of you guys know. Here is a handoff, a little bit of a delayed handoff, and nothing doing there. So no gain on the play to force a 2nd and 10. That was, I believe, Wart Galbert, the running back, There are a couple of players on Cecil County who have duplicate numbers, but their positions pretty much give away who it is.
Indeed. And a lot of times that just happens. As you saw, a lot of different assortments in uniforms. That's the one thing you need about the Cecil County team is the uniform scheme they have. They have an alternate white uniform where it's a lot of the purple and green and red thrown in there. And I like the design. They do a really good job on their uniforms.
All right, 2nd and 11. Flag is down. And, oh, goodness, another flag. Two flags. So they got two different fouls as their quarterback, Matthew Coy, goes down in a heap.
Now, which is it on? Oh, it's going to be on defense there, holding there, offsetting.
Oh, so we got a penalty.
Never happened.
So penalties on both sides, and we'll just do the down over again on 2nd and 11.
It was an illusion. None of you saw what just happened.
Are you trying to take lines from me now? So offside on the defense, holding on the offense. They offset, they cancel. We'll do 2nd and 11, 2nd and 10 rather, from the 42-yard line. I'm like, wait a minute. Obviously, if I were to be a teacher for the youth when it comes to broadcasting, I mean, obviously, you can be creative, but you don't want to be too out of hand. So 2nd and 10 from the 42-yard line.
I'm pretty good for the last 5 years.
Let's see what Coy does. He has a back to his left. They spread out here. Looks like they're going to triple the left. And here's Coy back. He's looking, fires. Oh, that was in heavy coverage, and it ends up going incomplete. They had a guy down the seam, but that was a low pass right by 3 Warriors who could have easily intercepted if they were in a better position.
Yeah, one of those times, like, it just happens. There's no way of knowing where the ball's going to go sometimes. A lot of things happen on a play. Pick didn't happen, but at the same time, Cecil County didn't get a conversion, did they?
Well, it'll be 3rd and 10 from the 42-yard line.
Two out of 3 things that happen on a pass: an interception, incomplete, or a catch. And for the defense, 2 of those are good. And that time the incompletion sets up a 3rd down and 10 to go. Let's see if Cecil County can make a conversion here. Warriors defense starting to step up in a big way.
All right, they triple to left on 3rd and 10. Coy back under a rush. Heavy pressure, and he's going to go down the 39-yard line.
I admire Coy's mobility. He can really move out there in the backfield, but he is not getting any time or space. That O-line is losing up front right now. And we talked about that opening drive, this Warriors D-line. They're coming in heavy, and you notice the size differential. The Warriors' defensive line just a little bit bigger than that O-line of the Cecil County Chaos. We'll see how they can wear them down as this game goes along. The sun has started to come out, too. And so you look at it, we'll see if Cecil County can hold strong amidst the heat being brought on by Mother Nature and this Warriors defense.
By the way, the sack was from Kenneth Patton, as it'll now be 4th and 13. I would assume a little bit of a pooch punt. That is how the Warriors are lining up. And it's not a good one. It's a high pop-up, and it's going to take a neutral bounce and go out of bounds at about the 48-yard line. So punt looked like it went off the side of his foot. So the Warriors will resume play from their own 48 with 9:15 left in the half and up 14-6. Certainly looking for more after that.
See what the Warriors can do. This offense has shown they can definitely pile it on with the way they've moved the ball up the field twice now for scores. This O-line getting the best of that Cecil County D-line. Same thing on the other side of the ball. The trenches have been the biggest key to this Warriors team. You can tell this is an old-school ground and pound, hard-nosed defensive squad. And against Cecil County, they're going to try to keep going at them with the run game. And once the run game starts opening up, the passing game will be there almost every time, especially against that front 7 of the Cecil County Chaos, who is in a bad predicament right now. They're going to have to get a stop here after the offense just couldn't get anything going on that last drive. In fact, ball's going to be right there at that first down line. Not really much movement at the 48-yard line, right where I believe Chaos would have gotten their first down had he converted.
Well, actually, it was like, I think, a 3rd and 13, but the punt went off the side of his foot, and that was why it was only a 15-yard punt. But for the Warriors, after what was a pretty crazy start, they're up 14-6, and obviously they're looking for some more and trying to end the first half strong with as few mistakes as possible, whether it be on the field or from a mental or discipline perspective. So they spread out. We've had a lot of simplified formations since everything started here. Here's quarterback Darius Thomas about to take the snap on 1st and 10. And the handoff is not going to work. I mean, you talk about Teddy Allen. That was no teddy bear tackling him. He goes down for a several-yard loss. I'm sure helping out on that play, if I can see the number, it looked like 47 there. Jalen Jones, the linebacker, was able to bring him down.
Great penetration and an excellent read there by the Cecil County defense. Way to get back there. Stop this running game by the Warriors that so far has managed to get a good amount of yards. I believe the average is about roughly 5 on average so far in carries. That's a good number for the Warriors early on. Not a good one for Cecil County, but that time they managed to get a stop. Let's see if the Warriors can make the proper adjustments to move the ball up the field and see if they test out the Cecil County secondary.
Second and 16 after a 6-yard loss.
Big hole in that middle potentially.
A high snap to Thomas. Pump fakes, fires.
Yep.
Pass caught and immediately brought down is Aaron Holsey, who makes a catch. Gets the 6 yards back and forces a 3rd and 10. And it looks like the Warriors are going up tempo here.
That's how you want to throw a team off, especially in a day like this where the heat has been on all day. And if you are this Warriors team, you want to wear down the chaos. And right now, they've done a good job managing this clock throughout this entire game. You got to give it to the Warriors. They're not just scoring. They're taking as much time as they need to do so.
Another high snap.
Wow.
Oh, and I think he lost the ball as he ran to his own guy, and Thomas ends up getting sacked. And that's going to be number 42 bringing him down to force a 3 and out. So a big defensive stand by the Chaos.
Big-time defensive stand by Cecil County, just what you need right now in order to try to stay in this game. Like we mentioned, you don't want to try to fall behind by multiple scores with the way this Warriors team has successfully ran the ball. However, this past drive, you saw it. They weren't able to get anything going up front. Cecil County's D-line won this drive for them. They got the sack. They got the pressure. They managed to push them back from running the ball. And now on 4th down, we're going to see what the Warriors plan to do here. Imagining a punt would be coming, but we've seen everything this weekend.
Well,
Cecil
almost.
County's still in a base defense from the looks of things. They don't really have anybody too far back, and I believe this is a...
Well, let's wait and see. I mean, it looks more like a punt.
I'm about to say it's a punt. But
and it's a boomer.
Wow.
I guess they underestimated that guy's leg, and it's going to go inside the 10, rolling to about the 8-yard line. That is a tremendous punt, and I don't think Cecil County had the right personnel for that.
They looked at it as if it was going to be a regular offensive play, which given the formation that the Warriors were in, the early indication would be so. However, right there, as we've seen throughout this weekend, it don't matter if you're under center, in the gun, in the pistol, or in the punt formation. If it's a 4th down play, the option to throw, run, or punt is going to always be there. And that time, Warriors made a great decision with a straight-up punt. Cecil County, as I mentioned, they were lined up in a base defense on that play, and as a result of that, there was nobody really back there who could realistically make a play on the ball. And so as a result, they're way back there in the danger zone at the 8-yard line. Let's see what the Cecil County Chaos can do with a long field to go. They got to go 92 yards. They got about 6:20 in running here in the second quarter. They're down by 8. But for everything that's happened, they have done a great job in staying in this game.
And they have one timeout left in the half. Let's keep that in mind. Plus a 2-minute warning when we get there. 1st and 10, Cecil County deep in their own territory at the 8-yard line. Let's see what Coy decides to do here in the shotgun. He's been under a very heavy rush, and it may be heavier here. Taking the snap.
Oh,
and he's going to go
that's a safety.
Yep, he's out of the end zone, and that's going to be a safety. There's your 2-point conversion right there.
Yep.
And that makes it 16-6.
Makes up for the missed 2-point conversion earlier on by the Warriors. The 2-score lead now happening.
And the first safety of the 6 games we've had in this Sunshine Bowl so far. I wonder if we're going to get a replay as to who had the sack there.
And the ball right back to this Warriors team. Not what you needed if you're Cecil County. 2-score deficit, potential of a 3-score one at the end of his drive.
And there you'll see from our end zone camera, Coy in the shotgun. And if you look at the left side, they jumped just slightly ahead, and that's all they needed. And on the right side, I believe it was number 42. That's John Ukda, who comes through with the safety for the Warriors to make it 16-6. Now, for those of you first-timers watching football, what happens on a safety, the defense gets 2 points. At that point, the offense has the free kick to the defense. They can do it by punt, by kickoff, by any sort of free kick at the 20-yard line. So for the Warriors, they end up getting a 2-score lead, and now they can build on it.
See what they can do here. Cecil County's going to have to get a stop. You look at the clock, 5 minutes to go in the half. Warriors can't, with the way they've moved the ball in this game and the pace they've been moving at, they can take all the clock in this second quarter and run down the field and really put some pressure on Cecil County going into half with a 10-point deficit now, a potential of a larger one later. Let's see how it goes in this drive. Cecil County did a great job that last drive getting through that Warriors O-line and not allowing us any yards at all on that last drive to develop. However, that punt paid big dividends, set them way back there. And that mismatch we've seen in the trenches all day so far between the Warriors D-line and the Chaos O-line shine through. Return coming here, bobbled, and he's going to return it, and he's going to get excellent field position. Wow.
Look at this. And, a good shoestring tackle by number 57 on that play.
And they're going to spot it at the 38, I believe. Yep.
Rod Charles, the one with the return. It was a good kick. And remember, it was a free kick from the 20-yard line. So thanks to the safety, now the Warriors are going to have remarkable field position, a short field at the opponent 38-yard line. I'll be interested to see how this all goes about. Oh, wait, there's a flag down back at the free kick spot. That you don't normally see. On a kickoff, yeah, but on a free kick, that's a different story altogether.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
So we'll see what the Warriors decide to do. Are they going to – oh, here's what they did. Because of the offside on the free kick, they're adding the 5 yards to the end of the run. So it'll be 1st and 10 at the 33-yard line of the Chaos, and the Warriors looking to extend their 10-point lead.
Mental mistakes by this Chaos team. Very sloppy on that kickoff. Right now, Warriors have all the momentum in the world.
And they will hand this one off. There's a hole all the way down to the 30. Doesn't stop moving.
Lost the ball.
Oh, wait, he lost the ball. And I think Cecil County got it.
Oof.
I mean, that ball was ripped out of the hands of Derek Doolin, who had to carry. And unfortunately, he suffered the case of ball insecurity, loses it. And Cecil County gets it back. Huge break for the defense.
Not good if you're the Warriors there. You had a real opportunity, and we're going to take a look at this play again. Stripped right out of there, right into the hands of the Chaos defender, and as a result, it's their ball going the other way. They're going to start this drive at about the 32.5-yard line, close to the 32. We'll see what they can do. About 4 minutes to go, 4.5. The good news for Chaos here is you got an opportunity. You could score here, and they get the ball back to start the second half.
That is the truth. The problem is they have one timeout and a 2-minute warning, as mentioned before.
Plenty of time.
1st and 10 from the 32-yard line. Coy back the pass under a very heavy rush and ends up throwing it to, I think the arm was going forward. Pass was incomplete. He was his. He threw the ball. The defense thought that maybe he had fumbled it, but the ball was going forward, and they ruled it incomplete, so it's 2nd and 10.
Here we go, 2nd and 10 coming up for the Chaos. Not a good start to the drive there. Still plenty of chances. Biggest thing right now is trying to find a way to stop this pass rush of the Warriors that has gotten back there all game and caused all sorts of disruptions you just saw in the previous play. And if you're Cecil County, find anything. Move the pocket. Try to max out protection because right now this Warriors team is getting right through that O-line. And the biggest bet for Cecil County at this point is something quick. Try to make it so that the Warriors have to respect your passing game and respect the quick stuff on the outside. These long developing deeper plays are not going to work with this pass rush. This is going to bring about 4 here. See if some more come in on blitz potentially.
All right, so it is 2nd and 10 from the 32 as Coy is back to pass. Another rush. Going to try and get by, and the pass is, I almost was caught at the 38-yard line, but in double coverage, ends up being incomplete.
That's some physical defense right there being played by this Warriors team.
Intended for Taylor Major, the tight end. He just couldn't hang on to it. But, I mean, Coy has been rushed and he's been harassed by this defense. Kind of makes you say that we have a complete mismatch. The penetration and defensive line by the Warriors and the offensive line of the Chaos. And right now it's not.
Step up and find an open man. You got to do something in this case because right now that pocket's not holding up. The protection is not there. They're going to come out in what appears to be a 1 tight end, 1 back, 3 wide receiver set. So they got about 2 guys back there who can be potential blockers. We'll see what they do with the tight end and back. See if the scheme works.
All right.
And there's going to be a flag before we can get to it.
Yes, indeed.
And that's going to be a false start on the Chaos.
It is indeed a false start, and that is not good because that'll make it 3rd and 15. You also got to remember the Warriors, they've converted on 2 third and double-digit plays. One of them ended up going for a touchdown. Now the Chaos needs to show their mettle here as we approach the 2-minute warning to this one, and we'll see if they can get a 3rd down play off before the 2-minute warning hits. So for Matthew Coy,
I don't think they're going to get to it. Let's see how long this huddle takes. We're under 13.
Well, they
12.
break. Yeah, they break at about 2:10. Now,
moving very slowly. Those receivers are to line up. I'm not sure they're going to get this.
Now, I think they're doing that intentionally so that they can have more time to discuss this play, and that's exactly what happens here. As the 2-minute warning comes up, and now they have, and it's like the siren goes off when it goes to 2 minutes. So it's 16-6 as we approach halftime. And folks, this has been a pretty good day of football. Even though much warmer than yesterday, we got to 85. Today was 90 and a lot more humid, and for some, very unbearable. And for the players, I mean, kudos to all the teams, especially today, having to deal with these weather conditions. You got to remember, when you are on the field, especially on turf, that raises the temperature at least 15 to 20 degrees. So if you're talking 90 degrees, I mean, I actually walked on the turf to run a quick errand, and I could feel the heat coming off of that turf. You're talking at least 110.
At least, especially with the sun coming down. And you talk about how certain collars can absorb heat. That dark black collar of Chaos, they're in a mono black. Yeah, they got some green and some purple and red mixed in there. But for the most part, it's a very dark uniform to be absorbing a lot of heat, especially on a field that absorbs tons of heat. In a game where all you're doing is running, you're throwing your body out there, you're moving around constantly. It's going to be a matter of who can handle it at the end of the day. And you think about it, this is tame compared to most July days. Like, we are very fortunate it's not the 100-plus degree days we get this time of the year.
Well, considering the fact they had a late start, too, at 4 o'clock, that definitely helps as well. 3rd and 15, ball to 27 as Coy back the pass. He'll throw one, a guy open at the 40, and that's as far as he gets. About 3 yards shy of a first down. But a good play as the pass was caught by Brandon Thorpe. Brings it down. They needed to get 15. They end up getting 12. So it goes back to that pre-snap penalty, which we seem to be averaging like 8 a game and 4 per team.
Too many. Way too many. It's something you'd hate to see as a coach in these kind of situations. You get your team to a playoff like this, a big-time bowl matchup, and you don't want to come out playing as sloppy as some of these teams have on these pre-snaps.
Well,
they're going to be a conversion. Well,
a low snap. They're going for it on 4th down. Coy back. Going to take a shot down the field, and it ends up being intercepted by Lance Lewis. Lewis takes it around the midfield, and he makes a couple people miss. Now he goes down to 45-yard line. No flags down there, and the Warriors, they end up getting the turnover right back, although they probably could have just knocked the ball down and taken the ball on downs at the down to 39-yard line. So maybe 6 yards of lost field position, but still they'll be starting in Chaos territory for possibly their last drive of the first half.
And plenty of time to make something happen, 1:04 to go. With the way this Warriors team has been able to move the ball, I got a lot of confidence in their ability to score here. Let's see if Cecil County can get at least one more stop before half. Remember, they do get the ball back to start this second half. That's going to help them out. We'll see how the rest of this game goes because Cecil County right now is reeling. That offense is not able to get anything going. The line's being beaten up front. They can't find the matchups at the receiving core. They found success on that second drive they had, but they did not, however, make it work in recent drives as this Warriors defense has stepped up in the big way. This defensive line the size and physicality is just overwhelming Cecil County's O-line right now. And as a result, the timing with everything is just thrown off for this offense.
All right, 1st and 10. Some obviously some they had a couple issues with personnel, but here's Thomas back to pass. He's got to take a shot deep down the field.
Money.
No! And it's incomplete as my ears are ringing after Al Bryant had the ball, but I think it might have been stripped out at the very last minute.
That's just me watching from a great play perspective, seeing the potential and just not happening.
Well, there might have been a great play by the defense there that prevented the touchdown.
Can we get an end zone clip? Can we get an end zone look at what happened there? I think that may be the best shot.
Well, I don't think we're going to get that, but I'll tell you what, that was quite a play. That was almost a touchdown on the part of Bryant, and he almost came through with his second touchdown of the game. Didn't quite work out, but there's still 54 seconds left till halftime, and I believe the Warriors still have 2 timeouts. I think they came in with only 2 timeouts because of the delay in this game. But right now they're sitting in a good position here as Thomas lines up in the shotgun. They're going to go triple to the left this time. Thomas awaits the snap. He goes back under a rush, waits, fires, and it's caught. Nicely caught. Escaping
look at this.
Body
it up. Body up.
Look at that. To the 20, to the 10. And my goodness, you talk about making people miss.
Grown man play right there.
That's exactly what happens.
That's what we call a grown man play. Catch the ball right in between the defenders. They try to hit him. He bodies up. He says to them, take me down. They can't, and as a result, Warriors on the board again, 22-6 now, 36 to go before halftime. And with this conversion, it'll be a 3-score game going into the break.
Aaron Holsey with the catch and a tremendous job as he's able to bang into 3 players, and Holsey just made the Cecil County defense look absolutely dizzy, and they had no idea what to do. He would not go down. He just kept going, and he just bust through with a huge touchdown on the part of the Warriors. And, of course, they'll be going for 2. And as you mentioned, could be a 3-score game if they convert. If you think about it, of course, they made up for one of them with the safety earlier.
As a defensive coach, I'm very disappointed in the secondary, just watching the poor form of tackling. Just you cannot. I get it. He's a big body type. It's hard to take him down, but you got to come in, lay a shoulder, grab the back of his jersey, anything to get a stop there. This was the last thing you needed before halftime. Let's see what happens on this conversion.
Here's Ralph Scott escaping a tackle, and he's going to try and reach the end zone, and he did not get there. He's about a yard short. So the conversion is no good. It remains a 2-possession game, but it's going to take 2 touchdowns and a pair of possessions. Why don't we take a look at that play where Aaron Holsey not only took it to the house, but he took his union workers with him as well. And this is an end zone camera shot taking the snap. Now watch this. He rolls left. They miss an interception. Holsey has it right here.
Breaks right through that tackle.
Broke through 1 tackle, 2 tackles, 3 tackles.
Come on,
you're
man.
out. Yep, 1, 2, 3,
Wrap
you're
him
out.
up, bro. Wrap him up.
1, 2, 3, you're out and into the end zone.
Wrap him up. Put a bow on it. Come on, man. You got to get a stop there. And that's costly for the Chaos. They're still not out of it. They just need to settle down. 36 seconds left. A nice return here can set them up very nicely. They do get the ball back. I said that was redundant. Oh, my gosh.
Well, you've been saying a lot of things redundant this weekend, but I have too. So
you repeat what I say a lot. It happens.
There is some truth to that.
Kickoff is going to come. They're going to get the ball back to start the second half. That's good news for the Chaos. 16 points, still 2 scores if they can get the conversions. That's always the biggest catch.
Well, you have to get the score first before you worry about that. In the meantime, kicking off will be Curtis Brown as he will approach the tee. Now, if you're the Chaos, I wouldn't be surprised to just go to halftime and say, we got to make a lot of adjustments here. The kickoff goes to the side, and it's caught, I believe, by Jerwan Johnson, who doesn't even get much of a return, if any at all, brought down about the 30-yard line. So a directional kick that time, and it ends up working in the favor of the Warriors as it is 1st and 10 from the 30 with 31 seconds left till halftime. I'll be interested to see what Cecil County does at this point, whether they decide to take a shot down the field or take a knee. But the danger in that is the fact that the Warriors have 2 timeouts left. They could use them both, but then you can take a knee. It's going to be irrelevant anyway.
It would be in that situation. It all depends on what goes down here. Cecil County has not had hardly any time to throw the ball. The 2 times they did, they managed to make something happen. You talked about the deep play earlier on and then the score. Aside from that, this offense has been virtually non-existent in this game. And it's because of that pressure being put on them by that defensive line of this Warrior squad, whether they're bringing 4, 5, 6, or even sometimes 3. They're blowing right by them trenches. And right now, your quarterback's in a very vulnerable place, being the lone man with 5 receivers and no additional protection right now.
Well, they're going empty gun here on 1st down. Coy back. Has a lane and the pass short hops incomplete.
I'll give him credit there. He stepped up and found an opening to avoid both defenders. Saw a guy open for a second, however, incomplete, and now it's 2nd down. And you talked about the timeout situation. That's an added timeout if you are this Warrior squad to what they already have, because of the fact that if they get back-to-back stops here, they can use back-to-back timeouts if Cecil County doesn't stop the clock themselves with incompletion again.
Oh, you're going by conditional with all these ifs, but you can't live life based on the ifs. Here we go on 2nd and 10. Coy back under a rush, and down he goes at the 29-yard line. The pocket closed way too quickly. Helping out was John Ukda. He gets his 2nd sack, and now timeout going to be called by the Warriors. And you're right, that extra timeout, now they'll be able to stop the clock one more time and try and do some more damage.
Precisely. And that's, once again, Cecil County with self-inflicted wounds here. The incompletion stop. Actually, I think the referee just pointed to that side of the defense. At least I saw something, maybe a timeout. Yeah, timeout was called.
Yeah, it was called by the Warriors. That's why I said it.
Yeah, no. He just pointed, and I just caught the end of it and it threw me off for a second.
It's been a long weekend.
It's been a long decade.
Well, we're just starting
only a year
this.
And a half. It's been a long year and a half.
You're not kidding about that one. But for the Chaos, they're set with a 3rd and will be, I believe, 15 from the 25-yard line. All right, thank you. Kind for that. We're okay.
Thank you to all the help and support.
Food delivered for us at halftime. It would definitely be a little bit of a recharge here. Okay, so 3rd and 15 from the 30. Here's Coy back. He's going to roll left. Let's see what he does here. Waiting, firing. Oh, he's hit after he throws the football incomplete. There could have been a roughing the passer if they wanted to, but instead, with 10 seconds left, it's incomplete. And for Cecil County, it looks like they're going to have to punt, possibly for the final play of the half.
See, about 10 seconds to go here. This punt is going to be very critical. The biggest part of it to me is that center, or long snapper rather in this case, to punter exchange. You don't want it to go too high or too low because of where you are right now on the field. Ball is at the 25 currently. I would imagine the punter will be back at about the 17 or 18. You don't want it to go too high because if it goes over his head, it's going to have fair gain to that end zone. And look at this formation. Now, of course, we've seen punts out of every formation at this point. But right now, they're in more of a standard offense. 4 receivers in the back. It's going to finally be booted. There we go.
And it's a high pop-up. Let's see if it's returnable. It takes a bounce, and it goes out of bounds. There's still 4 seconds left.
4 seconds. I would just try to just chuck it up and see what happens.
Well, put it this way. If you're the quarterback, Darius Thomas, you've done that a couple of times, and you made it work once, even though it wasn't from 50 yards. But here, if you remember the opening play of the game, Thomas decided to go deep, but the pass was incomplete to Al Bryant, and they were at their own 45-yard line. Here, they're at their own 46 with a chance to really do something. Now, if they really want to design the play, they'll probably use their last time out and make sure that they have the right personnel on the field. Wouldn't you think?
See what they do here. That's going to be one of the things. I think they're just going to go ahead and go with what they can do. Going to try to chuck it up here. Cecil County, they got a lot of guys back there deep. They got 3 right now. See where they all line up at. Well,
Well, they got
White Helmet's going to run down there real quick. He was way out of position. Looks like he's rushing now.
Going back to pass. Here's
Is he if he had gotten that sack, that would have been amazing.
It's going to be lobbed, and the pass is going to be caught, but it's not going to be for nearly enough. It was complete to Cloud, and that is how the first half ends.
I can't see his number, but give White Helmet credit. He ran all the way down from about the 30-yard line to get to the quarterback.
He certainly
almost had
did.
a sack from back there.
Great
play.
So now we can all have dinner. Halftime here for game number 2. It is the Iredell Warriors 22 and the Cecil County Chaos 6. Take a short break. We'll come back for the second half in a few minutes. Okay, we are back here at Potomac High School as we're about ready to start the second half of Game 2 of this triple header. The Iredell Warriors were kicking off, and they're going to go at an onside. And was it touched? Was it touched before 10 yards? No. They say the 44-yard line, it was touched, and I think it was touched by a Warrior player. They decided to onside kick to start the second half, and it looks like it fell a yard short. Has to go 10 yards before it's a live ball, and the officials are going to say it's going to be Cecil County's ball. And probably a good thing because Cecil County is down by a score of 22-6. I mean, they played a very hard first quarter and got some key points there, but Iredell has really been the dominant team on both sides of the ball. But now they're discussing. Why don't we take a look at the replay and see if the officials got this right? A very interesting way to start the second half, courtesy of Capital City Designs. Let's see where to touch. Whoops. If the guy on the ground, well, they are going to make it official that it is going to be Cecil County's ball. I mean, it was a tough angle to get at, but it's hard to sometimes when you see these replays to necessarily see exactly what's going on. But they're going to say it was touched a yard short at point conversions. And they're going to line up with something completely different here on 1st and 10. Let's see what happens as they hand this one off. A pitch, that's a good play. Running to about the 40 to 39-yard line, that is Sammy Toller, who was able to sweep left. We basically saw mostly spread formation plays, and once the Warriors were able to figure out that, they were able to come charging, and of course, the defensive guy, John Ugda, was able to had 2 sacks, one of them in the end zone, which led to a safety for the Warriors. Now 2nd and 5, they change formation. Coy is back, going to take a shot down the field and throws it to the wrong team. Intercepted for the second time by Lance Lewis, and here he goes, crossing midfield. He gets through everybody, and he's going to be running all the way for a score. A pick 6 for Lance Lewis. But a flag came down at the end of the play. Let's see what this is all about. We'll see if the touchdown counts. If it does, it's at least an 85-yard interception return for a score. And we will see what this discussion is all about. It could be a sideline one. I think that's what they're saying. It's a sideline warning. And if that's so, the touchdown will count because the flag happened after the play occurred. So Lance Lewis with his second interception. This one for a long pick 6 will make this a 28-6 game pending the conversion unless something else happened that we did not see. I mean, that's got to be a tough break for Cecil County. They really played hard in the first quarter, but obviously having very short notice to prepare for this team, it's very difficult to come across and be competitive against a team that has just came across a league championship in North Carolina. But for right now, they're going to spot the ball at the 2-yard line. So despite the missed onside kick, boy, did the Warriors make up for that. And only 54 seconds into the third quarter, they have really extended their lead. They're going to go with a little bit of a traditional set for the 2-point conversion as Thomas is the quarterback. They will hand it up off the middle, and trying to get in the end zone is James Cloud. He does not get in. He's about a yard short. So the conversion fails, and the score is 28-6 in favor of the Iredell Warriors. We need to see that Lance Lewis interception again, but we're not going to show it down to queued up. So let's put it this way. I don't think that's exactly the start that the Cecil County Chaos wanted, because they were in very good field position. They had a positive play, and then Coy took a shot down the field, and there was just nobody there. Lance Lewis was right there to intercept, and away he went.
That just was not a good decision, and that's not a play you want to make at the start of the second half in a game where you're already down by 2 scores. Now it's a 22-point deficit, 3-score lead if you're this Warriors team. Chaos offense has not been able to get anything going, and aside from that one drive where they had the big gain and score, it's been nothing. The trenches are getting beat up. Right now, this Warriors secondary is playing at a high level, and if you're Cecil County, down 22 here to start the third quarter, something's got to change now. It's getting too late almost to get out of this hole.
And remember, they had to they got a break on the onside kick to start the second half from field position, but 2 plays later, it just completely backfires. And now Iredell tries a new kickoff formation. They basically fake the kickoff, and now they're going to line up and do a traditional kickoff. We have a couple guys standing around the 20-yard line, so here it comes. It's a high kickoff, taking it about the 27. Going around to the right. Let's see if they can get blocked. There's one missed tackle on another.
There's a flag coming. They're going to call it on that sideline by Cecil. Another flag coming, too, on the sideline.
There's a
third flag. We'll see what this all is. A lot to sort out on this play. The first flag came out on that block we saw at about the 36-yard line. And this next one was on the sideline. The last one sideline as well. I get the feeling you're going to probably get a bunch of offsetting penalties in the end. Usually 3 tends to go at least one against the other team some way or another.
That's usually what happens. I think the obvious part was the illegal block during the return, which will be a 10-yard penalty. But at the end of the play, there might have been a defensive face mask and then a retaliatory penalty, which will probably offset. But the officials will certainly discuss all of this.
Very hard to see what was going on that sideline. A lot of bodies over there. When you get caught up in a mess like that, there's a
when the first game started, and this crew will be later on here at Potomac High School. And we understand the Virginia Mutiny, they're going to be involved against the Fayetteville Ducks. That is going to be an explosive matchup for sure. Now the ball spot at the 45-yard line, but what they're going to do,
I think the one rest pointing out the penalty back here too,
which is going to be 10 yards from the spot.
Our boat, let's see.
Now if they're offsetting penalties at the end of the play, that would negate that, but they would keep the illegal block based upon the return, because I think all the commotion happened at the end of the play. So now, all right, so a personal foul goes against Cecil County. Now, after the play, unsportsmanlike, and the official doesn't point, so therefore, I would have to assume they were offsetting.
See, yeah.
And I think what they're going to do, that might have been a blindside block instead of an illegal block, or a chop block possibly.
No, it was block, not chop block. Hit him pretty high on that play, but it looks like enough for a blindside, enough for the referee to call it either way. We'll see where they end up placing this ball at on this drive. It seems like they're still talking some things over with the spot of it. And finally, the ball will be placed at about the 36-yard line. So it looks like it, for the most part, win against Cecil County. They're going to lose the extra yards they had on that return going to that right sideline, that midfield. Going to go back about 15, and they're going to start the ball out. 1st and 10, 4 wide receivers, 1 back. Can they get enough time, though? We'll see.
All right, so 1st and 10, and they're going to hand off up the middle and go down to about the 37-yard line. About a 2-yard gain there for the running back, Kason Young, who was able to get a couple yards on the play.
Defense playing very tough and physical. They're not just going to tackle you. They're going to throw you to the ground after the fact once they have you. And this is a team that's going to send a message throughout. This D-line has played extremely well all game. You got to hand it to this Warriors defense. Outside of that big play and the touchdown that came right afterwards, they have locked down Cecil County.
They definitely have. So it is 2nd and 9 from the 37 after the 1-yard pickup. And they're going to go spread out yet again. Coyne the shotgun. He has had not much time to have passing, and he's going to try again. Oh,
nice
he is
play.
drilled as he throws the football incomplete.
Oh, I thought he may have gotten it there. Okay, so incomplete.
Unless
No, they're saying. I was about to say, yeah, I thought he had it for a second, so that's complete. Nice little gain there.
I mean,
Took a hit, though. A lot of toughness by Coy, standing strong in this game against this defense that has been a tall task for him so far.
So it ends up being a completion, a little surprising there, but it ends up being third and we're going to say third and 4 from the 42-yard line. And we'll see how the chaos spreads out here. Same formation. Big 3rd and 4 coming up, and you know the Warriors are going to be coming back to pass. Trying to get from one tackle. Can't
Flag
do it.
on that sideline, however. Let's see what they're going to call here. And it's going to go against the Warriors.
We think. Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. It is going to be against the Warriors for offside, and if that is so, that's going to be a first down for Cecil County, and they could certainly use the breaks that are necessary here, and that's the ruling. So they move it 5 after the Warriors' mistake.
That's a big help for that team right now. Able to get a first down after being pushed back a little bit, and suddenly Cecil County, can they get the momentum? Can they keep the consistency? The one thing consistent so far has been that trench battle where the Warriors' D-line has gotten the best of them so far. Cecil County there, however, with the help of the penalty, gets to first. Let's see what happens.
On 1st and 10 from the 47-yard line. And I think somebody from the right side moved, and that's exactly the case. So backwards 5 they go.
Thought the slot receiver might have moved just a little bit in there.
It doesn't take much. All you have to do is just flinch very, very slightly.
Timing is very key when it comes to lining up on offense before that snap. You have to make sure that you're on sync with the rest of the team there.
1st and 15 from the 42-yard line as Coy lines up in the shotgun. They're going back to their basic spread.
Slot receiver watching the ball now.
Here we go again. I feel like we're having deja vu about 30 times here. This, and they're saying, no, don't talk to me. It's like, I got this. And it's a neutral zone infraction against the Warriors. So back and forth we go with 5-yard penalties, and we're back to 1st and 10, right back where we started. So the ball at the 47-yard line. Had to have some humor on a day like this. So let's try this again. 1st and 10 from the 47-yard line. Coin the shotgun. He'll wait the snap. Gives a signal. Backs off. Now he's coming, but so are the Warriors, and they're going to lob a pass. It's going to be caught. And trying to reverse gears. Slipping out of a couple tackles and still going 45. Ooh. Out of bounds at the 40. Boy, that is a nice play.
Good run there. That is a great play for this Cecil County team. Trying to cross midfield, make something happen here. They're not going to give up. They're not going to fold. However you look at it, time is clicking on that clock, and all of a sudden, 22-point deficit. They got a little bit of momentum. Can they finish is the question.
Merrick Rhodes was the one who made that catch. He ended up going out at the 42-yard line, still an 11-yard pickup. Ends up being a first down again for the Chaos. And they're going to huddle to see what they're going to talk about. What play are we going to run? And at this point, you're down 22 points. If you're going to have any chance, you got to definitely go down the field with it.
Precisely. This is the time of the game where you cannot afford to go a drive without a score. If you don't score here, give the Warriors another shot, they could put it away next drive.
3 wide slot left this time between split backs. Here's Coy with a snap, and he decides to run it, and there's going to be a run to the 35-yard line.
This might be a very good way to try to evade this pass rush that's been coming by the Warriors all game. These quick little plays by Cecil County allowing them to gain some yards. Let's see if they can keep it going here. 2nd down, about 3 yards to go. Can Cecil County pull within 2 scores? A potential 2-point conversion would make it about a 14-point game. Either way, a score will make it 2 either way, 2 scores that is, whether it be getting the extra point or not. We'll see what they can do. 35-yard line. We're about 9:20 left in the 3rd quarter and running. Cecil County going to line up here. Looks like they got 2 backs, 3 wide receivers, quarterback.
They switched the slot to the right this time. 2nd and 3 from the 35. Did somebody jump again? The official says yes. Somebody jumped again on the right side, so a false start back things up to about the 40. You can tell the Iredell defense saying, he moved, and the official's like, we agree.
1 step forward and 2 steps back. You're not going to get too far like that.
Except you're going to go the wrong way if you're going to try and get too far. So it'll be 2nd and 8 from the 40-yard line after the false start. Coy again between split backs, same formation, 3 wide slot right. Trying to pull the hard count. There it is. He takes the snap. He's going to roll right. Now he's got reverse gears under incredible pressure and is thrown down. Somebody lost the helmet in the process. And there's
flag's going to come out.
And once again, Flag Day returns with another penalty.
There's 2 actually on both coming out of both sides. We'll see what happens.
I'll be interested to see how this is, but one might be one of those participating in a play without the use of your helmet. And there may have also been a kick ball, and if that is the case, that's a 15-yard penalty from that spot. I mean, Coy had absolutely no chance on that play. So they're discussing. We're seeing some pretty unique things here in this game, and it all began right before kickoff started. But the officials are discussing, and we'll see how this all turns out. But right now, once again, the pressure of the Warriors has been really devastating. A Cecil County team who did not have much time to prepare. And obviously the Warriors, hey, you play your opponent and you try and play to your strengths and let the battle go for whatever it is. And sometimes that's what you're given.
The Warriors have come out to play today.
All right, so an illegal kick, and that's going to be a loss of down as well. And I think they're going to penalize, I guess, from the spot for where it happened. Normally, you can't kick the ball forward and have it advance that way. But if you do that in football, it's normally a 15-yard penalty. So, unfortunately, because of the loss of down, there is going to be a huge 3rd down. They're going to be praying for defensive holding at this point. And timeout's going to be called by the Warriors, and we'll go ahead and take a break. 8:15 left in the 3rd. Warriors ahead of the Chaos, 28-6, and we're going to come back in just a moment.
Our attackers come in many forms. They're viruses, including measles and the flu. Their goal, to spread across Texas and make us sick. One thing stands in their way: vaccines. Texans trust vaccines to defend us against quarantines and lost work and school time, and to stop the most dangerous viruses now and for the future. Vaccines defend what matters.
As we are back here in Potomac High School, officials are discussing during the Warriors' timeout with 8:15 left here in the 3rd quarter as to what exactly happened. On the last play, the quarterback, Coy, ended up getting sacked, but as he lost the ball, he kicked it. And you cannot do that, obviously, because if that were to happen, it's an automatic 15-yard penalty from the spot of the kick, and you lose the down. So, unfortunately, for the Cecil County Chaos, they are going to have, let's just say, 3rd and the distance from here back to Cecil County, as the ball is going to be spotted at the 28-yard line. They have to get basically they have 40 yards to get here.
What's your strategy on 3rd and 40?
Run the ball. I mean, you could also do a quick kick if you wanted to, because
too early. Can't give in like that. Got to give it a shot. I'd go for it. 2 down territory.
I mean, you have a good point there. At the same time, I also believe that if you're 3rd and 40, do you try and pass the ball and hope for a defensive penalty, like a defensive holding or an illegal contact?
I saw Miami convert a 3rd and 43 on Notre Dame back in the day.
How long ago was that?
Before I was born.
I don't remember that game either, so don't worry. So 3rd and a long way. 3rd and 40 from their own 28-yard line.
This is where the underneath play comes in handy. If you can get a quick slant underneath, cut through that middle, you could find something. We've seen it before in this sport. Let's see what they got.
Not a bad idea. Back to pass and throwing.
Okay.
How about that one? Pass is caught down to 47-yard line. So a nice 25-yard pickup. And no
Gutsy play.
That's a pretty gutty call. I mean, you got more than half of it. Now you increase your chances on a 4th and 15. Not by much, but you have 4th and 15.
Looks
and
like there's an injury on that Warrior side right now at about the 46, and they're going to stop the game for it.
And it may be a cramp. The person down is Rod Charles, and he just got
There
up.
we go.
And again, with this weather, the way it's been, it got up to 90 degrees today. Hydration, and the lack thereof that sometimes causes cramps to happen. We saw a lot of it, especially at the end of the of games that we saw like yesterday. And now today it's starting to happen again. That's why it's so important to keep your body in tune and make sure you do what needs to be done.
And then you consider also time off in between games. That's also a big factor when it comes down to cramps and stuff happening like that, whether your body is up to par with what you've been playing. And there's some guys, they've been sitting there, they've been exercising, but that's not the same as going in there and getting real work.
Here's a 4th down play, and that was not a bad
Rush
point.
gonna get him.
Look out. Yep, they got him. Down he goes at about the 47-yard line. Quarterbacking right now, Tyreem Blake. He made that 25-yard pass play just a couple moments ago, but he goes down right at the line of scrimmage, and the Chaos turn the ball over on downs. And here come the Warriors again with a pretty short field.
And right now, if you're the Warriors, 7.5 to go in the third quarter, you got to feel pretty good about what's been going on all game. Aside from the penalties, that's something that you want to – probably the one thing you want to take away, you'd want to fix out of this game would be the discipline on the penalties. A lot of pre-snap, a lot of unnecessary ones. But other than that, this Warriors team has played a really good game. And, you know, we talked about Cecil County being noted on short notice to come here. Warriors, to be fair to them, they had a very short notice as well that they were playing Cecil County. They went from preparing for one team for roughly 2 weeks to preparing for another in 2 days.
And that's a very good point you bring up because that catches up both teams by surprise. But you still have to play the game one way or the other.
Exactly, and we saw a lot of that in college football last year.
Whoops! Falling down is the quarterback, Darius Thomas. They went with a play fake, and then he just lost his footing, ends up losing yardage. But, hey, sometimes that happens. You just lose your balance and you go down.
A few times this weekend we've seen it. A couple guys just slipping and sliding around the turf. Just got to find a way to keep your footing. To me, if that's the worst thing that happened on that play, I'm okay. Next play.
And I'm sure that's what the Warriors are thinking right now. I mean, it's a 3-yard loss. Didn't work out. You're up by 22. On to the next one.
You're also killing some clock in the process, roughly 30 seconds in between plays there. And now if you're the Warriors, a real opportunity here to drive down the field, kill some time, and if you come up with a score, even better.
2nd and 13 as Thomas takes a snap. He's under a rush this time. And he's going
way back.
He goes the other direction.
As
a flag is
they're going to call that on.
And a pass ends up being caught.
I don't think it's going to stand, though. I'm pretty sure they're going to call it right there on that player for the Warriors who laid the block down on the Cecil County player who's currently injured. And I didn't get a chance to see the actual block, but the official was right there to throw it.
And it was caught by Brian Williams. And should that stand, that's going to be a big penalty. And right now, as far as the injured Cecil County player, he is shaken up and slow to get up. Trying to figure out exactly what happened to him, but it didn't look good by the way he landed, that's for sure.
Not at all, and hoping the best right now. You hate to see that in this kind of game. These games are meant to be fun. These games are meant to be a great time.
Well, let's take a look at what happened to him on the
let's see
replay.
On the replay.
I believe that was Xavier Teagle who was the one shaken up on the play. He took a hard hit.
They're going to line up here. Let's see. You got a formation. Looks like one tight end, one back, 3 receivers. He's in the gun here. He's going to drop way back. Right there, that lineman just gets beat, and he's on the pursuit. And I want to say right there, there's a shove in the – oh.
Yeah,
yep.
Blocking it back.
Yep.
And you look at 58, who was right behind him,
Yep, that's going to be called every single time.
Yeah, that's a block in the back, no question. That's why he went down the way that he did. And he landed rather awkwardly.
There was actually 2 blocks in the back on that play. The one we initially saw was not the actual one that was called, but rather the second one that we called at the very end before the pass got off. First one I want to say is right here is where that one player was shoved over there, and then over there off camera because the panning happened right as it happened.
I think also the knee also was going on the wrong way a little bit too.
It's a shame.
The way that he landed. But anyway, it's 2nd and 25 from the 34-yard line. They'll try a handoff this time. And there's some room to the 40, midfield, and down to the 40-yard line. A 2nd and 25, no problem for James Cloud. However, another one. As in a penalty flag at the 30-yard line.
Referee was pointing at a lineman, and that lineman there is arguing with him.
He's like, are you kidding me? I mean, all these blocks have been going on, and now we're going to be like, we had a 26-yard gain that looks like it's going to be negated for holding, and it's obviously that penalty is not going to be declined. Why don't we take a look at the replay?
Capital City Designs.
Yep, on the Cloud. And, of course, the running back, that's James Cloud. Let's see where the holding took place. Somewhere, and the flag, I think, came down a little bit later. Oh, it came at the end of the play. So I'll tell you what happened. It ends up being a first down, but I think a 15-yard personal foul was added on at the end of the play.
Okay, that would make sense.
That makes a bit more sense. I'm like, wait a minute, if the penalty is on the Warriors, how come they end up going forward? But that was an after-the-play thing. So 1st and 10 after that 26-yard pickup. Here's a handoff. Cloud again. Oh, look at him float all the way down to the 30 to the 28-yard line.
It's like a boulder running downhill on you. It's a guy you don't want to hit. It's a shorter guy, but he packs a hell of a punch.
That's 52 yards on 2 plays, a pair of 26-yard gains, and Cloud ends up getting to the 28-yard line, and the Warriors are back in business with 1st and 10.
Cloudy weather for this defense right now, the chaos. Storm is coming. Not looking good for this defense.
Okay, so 1st and 10, they change the formation up, and here's Thomas taking a high snap. Handoff, oh, there's a missed tackle. And sneaking into about the 27-yard line is Denzel Heath. We haven't called him yet today. Ends up getting a yard on the play. We'll see where they spot. And ends up being 2nd and 9. But I'll tell you what, you see the versatility of James Cloud. I mean, this guy has some serious moves, and you get him in the right spot, he will blow by you in a hurry.
Agreed, 100%. The way he's been running the ball, especially on those 2 runs he had back-to-back, this guy is just killing it right now. And this running game for the Warriors has been just doing all kinds of work today. They're getting in there. They're pushing Cecil County around the trenches. The backs are finding lanes. The running game for the Warriors has been very key to their success on offense today.
All right, on 2nd and about 10, here's a play action as Thomas is going to launch one, and it gets deflected incomplete. I didn't see who deflected it, but that pass did not have too much zip, and it allowed the time for the defender to bat it down and force an incompletion.
It's be 3rd down coming up. And right now, if you're Cecil County, you got to feel a little bit better after giving up those long plays. Let's see if they can stop this 3rd down and long, though. That's been the biggest thing all weekend, is that a lot of teams are struggling with these 3rd down and 5-yard plus plays, I call them. The 3rd and long-ish kind of plays. We've seen the conversions all weekend. Let's see if Cecil County lets up again. And let's see if the Warriors can find a mistake or a hole in this secondary. Right now, I can tell you there's a lot of space between that safety and that blitzing linebacker coming up. A quick one to well, they're going to go running with it.
Well, let's see what happens.
And it's going to work right out.
He's going to roll to the 20, and he gets out of bounds, pushed out at about the 10-yard line.
They have so many guys trying to cheat up to that line of scrimmage that once they're missing the guys up front, they are literally having nobody back there to save them. And as a result, right there on that last play, the Warriors, with that running game, that spectacular rushing attack we've talked about all day, gets the 1st down on a 3rd down and 9-10 play, give or take. And now it's a 1st and I believe should be goal to go. at about the 10-yard line.
That's exactly where they spotted. It is 1st and goal right at that 10-yard line. That was a gain of 18 on the play for Heath, who's getting some time in. Also in the game, once again, is Teddy Allen. Let's see if they give him a chance. 1st and goal from the 10-yard line. Thomas awaits the snap. And he goes offset.
Nice.
And look at that. They give it to Heath. And you might as well give him the candy. And Teddy Allen was the one who ended up getting into the end zone there. So you figure you give Allen a chance. You gave Heath a couple of opportunities, but get the big dude, Teddy Allen, and he bowls his way in for a 10-yard touchdown run to extend the lead for the Iredell Warriors.
And now to score 34-6, 2:43 rather to go here in the third quarter. And if you're Cecil County, you're running out of opportunities. Conversion here will make it a 30-point game. That's a tough hole to climb out of. Let's see if they get it, and let's see how Cecil County responds, because to me, if they don't score this next drive, it's over.
Well, as far as the Warriors are concerned, one of the weak points of their day has been converting on 2-point conversions. And they have not been able to I think they got one early, but they haven't been able to do one since.
The difficulty of that red zone offense we've talked about.
Well, let's see what happens here as Thomas takes it himself.
Nice.
Is he going to option? Yes, he does. And he balls over his defender and gets the 2-point conversion.
Love seeing that old school option football.
To make it 36-6.
Fake to the fullback, go to that right side, well-executed pitch and run up front. And it's
Aaron Holsey, also a touchdown grab as well. So they're spreading the ball around, and they're playing hard doing it. So they're ready to kick things off. And the high pop up to the up man. It takes one hop, and it goes out of bounds to the 31-yard line.
Sideline is your friend.
Well, that time it was, and that is where the chaos will begin. 1st and 10.
Talk about the Sunshine Bowl. For those wondering, like, how do I get my team? How do I play in the Sunshine Bowl? You got to go out there. There's a nice little selection committee. They look at the best teams across the board. Go out there, win your league, do great work, and accept any competition that comes your way. A lot of teams, they prefer to stay at home. They don't want to go out on the road and face the big-time competition. This is where you're going to find the best of the best in the semi-pro here in the Sunshine Bowl, and it's a testament to all the work the people who organize this event have done.
And it's a testament, and I totally agree with you with this, Joey, with everyone who has been involved with the Sunshine Bowl weekend. It has really been a phenomenal experience for everyone. We have seen several games. We have seen a bunch of games have some interesting twists and turns, and that is the beauty of having competition from one state to another. You just don't know, regardless of your record, you just don't know how strong you are until you face your opponent, and you just never know. You could be facing somebody from a much stronger league, or you could be facing somebody from a league that's still up and growing.
And wow, that toss play was doomed from the beginning. That O-line had no chance from the start of that play, and I feel bad for the quarterback. He got roughed up there on that play. As soon as he pitched the ball, he got hit from behind, mostly because of the fact that defense got there so fast that pitch had no chance from the beginning.
Well, again, when you're talking football, the two biggest things to look at are obviously the line play between offense and defensive line, and then the turnover battle. And right now it's been more no contest for the Warriors as they've won both offensive and defensive battles. I mean, they've had a lot of open plays. Some didn't quite necessarily work out, but their defense has stepped up when they needed to. They basically have gotten like 8 points on defensive plays, one being a safety, and then, of course, the Lance Lewis pick 6 early in the third quarter. So it is 2nd and 17. They'll spot the ball at the 25-yard line. Back to pass. Somebody lost the helmet. Flag is down, and the pass is caught. Another hard hit down the 23-yard line.
Might be a hands to the face penalty coming up, maybe some kind of hold. We'll see what the ref was looking at. Actually, he's pointing to the defense.
I mean, we've seen a lot of helmets go flying off, and obviously that's like one of the safest things you can have to prevent yourself from injury. But in reality, I've been very surprised to see the amount of people losing their, not their heads, but losing their helmets. And
it's rough in those trenches.
Yep, and that is a blow to the head on a personal foul, so that's going to be an automatic first down for Cecil County, and they'll move the ball 15 yards.
And you got to think that's a big win for Cecil County. They managed to get some yards out of that. It looks like I'm about to.
Oh, well, for some
first down according to that.
Yeah, for some reason they ruled it just a 5-yard face mask, but I don't. Oh, they're trying to reset the markers. So it's an automatic first down anyway. 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line. Let's see what Coy does. Oh, a defensive. I'm not sure if the offense jumped or if not. Yep, it's going to be a neutral zone infraction against the Warriors. So they'll move it up another 5 yards, and it'll be 1st and 5 as back-to-back penalties against the Warriors as the clock will wind down and we will hit three-quarter time here in Potomac. So we finished the third quarter, and right now it's been all Warriors. Iredell leading Cecil County by a score of 36-6. So when we take a quick break, we'll come back with a final quarter right after this.
The first thing you learn when you're coming back from injury is to be smart about coming back safely. My advice is to concentrate one step at a time. And remember, you can only control your own performance. So everyone around you has to do their job. Trust your team, and they won't let you down. Because it's up to each and every one of us to make progress. So stick with it. In Dallas, we will come back.
Okay, Cecil County with the ball as we begin the final quarter of play. It'll be 1st and 5 following that neutral zone infraction. Coy back at quarterback. He stands in a shotgun and
There's a false start coming.
Yep, leaning is one of the running backs, and that's going to bring him backwards 5 yards.
I think the skill guys on the Chaos have had more false start penalties than the linemen have so far.
Well, whether it be receivers or runners or what have you, obviously a lot of discombobulation for Cecil County. As they're back to being 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line. Coyle take the shotgun snap, quick throw, pass is caught, swinging around to the left and getting a good gain and hit out of bounds about the 33-yard line. So that makes it 2nd and 7 at this point.
Nice quick play to get the ball out of the backfield there. Good little run to go with it. Just what you need for Cecil County right now, something to abate this pass rush by the Warriors that has been just on a whole other level all game. And right now with Cecil County, 2nd down, 7 to go. They're taking a little bit of time. 14 minutes left and a half, or a quarter rather. And
in the game pretty much.
Yeah, as a whole. You got to wonder at this point how many opportunities you're going to get.
So it is 2nd and 7 from the 33-yard line.
I like the call, though. They should have been running a lot more quick stuff all game like that. That has been the one success they've found in this game, are quick plays like that.
Let's see if they do another one as Coy takes the snap. He pump fakes. He may have room to run, but he's going to lob it instead, and it's incomplete. Went off the fingers of Royce Ruffin, who was in that area. Could not come down with it, and it ends up being a 3rd and 7.
That's rough for this team. Not the drop you need right now. In this 3rd and 7, you still got about 2 more chances. Shake it off, get back on the field. Go for something quick again. Take advantage of the mobility a little bit. If you see an open lane, just take off and run. Hit the sideline, though, because those Warriors defenders are going to come in fast. They're going to come in hard, and they are not going to show any mercy. This is a very physical defense, and they have shown it all game with the score you're seeing right now.
So for the Chaos, it is now 3rd and 7 from the 33-yard line. They're in a huddle. They want to make sure they run a good play to keep their drive going. They finally break the huddle, and it'll be 3rd and 7. Let's see where they line up. Looks like they're going to go 3 wide slot left at this point. This time back is to the left of quarterback Matthew Coy. And he'll take the snap. Here they come. Throwing off his back foot and incomplete, but I think he got hit late.
There's going to probably be some more flags.
There could be, as a Warrior is also down on the play. Obviously, a bit more hustle and bustle, and hopefully, whoever it is that took a shot we'll be all right. Now a second flag at the end of that play, and then other extracurricular stuff took place. And one of the Cecil County players actually picked game. So the officials continue to discuss. And as we continue waiting on this delay, it ends up being, then we may have coinciding penalties or coincidental ones. They continue to discuss. Just real quick, a reminder, Darius Thomas, he's had a pretty good game. He threw a couple touchdown passes, one to Al Bryant, another to Aaron Holsey. And Holsey really had the most electrifying touchdown with making several people miss. Also on defense, Lance Lewis, 2 interceptions, including an 86-yard pick six, had back early on the third quarter. John Ukta, who had 2 sacks in the game, one of them in the end zone for a safety. That ends up making it a really all-around tremendous effort for these guys from the Moorestown, Statesville area of North Carolina. Of course, crazy shout to all of you checking in from that area. Thank you for supporting semi-pro football and, of course, the Sunshine Bowl Spring Nationals here at Potomac High School here in Dumfries, Virginia. There is going to be one more game after this, and it's going to be an absolute doozy. It's going to be the Fayetteville Ducks taking on the Virginia Mutiny, and that will take place a little bit after this game is over. And needless to say, both teams are looking forward to this battle. There was one Fayetteville team, the Fayetteville Commandos, who played yesterday, and they were pretty dominant. Now the officials are saying, basically coinciding unsportsmanlike conducts, and now they're also saying roughing the passer as well. They continue to discuss. They're trying to figure out where the ball should be. Now, if they're coinciding in sportsmanlike conducts at the end of the play, then the roughing the passer should be the 15-yard penalty will be assessed. And, of course, some people are basically sitting down the field and taking a siesta saying, what are your dinner plans, officials? It's like all the restaurants will be closed when we're done. I mean, the officials, we had a set yesterday, we had a set today, and they've done a nice job. But in these games, I've noticed they have called it very tight on both sides, and you have to, especially with a high-level or high-impact game like this. And that's one thing you got to understand. You're going to have some crews that will let a lot of things go. And they'll have some crews that will let absolutely nothing go. You just don't know what officiating crew you are going to get. So, again, the discussion continues as to what's going on. One of the Cecil County players up at the 25-yard line looks like he's about to take a nap because it's going to go on for a little while. Now they break, and now he throws that. Oh, my goodness gracious. All right, the roughing the passer on the defense, we know. After the play, we have unsportsmanlike conduct. Oh, wait, no. Oh, this is odd. Oh, this is confusing. We've got roughing the passer on the defense. We have unsportsmanlike on the offense. And we have intentional grounding on the offense. Well, have you ever seen a pick three of penalties going there?
I'm pretty sure at this point we're at more penalties in this game than we've had the last few. This has been a rough one on terms of penalties. Warriors got to be proud of what they've done, but at the same time, both sides have to work going forward on trying to avoid that, especially the Warriors. You're winning this game right now, but as we've said it before, penalties and mistakes like that will cost you in games down the road, especially closer games. For Warriors, they're up by 30. They're not worried about it, but that is something that you have to work on going forward if you're going to reach a top level of success in this sport.
Well, right now it is going to be the quarterback, Matthew Coy, who will probably punt this one. Fourth, and it looks like about 17 this time. Let's see what he does. He takes it, quick snap, and it's a short punt, which takes a Cecil bounce, taking it at the 48-yard line.
Wow, I love that little move there.
Lewis. He's going to sneak by. He gets to the 30. If he gets the blockers, he's good, but he steps out of bounds, I believe, around the 20-yard line.
The small things that people will miss, footwork like that you just saw on that return, that initial move he made, making the defender miss on that punt team. And so as a result, Warriors, Iredell, they're down right in the red zone area. They're looking real good. About 9:50 and running to go in this game. They got it right where they want it. We're going to head down the field shortly for the post-game celebration, right at the 2-minute warning. Tune into the Sunshine Bowl page for that. Joey Blaze will be live right there on the field to celebrate what appears to be a Warrior victory. But you never know in the game of football. Anything can happen. Anything can change. We could see a chaotic finish from Cecil County.
Well, you never know.
That guy needs to get on the other side first.
Highly unlikely. Here's a handle. They don't even throw a flag. Here's a cutover inside the 10 down to the 9-yard line. That's James Cloud.
I'm not sure if that was confusion or lack of field awareness by the defender just standing over there until he realized the ball was about to be snapped. I think he might have thought they were short on numbers. Not sure what went down there. He got back in time, luckily, to avoid the penalty, but unluckily for Cecil County, it's still a nice game for a first down in favor of the Warriors.
And it's 1st and goal. They're going to spot the ball at about the 9-yard line. So they'll go split backs here. To the left is Cloud. To the right is Heath. We'll see who gets it as Thomas will stand between those two, 3-wide slot right. A high snap, and they give it to Heath, who is tripped up at about the 5-yard line. He came close, but a good tackle on the part of Cecil County on the defense to prevent him from getting in.
Take it on the run. Once again, you have this Warrior squad going up the middle, pounding it with this great ground game they have brought to this Sunshine Bowl. I think out of all the teams, they may have the most rushing yards so far in this event. They have put on a display. This team is dominant in the trenches, and that is key to success if you're going to win at this level. Look at that big line they got. That is a huge part of it.
Well, they bounce this one around to James Cloud, and Cloud looks like he has dived in for another score. He has done exactly that. Cloud will put in the layup for the Wizards and make it a 42-point performance for the Iredell Warriors here in Potomac. I mean, they have just been absolutely dominant.
Indeed, indeed. The way this team has come out today to play. And, you know, the big momentum shift to me was that pick six at the start of the second half. Cecil County before that had a chance to pull within a score. After that, there was no more chance of coming back with the way this Warriors team has taken over through the ground game, through the trenches, and now they're going to go for two to try to make it a 38-point game.
Well, keep in mind, neither team has a kicker. So here's a play fake, and they're going to fire it for the two-pointer, and that's a good one. Caught by Aaron Halsey. He has a touchdown pass reception earlier. Now he has a two-point conversion to make it 44-6 as we're at the midway part of the final quarter. And to be honest with you, from what I've seen from Iredell, they must have been in a lot of classic battles, and they are battle-tested. And it doesn't matter who the opponent is or what level it is. When you're ready to play in cohesion like they have, and your offensive line gets your defense down at will, there's like almost nothing that can stop them.
Heart of a warrior out there on the field.
Literally.
Yes, sir. That is what this team has done. They have brought in this fighting spirit. They live up to the name. They live up to the play. You got to admire what this team has done today. They have come out here and put on a great display of offense and defense. It all starts up front in the trenches. The blocking has been just superb today. Cecil County being pushed around up front. The holes are wide open to run in. Defensively, no time at all for this chaos offense to get going. I think they're under, or at least around 5 completions in most in this game. And a large part of that, to me, is this pass rush getting right through that O-line and being able to create no time and no chances for this chaos team.
Totally agree with you, Joey. And not only that, let's not forget that even though the Warriors turned the ball over in the second quarter, there was a chance for the chaos to come back. And then unfortunately for the Warriors, they actually woke up from that moment. They have not allowed really a thing from the Cecil County team. And that tells you how solid they are and can be, even though they've had such a difficult start. All right, kickoff taking it at the 20-yard line, goes down to about the 28-yard line, as where Cecil County will probably have one more shot here as clock continues to wind down here, and the Warriors up by 38. Another impressive performance. I would have to say between the Warriors and the Commandos of Fayetteville, I think from an all-around perspective, I think they've been the two most complete teams in the Sunshine Bowl so far.
Agreed on that one. You take a look at the way both teams were dominant in all three facets of the game: offense, defense, special teams. They've been able to put up the points, they've gotten the stops, and they've been able to get some good returns out of it. And as a result, they will both walk away winners this weekend. You got to give praise to both of those squads as well as all the other teams this weekend who've come out and bought in the Sunshine Bowl. And believe it or not, folks, we still got one game to go. Prime time, under the lights, to wrap this one up. It's going to be a good one.
It will be under the lights once they are turned on. They will certainly real soon. But in the meantime, for the Cecil County Chaos, whom, remember, they only had a couple days to prepare, and they put up a good performance no matter what, especially scoring in the first quarter of the game. Here's a handoff going to about the 30-yard line. But when you're playing a team like the Iredell Warriors, who they won their league, they were 10-1, and they were able to do exceptionally well with the crew they had. I mean, for them it was a little bit of a trip to just south of D.C., but they have made the trip well worth it, and they have made their name known with the performance that they've had today.
Those who travel well will win. That is the biggest key, is going on the road. I know it's considered neutral territory for both sides, but both sides have to make that road trip up the road, down the road. This team has shown, and there's going to be a penalty coming again.
Yeah, left side moved, so we may have a false start, but they're going to signal that Iredell jumped first, so that will be a 5-yard penalty on the neutral zone infraction. Yes, we've seen a good number of these plays, and you have to remember when teams haven't played for a long time, you tend to have these things, but in this particular situation, it's like let's just keep going and just try and work on some things when we can, especially against a high-level opponent. You can always learn something from the opponent you play, and that'll only make you better based upon that. A delayed handoff, and two Warriors just flat in the back at about the 33-yard line.
The
so
biggest
a couple
lesson
yard
for
loss.
Chaos today would be to beef up the trenches a good bit. That is the one thing they've been pushed around in the most, is that offensive line. They certainly have guys who in their league and level they're able to block, but right now against this Iredell Warriors defensive line, that you can just look at the size difference and the skill difference. They are on a different level than where Cecil County's O-line is right now. But if you're the Chaos, like I said, like you said as well, it's a learning curve. This is something you're going to have to overcome later on, because in order to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Great line there. On third down, they go with a handoff, and that doesn't work because the defense just been flying around and not allowing very many positive gains.
This running game is dead at this moment, and it's been dead for a good bit because of the fact that they just not been able to even get out of the backfield most of these plays. I don't know if we got a stat tracker or not, but a lot of the very little gains that they've had today, you have to think like they don't have many rushing yards. I mean, you compare the ground game of the Chaos and the Warriors, it's a whole other level when you compare them. This Warriors team, they got it down. They're winning the trench battle. Their backs are getting space. County's team, they're not getting anywhere on these plays. And now they're going to punt it, and that's going to go to the sideline of the Warriors right into his hands.
And they're going to return it, too, crossing about the 40, and we
there's
got an
a
illegal
flag,
block.
yeah.
And stepping out of bounds at about the 35 was the returner in Eddie Shaw. He clearly stepped out of bounds, but it wasn't going to matter. 3 flags went down all at the same time, and certainly for an illegal block. And a
Chaos players banged up, 2 of them down.
Not sure who the one is that is hunched over.
One at the 48 and one at the 35.
Oh, wow. And there were some hard hits.
And this is the one thing you get anxious about if you're a coach. You do not want to see players go down like this at this duration of a game, especially when there's so much more football to be played in 2021 and a lot more bigger goals to go after this, because this isn't the last game of the entire year. These guys will be back on the field very, very soon. Some of them as early as next week.
I think there's a cramp going down the midfield stripe. The other person who was down, Dylan Lucas, he was able to get up eventually and walk off on his own power.
He took quite a hit there on that block that was called for a penalty.
Yeah, it definitely is a cramp. They're just working on his leg.
That is the good news. That is good news.
That was Jason Wood, who was on special teams, and obviously not putting very much weight on. But he is walking eventually, trying to stretch things out. And like I said, hydration station, the key here in this hot weather. Again, here in Dumfries, we got up to 90 degrees today. And still with one game left, I can guarantee you that still may be a key thing. You got to remember the humidity's up there. And when you have that in the atmosphere, you got to make sure you stay as hydrated as you can. So following the illegal block, it backs things up to about the midfield stripe. And we'll see what the Iredell Warriors do. They just have to run up another 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and they will have this game officially in the bag.
And they run the ball very well, so let's see how much clock they can kill. Right there, there's going to be a flag right out the gate. Might be a hold coming in there.
Well, that was a quick flag.
Probably
goes
on
to
that
about
right side.
the 46-yard line, and losing his helmet is Brad Wilkes, who's going to get a little bit of time in this final stanza here. Officials are going to discuss what the penalty is about. And I think they're counting to make sure how many players are on the field. Not exactly sure.
The ref was having some words with him.
Oh, an illegal player downfield. That's
okay.
The first one we've seen in basically the entire weekend. So the ineligible player backs it up 5 yards to the 45-yard line.
We just keep discovering more penalties.
Well, we've had some very inventive penalties today, to say the least. But, I mean, some of these you just can't explain. I mean, maybe out of the Twilight Zone.
You got to start wondering about the conditions of the refs' arms at this point, throwing a lot of the flags they've had this weekend. It's been very tough. When does the wear and tear start to kick in?
That could very well happen, too. So
a lot of praise to our officials, though. They've been bearing the heat all day in these events, yesterday and today. Got to give credit to them.
Thomas back the pass. He's going to roll, and he's going to take another shot down the field, but it's a little bit too far, and it's incomplete. So we'll have the 2-minute warning here with 1:52 left.
And on that note, I'm going to start heading down for the post-game celebration. Congratulations, Iredell Warriors. We're going to see you in the Sunshine Bowl page in a few.
And of course, you can tune to the Sunshine Bowl page on Facebook. Joey Blaze will be down and interviewing the winners. Of course, here and of course on YouTube. Let's also not forget we have one more game left. The Fayetteville Ducks taking on the Virginia Mutiny out of, I believe it's Prince George County. I'll double check. It is going to be a real barn burner, and they're out of Maryland. I beg your pardon. I'll double check because I was given a screenshot of something a little while ago in regards to where the other team is. But you can't have a Virginia Mutiny team play out of Maryland. Wind is starting to pick up a little bit here in Potomac at Potomac High School. I'll be interested to see what goes on for this final game. What I'd be looking forward to, of course, I mean, this is definitely going to be a hard-hitting matchup, which will be coming up. But getting back to this matchup a little bit, it is 2nd and 15 from the 45-yard line. Clock running following the 2-minute warning as Thomas will give the ball up the middle. There won't be too much there. And he got his knee went down. James Klatt had his knee go down about the 46-yard line. So maybe about a yard on the play, but it forces 3rd and long. But at this point, the Warriors, right now, they just want the last minute and a half to run down, and they will officially take care of their business here. And you have to give credit to both teams, but also special credit to the Cecil County Chaos, who gave it their best shot under very short notice against a champion league team like the Iredell Warriors. And to have this competition, things may not have worked out for the folks out of Elkton, Maryland, and Newark, Delaware. However, they most certainly will gain some valuable learning experience from playing in such a high level of game. All right, so third down. And here's Thomas back to pass. He's looking. He's under a rush. And believe it or not, he's going to go down at about the 30-yard line. See, there's a little bit of positivity to finish the game with, especially on the defensive front. But I don't think that the Warriors are going to need to run another play as we're down to 30 seconds left. So we can tell you that the Virginia Mutiny will be taking on the Fayetteville Ducks in a little bit, as the Warriors are going to let the clock run out and take home a 44-6 win over the Cecil County Chaos in a game that didn't start as well as people would have liked. However, the Warriors got their composure back, and they managed to come through with the win. The final seconds run out, and your final score again, the Iredell Warriors 44, the Cecil County Chaos 6. Let's take a little bit of a break. We'll refresh ourselves and get ready for the last game between the Fayetteville Ducks and the Virginia Mutiny in a little bit, so please stay with us. Well, my friends, welcome back as we are about to start the final game of the Sunshine Bowl Spring Nationals, this 7-game exhibition here that's been held by Potomac High School here in Dumfries, Virginia. We are ready to start the final game. It's the Virginia Mutiny taking on the Fayetteville Ducks. And this is certainly going to be a classic one between two very good teams, and we're going to be talking more about that as we go. In the meantime, I'm Tom Wilkins. Joining me is Joey Blaze, and, of course, Howard Gabert taking care of the controls. And, Joey, first of all, before we start this last game, our personal thanks for you coming in and taking care of the commentary throughout this entire weekend. Definitely some great insight on these teams. What can you tell about both of these?
Offhand, we're going ahead of the Virginia Mutiny. They just won their league a few weeks ago. Actually beat the Franklin County Tigers, who we saw yesterday.
How ironic.
They beat the Tigers yesterday. They beat them pretty soundly, yeah, back in that game. It was a blowout. I want to say the Tigers had roughly 20% completion percentage was a stat I heard about after the game from a few of their players. Rough time against this Mutiny defense, which is going to be the biggest key. Look at this sideline for the Mutiny. This is a team more than prepared. Look at that roster sheet for the Mutiny you got in front of you. They at least have doubled up in numbers compared to what this Fayetteville team, who's a great team in their own regard, has brought to the table. You could tell. Look at the fans in the crowd over there. A whole lot of fans. I think that's the most I've seen this weekend from any team. This fan base has come. And to this Virginia team, this is a home game as far as they're concerned. You're going to see that home game energy out of them tonight. And for the Fayetteville Ducks, this is going to be a tough matchup. We'll see what they're able to do against this Mutiny defense that's what's been monstrous all season long. And I'm really excited to see this final game.
And I'm sure we might be saying save the best for last here. This game has been promoted on a lot of places, including for the Virginia Mutiny on the Prince William County Facebook page, which may be responsible for bringing some more people down 66 and 95 to get on over to Dumfries for this contest. A very good crowd on the far side of the field, and we definitely have the side of the Fayetteville fans who are getting themselves riled up for what's certainly going to be a tremendous contest.
See if they can match the noise and energy from that Mutiny sideline between the players and the fans in the stands. I have to say, this could really get bad for Fayetteville if they fall behind early, because for the Mutiny, they're going to treat this like a home game. You just heard the ovation right over there, and they asked, are they ready? They're more than ready. This is going to be an awesome game to watch from start to finish.
While Virginia will get the ball first, as Fayetteville, and basically they're all blacks with white numerals. Virginia, the Mutiny in their white uniforms with red numerals, helmets, and pants. They'll be the ones traveling left to right. Fayetteville right to left will switch sides during the second quarter of play. So we're about ready as the kickoff starts everything off. The final chapter of Sunshine Bowl 2021, and it bounces into the end zone, and it wasn't even attempted to be returned, so it's going to be a touchback, and a Mutiny will begin 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. By the way, crazy shouts to my longtime college friend who happens to live not too far from D.C., Carrie and Bob Sims and their daughter Hannah, who of course are in that area of Virginia, Northern Virginia, and of course they actually help promote this game to many people. So my thanks to them, and hopefully they're doing well. And if they're checking out the broadcast, I hope you enjoy, as well as everyone else watching here on the HSG Network here on YouTube.
Excited to see the rest of this night play out. We got prime time. Lights are about to come on very, very soon. This is going to be a battle. This is the main event of the Sunshine Bowl, the last match of the event. The crowds are here. The audience is watching. Let's get it going. Man in motion to start, I formation.
And here we go on 1st and 10. Handoff up the middle. Nice gain down to about the 32-yard line. That was Akil Smalley out of Garfield High School, the running back. He was the one who got a nice 8-yard pickup, and the Mutiny, I think their offensive line is going to need to play a very, very solid game in order to unseat Fayetteville. Remember, the Ducks come in undefeated. They're the CFA champions, 10-0. The Virginia Mutiny, the champs of the AFA, at 12-1. So 2nd and 2 from the 32-yard line. There's another handoff up the middle, and it's going to be a close call. Looks like he's got enough for the first down right at the 35-yard line. The quarterback, by the way, for the Mutiny is number 8, Eric Washington out of Cortland High School. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on him as we go through things today.
See what he does on the field here. Sunshine Bowl, always a big stage to show out, ball out, play your best. We've seen a lot of players do that this weekend. They have risen to the occasion in the biggest event of this summer.
1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. They have Washington in the shotgun. Spread out with the back to the right.
4 wide receivers set.
And taking a snap and a quick throw. Pass caught, but there's the Duck defense, and they put a dynasty of players down for a several-yard loss. They're going to go back at the 30-yard line. So a loss of 5 on the play. I think that Fayetteville Duck defense, they came flying on that play.
Oh, they were ready to go. They swarmed right to that one. That was just excellent defense. Capital City Designs, instant replay. Let's see.
Well, evidently we had a Rolling Stones moment. We had painted black for a second with the screen, but we'll get back to it.
We're going to try. Let's see.
Well, while they're fixing it, we'll take 2nd and 15. All right, 2nd and 15. Here's a handoff, bouncing around and getting about 4 yards. Again is Akil Smalley. He'll pick it up to about the 34-yard line. So now the Mutiny have a 3rd and long coming up.
See what they can do, what your game plan is. Already you're seeing what this Fayetteville Ducks team can do. They're getting to the ball really fast, and they're able to make the stops when needed. If you're this Mutiny squad, I would try to take a shot downfield here and see what this secondary is like.
And I'm sure they'll give it a test. There's been one pass, but the Ducks secondary came flying for like a 5-yard loss, and that's the reason why the Mutiny have a 3rd and 11 from the 34-yard line. Washington is in the shotgun. They're going to make a triple on the left. Pass swung around, caught, getting to about the 40, but be about 2 yards shy of a first down. They're going to say the 42-yard line to maybe 3 yards shy. So it'll be an interesting opening decision for the Mutiny here on 4th down.
Looks like they might be punting, a lot of personnel switching off right now. It's a good decision. I know I've been an aggressive play caller on my end all weekend with a lot of these 4th down plays. But early on in a game like this with the Ducks, it is appropriate to go for a punt, especially when you got your full roster, it appears, at least a good amount of it, a large percentage of it, like this Mutiny squad has right now. If you're able to make something happen on special teams, change the field position, flip it, we'll see what this punter has in a leg and what this returner has in speed.
That would be Marco Bradley, who is out of the Virgin Islands in St. Croix. And now flags are down. We may have too much time.
Those pre-snap penalties.
Well, actually, looks like a 12-man in the huddle, I think. So it's going to be a 5-yard penalty.
We've seen a lot of that this weekend, too. That's been popping up a good bit. You know the layoffs affecting some of the teams. It's tough to come back to work after a long time been around. You know as well as I do when you're going for a bit, it's not the same when you come back. You got to get adjusted. You got to see what's up. Right now, you got to give it to this Ducks defense on the opening possession. They're doing great work.
Okay, so 4th down. Let's see what the punt does for the Mutiny. They take the snap, and it's a low line drive. We'll take a couple of hops, and it'll be returned at about the 30-yard line. A little bit of a hole and a late flag probably for an illegal block as Kyle Talley is the one who returned it, but I have a feeling it's going to come back.
And I believe it will, too. We're going to push this back into about between the 20 and the 30. Let's see what exactly mark it at.
All depends on where the spot of the block was, and it was probably around the return.
Yeah, it looks like he threw the flag onto the 26-yard line down there on that right side by the Ducks bench.
But, yeah, it doesn't mean the foul occurred there. It occurred around there.
That's what I'm saying, like probably around that area. We'll see exactly where it's at.
And it is a hold during the kick against the Fayetteville Ducks, so they're going to be backed up 10 yards. So not exactly the start the Ducks wanted, but they'll get their opening drive 1st and 10, and I believe they're going to spot the ball at the 26-yard line where the hold took place. Well, 36 was where it took place, so 10 yards from there, actually.
Let's see, about first drive, you got to give it to the Ducks right off the bat.
Let's see what they could do against this Mutiny defense. What does the Virginia Mutiny defense have in store for the Fayetteville Ducks? This is going to go right back to about the 18-yard line, it appears.
Actually, it's going back to about the 13-yard line. So I'm guessing
No, 13, my bad. I'm looking way far up the field.
That's
Jeez.
okay, and I think I got the penalty wrong,
Yeah.
too. It looked like a blindside block. So that was half the distance of the goal because it occurred at the 26.
At the 26,
and
where the
half
flag
the
was.
distance. So.
Yeah.
So 1st and 10 from the 13-yard line for the Fayetteville Ducks. And they're going to 22-yard line. That is Xavier Ford, who was able to zig and zag with relative ease and made a couple of Mutiny players miss. In fact, good enough for an 11-yard pickup and a first down. Let's check out the replay of this one. I mean, this guy can move.
This is excellent footwork all around. We've been talking all weekend about what good footwork can do for you in that skill position. Let's see, ball's going to come here in the snap. He's going to throw to that left side complete. And right here, great way to make him miss on that play. And as a result, it's going to be a nice game for a first down for the Fayetteville Ducks. Nice start, just what you needed. Get a stop on defense. Get out of that area. Now you got something to work with. Let's see what they do the rest of the way here in this drive as we're about past the first 5 minutes of the game.
All right, 1st and 10 from the 23-yard line. This is going to be a run, sweeping around the right side and maybe getting to about the 25-yard line. 34 brought that one in and ends up getting about 2 on the play.
Did you hear that crowd just now on that Mutiny side? They got really hyped for just that tackle alone. That's the one thing you want to do for this Ducks team. You want to take that crowd over there out of it early on. For a lot of these players and a lot of their fans, this was a short ride over here, and they're going to come with that same hometown enthusiasm and energy that they bring to the table every single week. Let's see if the Ducks can handle the pressure being on what is intended to be a neutral site game. You can't really prevent where guys drive from player-wise, but this is going to be considered a road game to me if I'm the Ducks coach. Come out here, smack this Mutiny team right in their own backyard. And
So
that's
after
what
a
they got to
ga-
do to win it.
So after a gain of 2, it is 2nd and 8 from the 25-yard line.
In a tighter formation, I see about 3 receivers at once coming in motion. Let's see where they put him at.
And now we have, I think we might have a timeout. Timeout's going to be called by the Ducks, so we'll take an early break. 8:49 left in the first. The Mutiny and the Ducks, no score in the finale of Sunshine Bowl 2021. We'll come back in a moment.
As rivals, we don't always see eye to eye.
Like who scored the best recruits?
Who's going to be who?
And whether we wear green
or blue.
But one thing we can all agree on to help stop the spread of COVID-19, wear a mask.
Wear a mask.
Wear a mask.
Wear a mask. Wear a mask.
The ball's in your court, Michigan.
Following that Ducks timeout, they use their first of the half. They're facing a 2nd and 8 from the 25. Now, we understand we may have a little bit of an outdated roster for any of you Fayetteville Ducks fans who are watching here on YouTube and the HSG Network. If you can fill us in on who some of these players are, especially number 15, who's the quarterback, please let us know, and we'll make sure we accurately fill that in. So, help is certainly appreciated for those of you catching up. Of course, you can put that on the chat board. So 2nd and 8 from the 25-yard line. As under center, they send the man in motion, that be Ford.
One wide receiver, very tight set here.
And a play fake. Quarterback will fire. It's tapped.
Oh,
and it's intercepted.
no.
Going to the 10.
That's
It's gonna
not
be a
the play
pick
you
six.
needed. And that is what you
Wow.
wanted if you're the Mutiny.
Oh, mutiny on the defense, that's for sure.
That whole sideline just erupted. We've talked about momentum. Big-time defensive plays in games like these benefit the home team. That crowd is fired up now. That sideline is fired up. And if you're the Ducks, that is one of those plays where you just shake your head right off the hands and then intercepted.
Why should young people
Not
care
the result
about the
you
spread of
wanted
coronavirus?
if you're the
Well, we know
Fayetteville
that
Ducks.
people with
And
underlying-
as a result, the score now 6-0 Virginia Mutiny on that pick six.
I tell you what, they showed mutiny on the Fayetteville offense because That was Kyle Kawalu, who intercepted the ball off the tip and took it to the house or any other residence. I believe it was like a 23-yard interception return and a Mutiny on defense. And you brought this up, Joey. The Mutiny need to come through big on D, and they just did, giving them points.
Great defense there by the Mutiny. The pass rush getting to them. Great pursuit on the previous plays. And then that time, their hard work pays off with that pick 6 to the end zone. 6-0, and we talked about it. You do not want to give this crowd any reason to get riled up because they're going to be loud and proud over there on that sideline of the Virginia Mutiny team, as they should be with this excellent defensive start. 6-0. We're about 8:41 to go in the first quarter. They're going to go for an extra point here, and let's see if they can make it 7-0 to start.
Well, it looks like it'll be Jair Galloway to hold for the extra point. I believe it's Jaden Wyatt who will attempt the extra point for the Mutiny. The snap, kick on its way, high enough, deep enough, wide right. So no good, so it ends up being 6-0. While we go ahead and show the pick 6 that Kyle Kawalu of Wailua, Hawaii, was able to make.
Came a long ways.
And he made the defense go coconuts on this one. As you can see, the quarterback throw, it was tipped. And right there at the 25-yard line, there was the interception and coming home for the score. Well, 34's hands.
34 had a chance right at it, ran right off his hands, and that's the worst possible thing that can happen when the ball goes off your own receiver's hands into the hands of another defender. Even worse when that defender has a wide open lane for 6. Mutiny up early. This sideline's rocking. This crowd's ready. They're hyped up over there. 6-0. Can the Ducks respond is the question.
And I think we're going to find that answered in a short bit, as the Mutiny will be kicking off. And they've had one possession. They weren't able to do much with it, but their defense certainly made up for that. Now it is up to the Ducks to see if they can get some good returns coming up here. They have Devontae Baker out along the far side. It is a directional kick towards Baker, and he'll take it about the 11. Let's see what he does. He'll get to the 20. Now he'll turn the corner to the 25. He tries a high step. There are 5 Mutiny players after him, and he finally goes down about the 31-yard line. So the Ducks will try it again, 1st and 10 from the 31-yard line. Obviously, the first drive didn't work. What do you think the head coach is telling the quarterback right now?
Just keep calm, keep your composure. You can't fully put that on the QB. He threw the ball. It hit right off of 34's hands. And that time, it's just something he couldn't really prevent. He had a lot of pressure, too. He was rolling out to that right side, and he thought he had a guy right there with some room to run, but instead it went off his hands into the wrong guy's hands, who had plenty of room to run for 6 for the Mutiny. Now the ball down here at about the 30-yard line, what it's on the nose of. Let's see what Fayetteville can do coming up here from North Carolina. Got to give it to them and all the teams traveling for the Sunshine Bowl this weekend. You always got to admire teams that go on the road and play the best without regards to who the competition is. They came up here. They know what they got into. Can they bounce back is the question. 3 wide receiver set, 1 fullback, 1 running back behind them. I formation. Got a man in motion. Well, maybe not. He signaled his foot as his
Well, nobody's moving. 1st and 10.
I saw the foot move, and usually you have to sign a motion, but nobody went that time. I was expecting something there, but
34 plows his way to the 37-yard line, so it ends up being a nice gain of about 7 yards.
That right foot, usually when they plant it back, is a signal of some sort of motion, but that time nobody went on that side. Don't matter either way. They got the yards. That's all that matters. Big gain for the Fayetteville Ducks. About 3 yards to go here in this next down. If they can change the marker. Looks like, yes, sir. They got it now.
Well, they're usually right on point with these things.
Long day.
Long weekend. And it may be 2 different crews from what I understand.
Most likely. But we'll see how it all goes the rest of the way. Virginia, Fayetteville. Good game so far. Ducks have to make up, however, for that last interception. Going to go under center again. I formation. 2 backs, 3 receivers, no tight ends on this formation.
Same as before. 2nd and 3 from the 37-yard line. Showing blitz and then backing off and then jumping on the left side. And, okay, now they blew the whistle. I was like, hey, wait a second.
Let's see what they call this on.
Well, we'll see who jumped. It might be the right side of the line or the left side of Virginia line. The officials will discuss. And while they discuss, I was curious about a question, which I'll ask. I think the official's going to make his decision here. Neutral zone infraction against the Mutiny. So that's going to give Fayetteville a first down, their first of the game. Now, we, of course, saw another Fayetteville team in the Commandos yesterday. Have those two teams, the Commandos and Ducks, played each other? Or have you really paid any attention to that particular thing?
They've been playing. I get the feeling they played each other good, but they know each other very well. Two familiar teams. It'd be a good game to see, but you don't want to see it up there this time. It'd be a lovely game to go down there and check it out sometime in North Carolina. Shout out to those two, however, representing their state up here today. Always good to see teams coming from far away.
And especially from Mooresville and Statesville, which the Iredell Warriors in the previous game had a dominant performance. So 1st and 10 from the 42-yard line, and once again they're going to line up the same way. So you see a lot of teams usually line up in one formation and try and run different plays off of it. Now they change it up, going back into shotguns, the quarterback in between splits. Let's see where the snap comes from. He takes it, looks, fires, almost intercepted.
And if he had taken that, he had the whole sideline to run with. That would have been another pick six. And right now, if you're the Ducks, you gotta be a little careful with some of the decisions you're making throwing the ball. That left side there was not the best one, and the defender was right there to almost pick it off. But instead it's going to be knocked down, incomplete. Second down coming up for Fayetteville. Virginia Mutiny's defense. They've been getting to the ball. They've been where the ball is all game. Let's see if this defense can keep up the pressure and the heat as the Ducks will line up now. Looks like they're going to continue with that 2-back and 3-receiver formation.
That's what they're doing. They're taking the split backs. By the way, that was Kayshawn Brown who almost had the interception there for the Mutiny. 2nd and 10 from the 42-yard line. And, they may have jumped offside. They did. Here's a handoff. Did they blow the play dead?
I swear I heard something.
I thought I did as well. Now there's another flag that came in at the end of the play. Well, I thought I heard a whistle on unabated, but
I'm glad I'm not the only one who heard that. I heard the same noise you heard.
So what may have happened in the last 20 seconds may be erased, but it is definitely offside against the Mutiny. The question is, do they allow the play to stand? And if they do, they decline the offside, and there'll be a major face mask against the Mutiny. So unfortunately, a double whammy. And they will allow the play to stand, believe it or not. A blow to the head at the end of the play, personal foul. So it is an automatic first down as Fayetteville just got a chunk of yardage and a 15-yard penalty on top of that. So they're going to be on the edge of the red zone at the 20-yard line.
Great run by this Fayetteville team. They're trying to get their crowd into it right now. They realize that the fans over there are just as much of a factor in this game as that sideline of the Mutiny, trying to make their own 12-man rise up and get into this game. Ball going to be spotted at the 20-yard line. Excellent run on that left-hand side. And the additional bonus of that penalty, even more sweeter if you're the Fayetteville Ducks. Now they have an opportunity to get on the board and potentially get a lead here. Let's see what they can do.
So 1st and 10 now for the Ducks as the ball is on the edge of the red zone at the 20-yard line. Number 15 being their quarterback. Let's see where they line up this time. They may do the same exact thing. I format 3 wide. Now they bunch the right side on the far end. Under center, he's looking. And they go end around. They give it to Devontae Baker. Baker to the attack.
He gets to the edge. Oh, he got popped.
He is knocked out of bounds hard at about the 3-yard line. It's still going to be 1st and goal. And they're going to spot it at about the 2, an 18-yard pickup.
Great run on the play. And so far, the Fayetteville Ducks are establishing a ground game, and that's what you're going to need to win this kind of game. You take a look at what's happening over there with the Mutiny. They're able to get the hits. They're getting to the ball, but the problem is they're allowing a lot of yards right now on this drive. You're going to need a big stand by that defense. 1st and goal coming up, and we'll see what they call here for this Ducks offensive attack and how the Mutiny will respond to being threatened by this running game of the Ducks that's just shredding them right now.
Well, the funny thing is the Mutiny pride themselves on defense, but right now the Ducks have the Mutiny on their heels as they look to try and level this score up as we count down to 4:20 and counting in the first quarter. 1st and goal, they're going to spot at the 3-yard line. Same I formation as before. Let's see what goes on here. You know they'll be coming.
He keeps moving that back foot, and
He calls his own number, and he's scrambling. Did he get in? Yes, he did. Welcome to the end zone. A late call, but second and third effort for the Fayetteville Ducks. As all of a sudden, my screen just went nuts as they decide to go with the 6-gun salute. As number 15 comes through with a touchdown and ties the game, and will go ahead pending the extra point.
Here we go. Let's see what they got. Looks like they're going to be going for the 2-point conversion here, given the placement of the ball. Opportunity to go up by 2 here in the first quarter, of about 4 minutes remaining, exactly 4 minutes remaining in the first.
Well, based upon
where response by this Ducks team.
Well, I was going to say, with the way that the players in the background were getting set up, it looks like they are going to try an extra
Yeah, now
point.
they are. Okay, everybody was standing to 2 at first, so I guess now they've made a change. Okay.
Well, we do know this much. Both teams have kicking games.
Good to see. Always got to have a kicker. A kicker is one of the best assets that nobody truly values.
And they have number 5 will be trying the extra point. This will give Fayetteville their lead after that touchdown play. Let's see how that is executed. A high snap. And the kick is blocked. Now can be returned for turn. They want. Here we go.
They got to save.
Going to the 40.
He's got
midfield,
space.
The 40. He's going to be caught down the 30-yard
Oh.
line. A saving tackle by Xavier Ford. But a great block on the part of A.J. Washington out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. He nearly brought it back to the house for a 2-point special teams play. So we stay tied at 6. The Mutiny and the Ducks with exactly 4 minutes left. Let's show you the replay on how the Ducks quarterback was able to use second and third effort to get himself in the end zone. Now you notice here, of course, he's under center. Now watch, he's moving his foot, but he's waiting a long time until the precise moment right here, pushes, and then his line, I think, helped push him in, and he just dove into the end zone. So
He keeps going for that fake motion, as I call it. That foot movement is usually a sign of some sort of motion. And as a defender, you're looking for that and trying to see where it's coming. All 3 times he's done it so far, though, there has not been anything. And I feel like it might be throwing the Mutiny off a little bit, looking for something that's just not there.
The art of deception, and it definitely worked for the Ducks, and that's why they have leveled this up at 6. They're about to kick things off, and now the Mutiny will have a chance. So, in essence, Virginia's Mutiny, very great start on defense, but the Ducks, hey, give them a lot of credit. They responded in a very big way as they tie the game up. So, still a lot of football left, and now it's going to be a long chess match, folks.
Kudos to this Ducks team. Great response after the pick 6 early on. That's the one thing you needed to do in this to get back into it was score. You could not afford to keep giving momentum to the Mutiny after that. They were very close to a second pick early on in that drive, but they figured it out. They're establishing the run game, and it'll be very interesting to see how that factors in for the remainder of this one. We talked about the running game we saw in the last game with the Iredell Warriors. Let's see what these running backs can do for the Ducks the rest of the way.
All right, here's the kickoff as the lights finally have started to come on here. And here's going to be a lateral. Going to be a little razzle-dazzle. Crossing about the 30-yard line, it was lateraled over to Marco Bradley, and he's able to get to about the 37-yard line. So they just turned on the lights here at Potomac High School here in Dumfries. I'm Tom Wilkins. He's Joey Blaze, and Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. The final game of this 7-game Sunshine Bowl Spring Nationals edition. It has been a really good one. Now, keep in mind, folks, if you've missed any of the action from the previous 2 games or even stuff from yesterday, you can go onto YouTube and search HSG Network. Subscribe to us. Make sure you check things out because we'll have a lot more stuff coming in the weeks and months ahead. You can also find us by way of the Sunshine Bowl page on Facebook, and you can find a link there as well.
You know, you talk about the evolution of live streaming in the sports. You got to give a lot of praise to this HSG network and the work they've done. This is taking live streaming to a whole other level.
Here's a first down play, and the handoff not going to be much as a flag goes down. It went to Akil Smalley, but we may have a hold, kind of like on the back of the line there. The officials will decide what that is. By the way, you can also find us on Facebook at HSG Network. You can also reach out to us there as well.
And you can find me at Joey Blaze on the Facebook network, Team Blunt Talk.
Which, of course, I didn't know.
You can also find us on YouTube as well, Team Blunt Talk. Is that okay, Howard?
There
we go.
That's one. Hey, that's one way to get your audience lifted. That's for sure. But anyway,
I looked at it. We're about at the same amount of subscribers.
Is that right? Oh goodness.
Are you at 700 now? I'm about to check. Okay. I like it.
Yeah, at least we're trying to promote any way we can and try and bring the positivity. Unfortunately for the Mutiny, they get hit with a holding penalty, and it's now 1st and 20 back at the 27-yard line. Eric Washington to shotgun. They're going to triple the left side here. He takes a snap, looking. Now he's under a rush, and down he goes. He is sacked hard by Anthony Duncan, who just blew through, and Washington had absolutely no chance.
None at all, and just not being able to get his foot down. Looks like he slipped a little bit on that turf, trying to just get away from that pass rush. And it's very hard when that rush comes from that middle area of that D line, because you got about 3 directions to go, and he can just go the same way. If he's got that look on you, and he's going to get you every time if he's as good a player as he just showed he is.
Well, the one direction you don't want to go is down, and that's exactly what happened there.
Sometimes that's the only way to go, is to go down, especially when you see a big body like that coming at you full speed.
So 2nd and 26 from the 21-yard line. Same formation as before as they triple the far side. Washington back, has time. He's going to launch one left. Pass is caught, and they got most of the yardage. A tremendous catch by Marco Bradley.
Is that a flag I see in the backfield?
Uh-oh. But that could be a couple of things. There could be a hold. There could be roughing the passer. There could be a lot of things.
I was looking downfield, so I don't know if anything might have happened extracurricular-wise.
Well, I'm only saying from the 16-yard line, which is where the flag has been thrown. And we'll see how this is being discussed. We're under 2 minutes left here in the first quarter in a 6-6 game. And preliminary indications are a hold. No, personal foul. Oh, wow, it's going to be against the Mutiny. So, unfortunately, they're going the wrong way, and a long pass play is denied because of that penalty. That's going to force it half the distance, and unfortunately for the Mutiny, it's going to be 2nd from here to Petersburg.
Long ways to go, especially depending on the traffic.
You'll probably be stuck somewhere in Fredericksburg at this point. But it is 2nd and a long way, unless it happened after which. They had the ball spotted at the 28-yard line, so I believe the foul. Oh, they did call a hold. Okay. So it was downfield, so 10 yards from that spot. So they actually gain a couple of yards, and they still repeat the down. So it is 2nd down from the 28. So instead of 2nd and 26, it's 2nd and about 19 as Washington back the pass. Going to take a shot down the field. Double coverage.
Beautiful.
It is caught.
What a play.
At the 30-yard line.
That is going to be a horse collar at the end.
And I thought I wasn't supposed to use that. But the tremendous catch by, I believe, Kavari Hill out of Woodbridge, not too far from here. That is going to get the Mutiny a 1st down and an additional half the distance with that illegal tackle.
This is his backyard, right by where Woodbridge is, 15, 20 minutes down the road. Take a look at the CapitalCityDesigns.net instant replay. From the gun formation, you got 1 back, 4 receivers, 3 on that left side. Goes to the low man, 1 on 2, and he finds him right there on the sideline. Big gain, 1st down for the Mutiny. And you got to give it up for this team so far. Did not look good to start, but they're responding.
A 44-yard pickup and then half the distance on the illegal tackle. And it is 1st and 10 from the 13. The Mutiny are in the red zone right before you know it. Just think about this. It was 2nd and 26 maybe a minute and a half ago.
They done flipped the whole field. Here we go.
And then some. Oh, and it looks like an offside. The handoff, obviously the Ducks jumped offside, so they're going to put them inside the 10. Clearly an offside on the right side of the line.
Ducks reeling a little bit here. You got to stay focused. You got to stay calm. It's still a long game. 1:12 left in the first quarter. That's about a grand total of 46 minutes left in the game overall. You do not want to get in your heads early on. Do not make these penalties and mistakes that we've seen a lot of teams make this weekend. Don't fall into those same traps, especially against a Virginia Mutiny team who, I've said it, you do not want to give a team like this momentum. You do not. This is like going up against the Miami Hurricanes back in the Orange Bowl back in the day. You give them momentum in a bowl game, they're going to take it, they're going to run with it, they're going to score, and they're going to play defense and give it to you at will. But you got to give it for Fayetteville so far. They have not backed down from this Virginia Mutiny team whatsoever. They've come to play. This is going to be a competitive game to the very end, I get the feeling.
I think this has the potential of being the best game of the 7 that we have seen today. So after the offside, 1st and 5, as Washington is in the shotgun, he's got veer it left. It is caught. Big
beautiful play.
5, and home he is, although he took a very hard hit.
It's a long bounce.
And I don't think they signaled for the goal. Is it or is it not? And now everyone's falling down. I don't almost like a scene, and they are going to roll the score. So a delayed touchdown call as he enters the end zone, but it's probably slammed right into the front door and it didn't move. So that gives the Mutiny the lead again, but wow, that was a massively hard hit.
Well executed play on that left side. You talk about it. Starts at the center, the quarterback exchange, and then from the QB spot, get the ball to your receivers. Blockers, hit your guy every time. You saw a nice block on that left side that allowed him space to hit the sideline and into the end zone, rolling out all the way to the track, down the hill, into the parking lot. What a play, what a score. Extra point pending.
And the snap comes up, kick on its way. No, it's wide to the left. Not by much, but still wide left, and it ends up being a 12-6 Mutiny lead with 28 seconds left in the first. I mean, that was a hardcore collision, a touchdown. Let's take a review on it and see exactly what happened. I mean, this was a swing pass as Washington took it and immediately sent it out. And there's a guy we've been watching, Bradley. Oh, yeah, he stumbled in. Oh, yeah, there's the touchdown. The official was basically halfway across the track when he made the call. No wonder we couldn't see it. Camouflaged beautifully, but touchdown nonetheless. And the Mutiny end up retaking the lead. So now it's the Ducks' turn to respond to that.
See what they can do here. Already so far, scores 12-6 in favor of Mutiny. You got to remember that pick 6 so far is the biggest difference between these two right now. That gave Mutiny momentum early on. Ducks responded right back. Mutiny says, no, not today. This is our state. This is our home. We're going to show you out the door.
I will give you an interesting counter. The two Mutiny players who have scored a touchdown, Kyle Kawalu is from Waiula, Hawaii, and Marco Bradley is from St. Croix, the Virgin Islands. So the two teams.
Yeah, wow.
So the point being, as we see the kickoff, we'll get to in a second, going to about the 20-yard line, a hard turn to the 30, and going to about the 35-yard line. That's about it. But the point I'm trying to make with those two players, the two Mutiny players who scored originally are not from the Continental 48.
That is huge. And you got to talk about it, recruiting. Recruiting is the one way you're going to win this game. You got to have an open mind when you go out there and find players. You got to find the right ones there to fit what you do. And this for Virginia Mutiny Squad, what they do best is recruit, coach, and bring together some of the best talent no matter where they're from. You just said it. The 2 touchdowns are from guys who are not from the continental U.S. That takes a lot of recruiting. That's a lot of hard work. That's the extra work that coaches, GMs, and owners do that a lot of people don't realize is that these players just don't show up at the door and say, let me play. You got to go out and find them. And sometimes you got to go outside of your state. You got to go outside of your city. You even got sometimes go outside of your country in some cases.
All right, so we'll see what the Ducks do. 1st and 10 to 35-yard line. Same formation as before. You're going to see like variations of this, but not very much. A delayed handoff, but not too much on the play, going down to about the 37-yard line. That will be the final play of the first quarter as 34 cut through the middle. So we can catch our breath. There's going to be a lot more football coming as we've hit quarter time here at Potomac High School. The Virginia Mutiny 12, the Fayetteville Ducks 6. Let's take a break. Quarter number 2 comes your way after this.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go!
All right, back just in time for quarter number 2 as we're about to start as the Fayetteville Ducks have the ball 2nd and 8 from the 37-yard line, down 12-6 to the Virginia Mutiny. Gonna be back to pass, good play fake, gonna go down the field, they got a man, and it's knocked down incomplete. They went for Chris Crankfield, but it got knocked, and he was the one that actually knocked it out of the Virginia defender who looked like he was going to come through with his second interception.
Almost had it there, and you got to think about it. Fayetteville has come close to throwing 3 picks in this game. That last drive started out with a near interception on that left. 8 to go now, and like we said, on a game like this, you cannot afford to fall behind too much, especially when you see that crowd, you see that sideline. This is one of those tough challenges for a team adjusting to a squad that has a lot of bodies on the sideline and even more in the stands. They have brought their 12 man out here today. Let's see how Fayetteville can respond. You got 2 backs, 3 receivers, split backs again, and waiting for the snap.
And we're about to have it on 3rd down. Back he goes, looking, he fires, a guy an open man, 40-yard line, cut through, and he's going to get a first down at the 48-yard line. Jalen Robinson with the catch and a couple good moves. They convert on 3rd and 8, and they move the chains. By the way, those of you watching, if you know of a coach or manager from Fayetteville who may have an updated roster, you may want to have them run it to us so we can get some more names, especially the quarterback and running back. 15 and 34 respectively. If you can pull through that, of course, the HSG Network would gladly appreciate it. So once again, any of you Fayetteville people, if you know a coach or manager, reach out to them. If they have an updated roster, they can send it over to us.
Be a big help, very big help. We appreciate all the help you guys give us. We appreciate the fans watching today. A lot of respect for all of you who've tuned in this weekend, even more for those who've sat through all 7 games. This has been an awesome event.
We have had over 4,000 today watch, and during the entire event, close to 14,000, if you count yesterday's proceedings. That's really something. So 1st and 10, ball spotted the 48-yard line, same formation as before.
Sunshine Bowl draws, man. A lot of people love this event. They love this sport. Let's see what they can do here.
Okay, well, here is a pitch out this time. Let's see if they get blocked. Oh, they got blocked. Bringing him down big time was linebacker Kendu Wells out of Brooklyn, New York. You mentioned about recruiting. You'd think he'd play for the Brooklyn Bengals or Seminoles, but here he's on the Virginia Mutiny, and we're going to see this. Yeah, let's see the replay of this, how he was like out of a cannon. He just knew what number 3 was going to do, and literally blew up the play.
The two backs, 3 receivers, trying to do a toss to that left side, and just nothing there. Tore through the line, got to the running back in the backfield, stood right over him, as showing.
It was actually David Hackett out of Washington and Lee High School, number 30. The 3 almost looked like a 1 when taking an early look.
It could be deceiving sometimes with a lot of the numbers in these new age uniforms.
Well, sometimes they may not necessarily work, but they work for this Mutiny team. 2nd and 16 back at the 42-yard line between split backs this time. Going back to pass, a little bit of a low snap. Has time. Oh, he throws one a little bit low, and it's incomplete. That was in double coverage that time, but it clearly was not a well-flown ball. It was flown more like a helicopter than it was a spiral. It was intended for Xavier Utse, and in double coverage, it was knocked away.
Incomplete there. 3rd and long is going to be coming up. Looks like to be about 15 yards to that first down marker. They got it to a 42 on the Mutiny side. Right now, they are actually on their own 42.
And I think we're going to have a timeout by the Ducks, and they're already going to use their second one of this half. So we'll take a break. 12-16 left in the half. Mutiny over the Ducks, 12-6. We'll come back in a moment.
Our attackers come in many forms. They're viruses, including measles and the flu. Their goal? To spread across Texas and make us sick. One thing stands in their way: vaccines. Texans trust vaccines to defend us against quarantines and lost work and school time. and to stop the most dangerous viruses now and for the future. Vaccines defend what matters.
Back here at Potomac High School, just like to remind everybody, this is Tom Wilkins along with Joey Blaze and then Howard Gaber, of course, taking care of the controls. Right now, the Ducks just used their second time out of the half. They find themselves in a 3rd and 16 from their own 42-yard line. Of course, a big loss on a play a couple plays ago thanks to David Hackett making a big tackle for loss and then incompletion. So now the Ducks trying to call this 3rd and 16, and to good teams, it seems like nothing's an obstacle to them. It doesn't even matter if it's 2nd and 30, they can convert it. Here you got a 3rd and 16. Let's see what happens in the shotgun. Taking the snap. Oh, here comes a big rush. He's going to be wrapped up, and down he goes. And speaking of David Hackett, he brings the hatchet, brings down the quarterback for a loss, and that's going to force a punt for the Ducks.
Victory here for the Mutiny defense once again. You talk about the first drive, they get the pick. Second drive, give a score, but right here they respond with a stop, and Fayetteville's going to have to punt. And if you're the Ducks, here comes a replay. Let's take a look at what just went down.
Let's see how quickly Hackett got into the backfield here. He came right around the corner.
That left tackle got just blown up.
The edge rush was just way too much there, and that forced the sack.
And the pressure on for this Mutiny defense, they're playing an excellent game so far. You talk about what they've been bringing to the table. Ducks need to have a stop of their own coming up, or else, like I said, you don't want to fall behind in a game like this, especially when this Mutiny squad. A lot of the guys, they don't come from very far to play, and they're here to play today, especially that fans. I will not stop talking about the fan base. I am blown away by the travel and how well they've come out today. They are treating this like it's a Super Bowl, and it very much is here at the Sunshine Bowl.
That is true. It's a different type of bowl, but it's still a championship on the line. Here's the punt taken, and here's that guy again crossing the 40 and brought down, from the back illegally, and flags fly from all parts of the field. I mean, that was pretty obvious.
And that's the second time we've seen that, too, from them on that side for Fayetteville. You got to be careful where you're trying to pull a guy down from. They banned that a long time ago, the old Roy Williams rule in the NFL.
That is correct. And that's Marco Bradley who brought it back to about the 42, but it's going to be at the 43-yard line of the Ducks following the illegal tackle, and definitely a personal foul there. I mean, when you have penalties coming from all corners, you know you did something wrong.
Exactly, and that is a very dangerous play in the first place, a very dangerous move to do to another player coming up the field and being pulled from the back. Got to be very careful out here with that. And if you're the Ducks, got to get it together with the penalties. This is not what you need, especially as we see the referees, all four of them deliberating right now at midfield. Let's see what they're going to say.
I think they're discussing, Joey, how he was tackled. I mean, everyone threw a flag. You would think it would be completely obvious, but I guess they wanted to get into more discussion as to the way the tackle went down. Now, if he got him from the hips and he went down backwards, that's one thing. But if you grab him in the wrong place and it's an illegal tackle, that's an obvious 15-yard penalty.
There's a reason it was phased out of the game 15 years ago in the NFL.
Oh, they said disregard the flag.
Disregard.
Wow.
Okay.
But yet, now we got a personal foul against the Mutiny. Why don't we
let's
check
see what happened there.
Yeah, let's see what happened on the punt. It was a one-hopper to Bradley, and he brought it around. Now, here's where he got brought down. Oh, it was from the
he's grabbing from the sides, yep.
And it's
it was
funny.
deceiving from far away, but looking at it up close on the monitor now, that was from the side. So that's a good call by a good no call by the officials. Let's see I don't know what really went down that caused the penalty against the Mutiny, though.
And there might have been a taunting foul, possibly at the very end.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a sideline penalty against the Mutiny. So talk about a 30-yard difference in field position. We thought they were going to be at the Duck 43. Instead, they're all the way back at their own 30-yard line, 15 yards from the end of the play. They still have to fix the yard markers. We know it's 1st and 10, but what a flipping field position. And it's odd because every one of the officials thought that it was an illegal tackle and everyone threw the flag. And as it turned out on the replay, all of them were incorrect, and they said disregard the flag.
Yeah, and honestly, I do agree with it. The no call there. Good no call. Good eye by the official. It was simultaneous. The flag did come out right as that happened, which made us think perhaps that was the call. But instead, it goes against the Mutiny. They're going to go back. They're going to first down now. Still 10 to go. Not too many yards. Your normal first down. Got a man in motion going to that left side, and it's going to be a handoff up the right.
And it'll be bouncing off and slipping through a couple of tackles down to about the 33-yard line.
Wrap up, take them down. Don't let them get any further. That's what I'm saying. If I'm the sideline.
Maybe a 2-yard pickup. Sorry about that. Nathan Gaines out of Forest Park High School, he was the one who tried to sweep right. And they're going to give him the 34-yard line. So he got more than we thought, so it'll be 2nd and 6.
See how they respond here on 2nd and 6. Nice little gain here by the Mutiny early on. The running game starting to show up. The passing game has been spectacular for them so far. This offense, outside of that first drive, has been playing very well. Defensively, you talk about this team. They've gotten a pick. They've gotten a stop. Outside of the score they've had, the Ducks scored earlier on that running game. Not much going for Fayetteville so far. We talked about it. Mutiny could have easily have 3 picks right now if their DBs were able to just hold on to the ball.
All right, 2nd and 6. Washington back to pass. He's going to throw it up the middle.
And
it's intercepted. Went through the hands, and there's Jalen Robinson returning it to the 40-yard line and brought out of bounds. And it was almost a carbon copy of what happened to the Ducks. It went through a receiver's hands, and it was intercepted. Same exact thing here. Robinson brings it back to the 40, and the Ducks are in business.
Let's see what Fayetteville could do. A great response there after the punt, and I'm hearing laundry on the field.
Well, while we see the replay of the interception, I actually overheard there might have been a flag down. We don't see one, but they're discussing. We'll find out in a moment, but here's the interception by Jalen Robinson. I mean, that was a hard throw, but it went right through the wickets. And intercepted. That was intended for Cavari Hill, but Robinson came up with the interception. Yeah, the flag is down at the 40-yard line, so I'm thinking it's possible at the point where he stepped out of bounds, a flag happened during the return. So if I were to get... They're discussing a potential unsportsmanlike conduct in that area, and again on the Mutiny bench.
There is such a thing as being too hyped up sometimes. And that last play, you take a look back at it. I mean, my perspective real quick on it. That ball, if it's sort of a little bit lower, if it's not so high and you hit the guy in stride there, he's got a seam where he can run and get to at least close to the 30-yard line. Instead, what you get is an interception by this Duck squad. Now they have an opportunity to try and tie this game up and possibly get the lead depending on the extra point. Let's see what they could do on this one. Ball right now is being placed at about the, looks like they're making some last-second adjustments, 39-yard line. Here we go. 1st and 10 for the Fayetteville Ducks. They're huddling up right now. And
we have coinciding unsportsmanlike conduct, so the ball will end up being at the 39-yard line. So it looked like that the Mutiny were going to be hit for a second straight time by themselves, but the Ducks retaliated. But they end up getting a turnover, and they have 1st and 10 from the Mutiny 39-yard line. Let's see if they can take advantage of this opportunity and get some points off the turnovers. 15 again. He's at quarterback. They go triple on the right side this time. And the pass is caught. There's a flag down. It was caught by Crankfield, but let's see what the penalty flag is. It happened almost immediately after the snap.
That flag came out quicker than the ball did there. Great throw by the official.
And also a good throw by the quarterback, but we'll see if that counts. They're going to figure out what exactly it's going to be. It's either offside or it might be an illegal formation. But you know what the amazing thing is? The public address guy is basically mimicking what I am guessing at this point. They say that never mind, disregard the foul. So all this Forward thinking. I mean, no wonder we don't have world peace yet because we haven't thought that far in advance. So the foul is disregarded and ends up being a 6-yard penalty, and it leaves the box next to us in a little bit of disbelief. So it is 2nd and 4 from the 33-yard line. Hey, you never know what can happen in games like this. They're going to send a triple to the right, and everyone else is huddled. So a broken huddle, too. All right, now they slowly approach the ball. 2nd and 4 from the 33-yard line.
Trips on that right side. You got a one-on-one on that left.
Don't fall flat.
Running back lined up on that left side as well. Let's see what the play call is coming up for the Ducks.
In the shotgun formation, going back. They fake a quick throw. In trouble. Down he goes at the 36-yard line. Guess who? David Hackett. Another sack. He has been the defensive star for this Virginia Mutiny team.
Right now, the zone line just can't hack it against David. He's putting in all kinds of work on that D line, just blowing right by the offensive line and getting the sack on that play. You got to love how this Mutiny defense has come out today.
I'll tell you something else, Joey. I mean, you've commentated with me for all 7 games of the Sunshine Bowl, and now you're really twisting my bad humor around.
My girl tells me the same thing.
Is that correct? Hey, it's got to be in good taste, though. I mean, that's what it all comes down to.
I'm all about good taste here.
Anyway.
Keep it classy, keep it clean.
That's what we have to do. 3rd and 8 from the 37-yard line. In the shotgun, same formation as before. Let's see what happens this time around.
Trips again on that right. The only difference is the running back's on the right side.
And they're going to run it. Crossing the 35 and running over to about the 32-yard line, Xavier Ford. But he didn't quite get the first down. He's 3 yards short. So now you have a 4th and 3. Now, if you're the Ducks, what do you do?
If I'm the Ducks here with the short field position and where you're at, I'd say go ahead and go for it. 4th and 3, you're out at the 32-yard line. This is manageable. This is doable. I'd say go for it. You're too close for a punt. Field goal, I mean, you could try it, but I'm going to go for it. That's my coaching stance here. Let's try to get this first down, and let's show this Ducks team that we can hang, or not the Ducks team, the Mutiny rather, that we can hang with them.
Well, the Ducks have to prove it to themselves that they can be successful at this. So it is 4th and 3. Interesting to see how much time is on the play clock. Remember, that's kept on the field by the officials. And the Ducks, remember, only have 1 timeout left. Same formation as before. 4th and 3 from the 32-yard line. Crowd really getting into it here in Potomac. And now whistles blowing. Is there a delay of game? Yes, it is. A delay of game against the Fayetteville Ducks. And it's funny, it was called before the official made his call. So 5-yard penalty, and now 4th and 8 makes the decision, I think, a little bit easier for the Ducks to try and pin the Mutiny back maybe inside the 20.
Let's see what they can do here. Lining up ball at about the
37-yard line the way it looks, but it's 4th and 8.
Looks like it's halfway in between a little bit there. Long ways to go now. That 4th and 3, that easy to do one, no longer there. They're going to line up here. Looks like it's going to be.
They're going for it.
Maybe. We've seen punt out of this formation more times than actual punt formations all weekend.
They might be faking, but we'll see. 4th and 8 from the 37. That this is the same formation that they have used this entire drive following the interception. Now somebody jumps. A flag is down, and the play is definitely dead because lots of whistles blew to get over the crowd noise to make sure everyone heard things. But it looks like the Ducks are going to get a false start.
I believe that might have been
the Ducks.
Yep, pre-snap whistle there, and that's going to push them further back. Now you're in punt territory as a coach. You've squandered 10 yards in penalties. Now you have to punt. And you have put your offense in a position where it's going to be harder to succeed, and if you don't get it, you're going to give this Mutiny team the ball at midfield potentially. You don't want to do that in a game like this. This is one of those games where you have to play very tight in order to win.
Well, they've already changed their personnel, so they're definitely going to punt this time. And we'll see how the Ducks go. They want to make sure they have the right personnel, and then they finally bring one more player on. One player deep at about the 10-yard line. Might be that Marco Bradley again, who, of course, had that reception for a touchdown, which gave the Mutiny the lead once again.
A little low on that punt. There's going to be
no play. Yep. And what happened this time?
I think it's
another
on the
false start. That is 3 consecutive penalties in a row against the Ducks.
The coach in me is shaking my head right now.
SMH might be the trending thing, especially for the Ducks with 3 consecutive penalties.
You go from a 4th and 3 that's very manageable, very doable with the potential to still score to now you're backed up. Your punter's in your own territory. And let's see if they can at least make something out of it.
Well, they get it away, and it takes a bounce. Will it be returned? It's going to actually go inside the 10 and roll to the 7-yard line. So, if anything, the Ducks pin the Mutiny way back in their own territory.
And that's what you needed if you were the Ducks there. You go from, we talked about it. Had they not converted that 4th and 3, had it happened, they would have the ball to 32. Instead, it's going to be down here at the 8-yard line. So despite the fact things didn't work out with the 3 straight penalties, they do work out in the sense of you back this team further back, a big swing in the field. Now this Mutiny team has to drive roughly 92 yards down the field they want to score. But with 5.5 to go in this first half, this is a good opportunity for the Virginia Mutiny to hold on to the ball, get down the field, and leave as little time as possible at the end of the half for this Ducks team to do anything. That being said, the Fayetteville Ducks will get the ball back to start the second half.
That is very true, but keep this also in mind. If they manage this just right, they can do this. They have all 3 timeouts, and they also have the 2-minute warning, let's not forget. So 1st and 10, they're actually going to spot the ball at the 8-yard line.
It's the exact predicament you want to be in if you're the Mutiny right now.
Standing to the right, one of the backs there, they send Bradley in motion, and they're going to read option this one. The handoff goes inside the 10. Actually looked inside the 10. He gets about the 9. So about a yard on the play. So good job by the Ducks reading the read option and forces a 2nd and 9.
2nd and 9 coming up now. It's going to be a stop there. Got to give it to the Ducks early on, stepping up on defense. They're going to have to hold their weight on this drive in order to keep this from getting a 2-score lead. As we talked about for this Virginia team, you do not want to give them too much momentum. You do not want to give them a lead that's too big because in this kind of environment, it's a tough deficit to overcome. Let's see what this Fayetteville Duck defense can do against this Mutiny attack that has shown they are very much capable of moving the ball and scoring.
Here's Washington back on 2nd. Now he's going to take a deep one right side. Too deep. Incomplete. That was a good throw, but it had a bit too much on it. That was intended for Jaden Wyatt, who also does the extra points for this team. He's a speedster as well, but he just could not catch up to the ball. Incomplete it is, and it forces 3rd and 9.
Credit to the defensive back on that side for being able to stay with him and not allowing him to get any sort of separation. Even if that ball is thrown right where both of them are, he has a shot of his own for a pick. He played that very well in terms of pursuing the receiver, and as a result, it pays dividends for the Ducks. It's going to be a 3rd down now. Let's see if the Mutiny can convert.
Ball is spotted at the 9-yard line. Washington in the shotgun. This time they're going to go spread out. A 4-wide set. And I wouldn't be surprised. Washington's trying to get signals, make sure everyone's in place. 3rd and 9. He takes a snap. Looks, fires at the middle. That is caught, and he breaks it to the 30, the 40, midfield. A lot of room to the 30. He will be caught from behind and post out of bounds at about the 22-yard line.
Not what you need if you're the Ducks, and I believe that's just not, cannot afford to let up a big play like that. 1st down for the Mutiny, and they get way downfield very fast. They're going to mark this the 21-yard line. Massive gain.
And watch the cut and slant in the middle. A tremendous catch, and then off to the races he went. He gets pushed out of bounds. And yes, indeed, that was number 5, Kavari Hill with the grab. A tremendous 70-yard catch. And it's 1st and 10 at the 21-yard line of the Fayetteville Ducks. What a difference a play makes. And now you really have a good chance to score here. So the defense will need to dig in here. So Washington gets his stuff from his coaching staff. They again go 4 wide. 1st and 10 from the 21 of Fayetteville. Here's Washington back, has some time. He's going to roll left, going to take a shot maybe. No, he's going to get you.
Wow.
Oh, he's going to escape.
Okay, look at him.
And now they finally bend him in half. And did he lose the football?
Ducks saying they have it.
Wait a second.
What the refs say. Ref pointing down.
He's down. He's down at the 24-yard line. So it is a sack. And I believe getting in on that is Javier Archbold, who brought him down. We thought it was going to be a fumble for a second, but the official did say down by contact, and it'll be 2nd and 13.
2nd and 13 coming up now. Loss of a few yards on that play.
Oh, also a timeout called by the Mutiny. We'll keep it right here with 2:39 left till halftime. What have you seen so far that has been really the difference? I mean, you have two very talented teams. In a way, it's been a little bit of a back-and-forth chess match with plenty more games to go.
Indeed, and the biggest difference to me so far has been the execution side of things. We talked about earlier. That pick 6 is still haunting the Ducks right now. Because you take a look at the difference it could have made. That ball going right off the hands on that right side into the hands of the defender. 6 points for the Mutiny after the Ducks early on stifled that offensive attack. And since then, the Mutiny have been just clicking on all cylinders offensively. You've seen the poise in the pocket, the arm. This team has just been able to put on an offensive show and display tonight. And defensively, like we said, it's been the difference so far.
You're absolutely correct. Without the defense, scores are level. But that pick 6 early on by Kyla Kawalo, who returned to 25 yards for a score in the first quarter, that so far has been the difference in this game.
There's a motto: one play cannot lose a game, but one play can make the difference.
Or one play can completely turn this game around.
And that's what they're going to need, is a turnaround if you're this Fayetteville Duck squad, especially before halftime. They do get the ball back to start the second. They're not out of it yet. And if you're the Mutiny, don't get too comfortable. Because if you score here, we're still at 2:39 to go in this first set. Well,
I think, we got somebody moved. The question is who? And we're going to have another dinner conference here to discuss the penalty. I mean, we've seen so many pre-snap penalties, and I think a lot of it has to do with all the teams not being able to be cohesive with their practice. But it is a false start. That's going to back things up another 5 yards. So right now, the Mutiny find themselves down with a 2nd and 18, and the ball actually they're going to bring it back even more. Yeah, they spotted the 29-yard line, and both teams were going back further than where the ball was going to be set.
I was about to say, they were heading back towards the 40 there for a second.
It's like, guys, come back. You're going the wrong way.
Sometimes in the game at this time, you just go with what you think it's at. A lot of things going on, a lot of things on the players' minds right now. High heat, high anticipation. You got a one-back set, 4 wide receivers, trips on that right side of the QB. Let's see what play call we see here.
While there is a back to the right of Washington.
Always look for that one-on-one.
Here he goes back. He's under a big rush, and a lob pass way over the head of Nathan Gaines, incomplete. I mean, they were coming, and they were just charging like bulls there.
Pressure coming from that left side of the offensive line. They were able to break through that time and force an errant pass for an incompletion. And now it's 3rd down and long to go for the Virginia Mutiny. We're about 2.5 remaining here with clock running in the second quarter. And if you are the Ducks and you're able to get some sort of stop here, remember, a chance to score next drive with the opportunity after halftime as well could really turn this game around very quickly.
Well, I'm not sure they're going to get a playoff before the 2-minute warning, but they're going to line up 3rd and 18 from the 29-yard line, and will they get it?
Yep.
Yeah, they do get it off. Washington back, rushed again, but a middle screen is caught going to about the 21-yard line, the original line of scrimmage, caught by Nathan Gaines.
The word laundry, yep.
Flag on the opposite side of the field on the near side. Right. So at the 2-minute warning, they're going to discuss what the penalty is going to be. And preliminary indications may have it against the Ducks, but we'll see exactly what this is all about. Let's find out what the call is. Sometimes it just takes a while to make sure, but it looks like the Mutiny is actually going backwards. Illegal player downfield. That's what it was. Oh, they're going to accept the penalty, believe it or not. So a 2-minute warning at 1 minute 54 seconds, and we're going to keep it right here. I find it interesting. They get back to the line of scrimmage, but I'm thinking that the Ducks feel that the Mutiny can kick a 39-yard field goal, so they want to push them back even further. And now it is third and a long way, 3rd and 24, back right outside, right at the 34-yard line. So this is going to be a tough situation here. But then again, knowing how explosive their offense can be, this may not be a problem for them.
Indeed, and the way this offense is played today, being able to convert these sort of plays, I would not put it past them to get a first down here, especially with what we've seen all weekend from a lot of the DBs and their inability to guard these long plays. I feel like it's a psychological thing. You get a false sense of security on these long downs, and you think on the defensive side that you're fine, you can just get a quick stop. That's not always the case. One missed tackle, one missed assignment, and it can blow this wide open in favor of the Mutiny. And I agree with the decision. I know yesterday we talked about the idea of accepting a penalty and adding an extra play to it, the offense. However, this time around, given the kicking nature we've seen from both sides so far and the range they have, it's a wise move on Fayetteville's part to go out there and be able to get a stop and prevent them from having a shot at a field goal. Right now, if they were to kick it from where it's at, you'd be looking at a 51-yarder. And if you are the Fayetteville Ducks, the less points the better, especially before half. A field goal could make it a 9.2 possession game.
And keep in mind, the Ducks only have one timeout left in the half. But let's get through this 3rd and 24 first as Washington getting the signal from his far sideline. And we'll see how they heavy on the right side. Now they send Gaines in motion. Waiting for the snap is Washington. He has it. Goes back, pressure coming. He is slowed up, and down he goes. Another sack by Anthony Duncan. He has come through in a big way here. And obviously with the Ducks only having one timeout left, they really can't stop the clock. But one thing they did do is force the hand of the Mutiny to punt. Let's take a look at the replay. Anthony Duncan just shot right out, and I think right now Fayetteville's winning the line of scrimmage at this point against the offense of the Mutiny. As you can see, pocket collapses and deflates quickly. I believe that's the second sack of the game.
Starting to make some much-needed plays from that defensive side of the ball. You got to give it up for this Fayetteville defense. That could have been a lot worse. You saw how the Mutiny got down here on one big play, and they managed to get a stop, preventing a chance at scoring here perhaps. Although you never know, anything can go wrong on this play. And the clock running down now, we're at 50 seconds.
You know, a coach just ran onto the field with the clock running, trying to discuss what's going on. So I'm a little surprised. So unless Fayetteville wants to, the Mutiny, and they're going to melt the clock, and I think they're going to call a timeout. Yeah, they do with 37 seconds left till halftime. So each team down to one timeout left. So they're not going to give the Ducks very much time. That's the bad news. But the good news is they can reset and they'll get the ball to start the second half, as you had mentioned. I think really the biggest thing to look at here is, what adjustments are both teams going to make here when they go into the outdoor locker room?
If I'm the Mutiny right now, the biggest adjustment to make for the remainder of this game would be, if anything, to get this running game more established. We've seen what they can do in the air. Go back to that ground and pound attack. Get that O-line a little more confidence to push back this D-line that I think is feeling a lot of confidence right now after getting this stop, after giving up the big play down the field. And you take a look at it. It looks like they're going to be going for that punt formation. And if you're the Mutiny, you want to bury this in between that 10 and goal line if you can, and try to make it as hard as possible for the Ducks to score, especially as we see look at the referee.
Now what's this? Did they signal a timeout for the Ducks? So they used their last timeout to keep the clock stopped. I actually thought that the Mutiny called the timeout, and then the Ducks countered. So a little surprising there.
Punt coming. You want to bury it between the 10 and the goal line. If you are the Mutiny, don't give them any sort of opportunities to score here or give them any positive field position. But the most important part is going to be long snapper to punt connection. Let's see if they can get that off. That's the first step.
Here we go with the punt. It's a
Perfect.
little bit of they're coming, and it was almost blocked, and it will drop. Oh, it takes a good bounce, and he lost it. He loses it in the end zone for a touchback with 28 seconds left till halftime. That was close. That was a good try, but it just sneaked away.
They did exactly what they needed to do, which was have that ball land in between the goal line and the 10. The players were right there in position to get a stop. Could have been at the 2 or 3 yard line had he got it. Instead, off the hands, it hits the end zone, and it's going to be Ducks ball right here at about the 20-yard line. And
well, following the touchback, that's where they do it, unless it's a kickoff after a score. So the touchback puts it at the 20-yard line. I wonder if the Ducks are just going to take a knee and just refuel and get started for the second half. The officials are still discussing over something. Ends up being a 39-yard punt, by the way. And I'll tell you what, you have to give credit to the Fayetteville Duck defense. I think they put more pressure on quarterback Washington during that last series, and that may be the norm going into the second half. So the Duck defense did their job, and now let's see what their offense does with 28 seconds left as their quarterback.
4 wide receiver set, 1 back, 28.8 to go. You got to go 80 yards down the field. Let's see what they can do.
Going back to pass. Actually, he changed quarterbacks here. Running with it and then firing. Pass is incomplete. Jalen Robinson, the intended receiver, he couldn't quite come away with it. So 22 seconds left, and now 2nd and 10. And they actually changed quarterbacks. I think Xavier Ford is quarterbacking right now, number 2. We called him a few times with a couple of runs, and now trying to give this Ducks team a spark to end the half.
And this team has shown they can definitely move the ball down the field for sure. We saw that running game that was the very key to that touchdown they had early on. Passing game has been a little off, however, as you mentioned, the quarterback change. The passing game for them, they've nearly had 3 picks, and the most crucial one that actually happened was that pick 6 earlier in the first quarter on that second drive. And right now, if you are the Fayetteville Ducks, even if you don't score here, you got to feel a little good going into halftime with only a 1-score game, but you got to overcome the mistakes you've made.
All right, here on 2nd down, not much time, but a throw down the field, and it went in the breadbasket of Jalen Robinson. He couldn't come up with it. Incomplete with 15 seconds left, but a great idea. Now, he would have had to catch in and roll out of bounds to stop the clock. That would have been a very difficult double take to do, but it ends up being 3rd and 10 from the 20. They are attempting, though.
They are. You got to give it. I always like a team that goes all out and shows no fear. This is the kind of game where you cannot hold anything back. Take as many opportunities as you can. Take as many time as you need. Got to do for you at this point. And right now it's going to be a 3rd and 10 for the Ducks. The biggest thing here is you do not want to throw an interception. That's the one thing you don't want to do on this side of the field. 15 seconds is still enough time for an additional 2 more plays, depending on how it goes either way. We'll see what each side decides to call here, and we'll see if this Ducks team is able to execute. The sidelines are your friend. Remember that. If you can at least throw the ball along that sideline and as close as you can that the defender can't get to it, that'll help you out in getting the ball and getting out of bounds to stop the clock.
Empty gun on 3rd and 10 for the 20. They go heavy on the right. Taking his snap is Ford. He's looking. He's rolling. He's going to try and make something. Now he takes off and runs to the 30, and he gets out of bounds at the 37-yard line with 5 seconds left. It moves the chains and gives them a shot, a Hail Mary, if they want to give it a try.
Great play there to get the ball out of the backfield, taking it himself, running to that left sideline by the Mutiny bench,
getting out of bounds, that was the key thing. A lot of guys do not think about that aspect of it, but that's the most important part of that play is making sure that clock stops, because if he's hit right there at midfield, there's no chance of getting that next play off. And now they.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Virginia calls a timeout here because they have 2 left and they could use one to set up their defense for potentially the final play of a half.
There's a player that got dehydrated, I do believe, for the Ducks right now. That's a stoppage of play. He's been coughing up twice already, and yeah, he's not doing good.
Well, evidently, we have a. Oh yes, he's been
giving up. That's a third time too.
So, unfortunately, one of the players dehydrated and, well, unfortunately not feeling well all of a sudden, and that's why the delay. Now, it would not affect the clock because of the fact that the play stopped with the runner going out of bounds, and then unfortunately, a little bit of a dehydration. They're going to have to bring number 15 back for the final play of the first half, and hopefully he feels better. Maybe get an IV and if they have one, and hopefully a little bit of rest will get him, and hydration will get him going again for the second half. And that's the key. When you have to prepare for weather like this, we had 85 degrees yesterday, we had 90 degrees today, but a lot more humidity. That's going to take its toll on the players, especially when they haven't played in several weeks.
Wellness is very important, and I'm looking at, was this where the ball ended up at in that last play? I thought he was a little further with the field.
He stepped out of bounds, I think, in the 34, but it may not matter because this is probably the final play of the half, barring a penalty. Empty gun, heavy to the right, a low snap, and falling on it, and that's a smart thing to do. So that will finish the first half. Not exactly what they wanted, but the Ducks did try. It ends up being the Mutiny taking a 12-6 lead into the outdoor locker room as we are halfway through the final game of this triple header of Day 2 of Sunshine Bowl Spring Nationals. So let's catch up one more time by taking a break for a few minutes. We'll come back for the second half in just a few moments. Okay, welcome back to Potomac High School and Chuck Coles Memorial Stadium here in Dumfries, Virginia. As I'm Tom Wilkins, along with Joey Blaze and Howard Gaber doing the controls. We have done 6.5 games over the weekend. We got one more half to go, as kicking off for the Virginia Mutiny will be taken about the 11-yard line. We'll see what the Ducks do. Running to about the 25, missing a tackle, squirming around, crossing the 30, and then finally going backwards at about the 35-yard line. Looked like it was Devontae Baker on the return. Right now, the difference in this game was a pick six on the part of Kyle Kawalu, whom basically on the opening drive of the game for the Ducks, a pass went through the running back's hands and into the hands of Kawalu, and he returned to 25 yards for a score. Now, meanwhile, the Ducks did respond to get a quarterback draw for number 15 and ended up scoring to tie the game, but then it was a comeback right away by the Mutiny, who ended up scoring another touchdown as Marco Bradley caught a touchdown reception from 10 yards out. None of the conversions have been successful in this game, so we'll see what the Ducks decide to do. 1st and 10. Ball be spotting at the 35-yard line. A very exciting game, certainly more of a chess match to go, and we're going to see what adjustments both teams make. They're going to go in an I formation. They got a big fullback in there. So they're going to go 3 wide slot right. Usually that's been the formula for the Ducks for most of their plays.
Check this ground game back in force.
And here's a handoff. And speaking of force, there's 34 forcing his way across the 40 to the 41-yard line. Coming back into the game, by the way, is Xavier Ford. Now, he was put in on the final drive of the first half and unfortunately suddenly felt under the weather before the last couple of plays of the half. So ends up being he is back and hydrated more, and he seems to be feeling better. So now it'll be crossing his fingers that he is back and ready to go here. 2nd and 4 from the 41-yard line as they break huddle. 15 started the game, but Ford is now in trying to give the Ducks a spark. Ball spotted at the 41-yard line. One of the right side linemen for the Mutiny was close to lining up into the neutral zone. Let's see if they try this play again. Inside handoff and running to about the 44-yard line. Not quite a first down. That's a big, strong run by Randy Smith, the fullback, and he really was able to push the pile. So 3rd and a yard coming up.
See what they can do here, what the play call is going to be. Ground game being effective early on here for the Ducks on this opening drive. Let's see if they go to the well one more time with it. With the way they've been moving the ball, why not impose your will, get down the field, and try to get the tie here, if not the lead potentially with the extra point, and get control of this game and quiet down that Mutiny crowd.
So it'll be 3rd and a yard from the 44-yard line. I wouldn't mind running that play again because that guy has some power. That's the first time we called the name of Randy Smith today. Let's see what happens. 3rd and a yard. Showing blitz, but going back, and now it's going to be an end-around play by himself. He keeps it, and they'll get out of bounds to the 49 for a first down. So the quarterback keeper by Xavier Ford works for 5 yards. The Ducks are able to move to chains.
Gotcha. Nice move there by this Ducks team. Going to the run, this time a little different run with that quarterback to that left side running out there, and a nice first down for Fayetteville. Ball's going to be spotted right on the 50-yard line to be precise, the noses of the ball. So it's going to be a 1st and 10 coming up for the Fayetteville Ducks. A great response. I talked about it before halftime. They got to get this ground game reestablished, and so far they're reestablishing it in different ways with different runners.
They spot the ball at midfield, so a little bit of a generous spot. 1st and 10 from the midfield stripe. Same formation as before. Let's see what Xavier Ford does. What he calls here, they've called 3 straight runs to start the second half. And it's and Ford basically lost his legs and slips and nearly face plants down to 46-yard line, loses 4 on the play.
We've seen that a lot this weekend. Guys just not being able to hold their footing on this turf. And it's a shame because a lot of plays have been ruined because of that. But at the same time, you never know the cleats you're wearing, the equipment you have, the surface you're on. It can all be a difference at the end of the day. Always have to be prepared against any sort of situation. And that time just not able to get anything going but a loss of 5. And now we're looking at a 2nd and 15 for this Ducks team with an I formation coming out once again. 3 wide receivers, 2 on that right side. Got a one-on-one down at the bottom. Let's see what they do here.
And they go inside handoff, and I think the ball may have popped out.
Yep.
And it's still out to midfield.
I think Ducks got it back.
And I think the Ducks may have gotten it back. A little bit of confusion on the play. Looks like one of the linemen was able to fall on the ball, and it was number 63 fell on it. And also there was a player down for the Ducks, so we'll have an injury timeout. So the Ducks were very lucky they were able to hold on. And why don't we, I guess we're going to take a replay look at this.
CapitalCityDesigns.net, your sponsor for today's instant replay. Line up here in the I formation once again. They're going to try to go with that little fullback handoff, which I like that play normally that time, however, did not quite work out for the Ducks as it was a fumble and a little premature celebration there on 58. Thought he had him down. Didn't know the ball was still alive. It revolves for a little forward. And as a result, and this actually might be pretty serious right now on the field. A lot of players on their knees. I don't know where the injury might have came in.
Well, luckily it isn't too bad.
Okay, there we go. I was a little nervous there for a second.
And it was their quarterback, Xavier Ford, who took the injury. Remember, he was under the weather at the end of the first half, and now he is pretty much
favoring the back
favoring his back a little bit. So it looks like number 15 is going to have to come in again on this 3rd and 10. Remember, he started the game. He was taken out, but now Ford has been really subject to a couple of punishing hits and a couple minor health issues. And fortunately for the Ducks, they were able to gain the yards they lost back. It ends up being a 4-yard gain. And now 3rd and 10 from the midfield stripe. So 15 comes back in. And again, they'll line up the same formation as they have pretty much all game.
Back to the original line of scrimmage now in this 3rd and 10. Mentioned the I formation, 2 backs, 3 wide receivers.
And a quick snap. They're going to hand it off, and it's not going to be a first down. As a matter of fact, 34 just went maybe 2 yards forward and then 2 yards backward. They're going to give him the forward progress to the 48. But still well short of a first down, and the Ducks hit with a 4th and 8. And you kind of wonder if because of Ford's injury that they had to basically change the 3rd down play a little bit because of personnel.
There's a good chance of that also, though. You got to look at the running game. They've been pushing very hard for that rushing attack all game. The passing game has not exactly been there. We mentioned that the chances at a turnover that the Mutiny had early on, 3 straight drives almost with picks. And if you are the Ducks team, it's good you were able to move the ball on the ground again to reestablish it. Now you have to find something in the air because the Mutiny have adjusted to the ground game. They know it's coming, and you're not going to win a game being one-dimensional, as I believe a Ducks player gets off the field the last second. They're going to punt it.
Well, they do punt, and it's going to take a good bounce, and it might roll out of bounds
Perfect.
inside the 5-yard line.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
A 45-yard punt, a tremendous directional kick. The Ducks got what they wanted, pinning the Mutiny deep in their own territory as they will now have their opening drive of the second half. Now, they're up 12-6, but one thing to keep in mind, Joey, that you are looking at a team that has teed off a little bit more and provided more pressure against quarterback Eric Washington in this game.
And that's the thing about it. They just have not gotten enough time. That defense always bringing it, going 100%, full energy, that rush getting there. And let's see, they're way back there right now. We call this the danger zone because what can go wrong will go wrong. And anything that goes wrong back here usually results in a score some way or another for the other team.
As they say, Murphy's Law is sure out to get you. But in this case, we'll see how the Mutiny respond. They're at their own 5-yard line. The AFA champions, 12-1 on the season, at their own 5-yard line. So 1st and 10, under center is Washington to get a man in motion. Now he reverses, and they'll go with a delayed handoff. 12-1 and our AFA champions. The Fayetteville Ducks are 10-0, perfect record and they're CFA champions.
Replay, CapitalCityDesigns.net. Once again, shout out to them.
Well, we'll come back to the replay. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. I may have missed the sign. But 2nd and 6.
Looks like
ball will be at the 9-yard line.
3 wide receiver set, 1 tight, 1 back.
And they hand it off again, and there's that wave that the Ducks end up pushing him back. And there might be a loss on the play. They tried it again with Taylor McCall, and they're going to say he might have gone back to the line of scrimmage, which is lucky for the Mutiny.
Indeed, indeed. And right now, third down coming up. It's going to be, looks to be about 6 yards to go on the play. Let's see if this Mutiny team can convert and extend this drive. If you're the Fayetteville Ducks right now, however, you got to start feeling good about yourselves defensively if you get this stop, especially with this Mutiny team backed up so far close to the end zone. And if you get a stop here, a punt coming up, an opportunity arises.
And this is a big opportunity for the Fayetteville Duck defense. 3rd and 6, Mutiny at their own 9-yard line. Under center is Washington. They line 3 wide, slot left. Back to pass, quick swing pass. It is caught, and it's not going to be for much to maybe the 11-yard line. They were ready for it. They needed 6. They got 2. And once again, it's been the Taylor McCall series as he's run for 2 and caught for 1, but it was only for 2 yards. Oh, actually, they're giving him a good spot. They're giving him the 13-yard line, and it looks like it's going to be 4th and 3. So looks like the offense is coming off the field, and now it's become a field position game as now their punter is going to need to do what the Ducks did just a few moments ago.
Here we go. Let's see if they can cause the field to flip completely here. We've seen already what this team can do in the punting game. Strong capabilities of setting up the other team in the worst possible predicament. And if you are the Mutiny, got to remember, long snapper to punter exchange. Can't be too high, can't be too low, because if it's too high, it's going to end up going to the back of the ends, and if it's too low, it could be a fumble.
And
there goes a rush.
And
there's a whistle.
A whistle, so there is no play.
Pre-snap penalty.
And this is huge, because if that is against the Ducks, that's going to be a first down for the Mutiny. But I think it's going to be a false start instead, and that's exactly what the call is. So we weren't sure who was moving, but it ends up being a 5-yard penalty. And now they're going to be backed all the way to about the 8-yard line and making it a little bit of a shorter space for the punter to get the ball out. It's going to be probably somewhere halfway in the end zone.
I would imagine so. And right now, if you are the Ducks, you saw the close block there on the last punt. Let's see if they can get there this time around. Second chance to make something happen here and swing the momentum their way.
Well, they get the snap. They're coming, and not a real good punt. Let's see where the bounce happens. Oh, it's going to take a roll and then come to a stop at about the 41-yard line. So it ends up being a 33-yard punt. But for the Fayetteville Ducks, tremendous field position as they're in plus territory, needing 41 yards to tie or potentially give this team the lead.
That's a tough play for the punter, backed up all the way in the end zone. A lot of pressure, especially when he just saw what that Fayetteville Duck team did in the last play or attempt he had, nearly getting to him. He managed to get it off. Great composure. The punt, not ideal, but it's a lot better than what else could happen on that play.
That's definitely true, because considering a punt could bounce about 30 yards down the field and end up completely flipping field position. If anything, I think the Mutiny played it safe and they did the right thing. So you got a 34-yard punt out of the deal. 1st and 10 now for the Ducks. And once again, it looks like it's going to be Xavier Ford in the game. He's been banged up a little bit in the last hour, and now I think the Ducks are going to call a timeout. So that'll be their first timeout of the half. And with 6:11 left, why don't we take this break? It's the Mutiny 12, the Ducks 6. A lot more tremendous football to go. We'll come back in just a moment.
The first thing you learn when you're coming back from injury is to be smart about coming back safely. My advice is to concentrate one step at a time. And remember, you can only control your own performance. So everyone around you has to do their job. Trust your team, and they won't let you down. Because it's up to each and every one of us to make progress. So stick with it. In Dallas, we will come back.
Returning to action here at Potomac High School, 6:11 left in the third quarter. The Ducks just had to use their first timeout of the second half as they try to make sure they get the right personnel on. They have completely changed things up here. They're going a bunch of triple on the left side. 1st and 10 from the Mutiny 42-yard line as Xavier Ford about to take the snap. It's a high throw, and it's incomplete. It was forward. Devontae Baker was the intended receiver, just a little bit too high.
Too high indeed, and just timing and execution of that play just not there between the quarterback and wide receiver. It was a good snap to start, but just didn't get the second part of the play executed. As a result, it stopped dead in its tracks. It's going to be a second down coming up for this Fayetteville Duck. Did I see a penalty flag just fly out of nowhere on the field? It's like yellow right there, about a 42, and
I'm not exactly sure, but is there going to be an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on the Mutiny? Wow.
They've been calling these games very tight in that regard. They're not putting up with a lot of the talk or any of the unsportsmanlike actions.
I'm almost like, what were they thinking there? So that's a 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down, and all of a sudden, the Ducks are in business at the 27-yard line. I'm sure the Mutiny fan base would like to know what's going on here.
Yeah,
but you have to keep your composure. I mean, that's the most important thing.
Not really sure what may have been said or done, but it's just one of those times where you, unfortunately, have to just accept it if you're the Mutiny. The referee saw it as a penalty. It's going to be moved up the field. Ball going to be placed at about the 27.
And here is a short pass. This time they got it to a Baker, and Baker goes down to about the 24-yard line.
He hit that ground very hard. His head hit the ground very hard just now.
Ooh. And obviously a couple of players have just gone to see if he's okay. I mean, that was a hard hit. Again, it was caught by Devontae Baker, and now they're going to see if he's all right. They're going to bring people from both sides. Let's take a look at the replay of this one.
Trips on that left side, one back on the right, single coverage on top. Let's see when the ball comes out here. He's going to throw to that left. Complete right there. Great play, and as he's thrown,
I think he has neck turned a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like it might have hurt his neck.
So maybe a little bit of a stinger. So with a head injury, you do not want to risk anything here. By the way, just so everybody knows, if you miss any part of this game or any of the previous games, make sure you check out HSG Network on YouTube. All you have to do is subscribe to us. Search HSG Network. You'll find us there. You'll find a bunch of other events that'll be coming up as well. And, of course, you can find our link as well on the Sunshine Bowl Facebook page. Just type in Sunshine Bowl in the search box. You'll find it there as well.
And you hate seeing this right now, players down on one knee, and I'm not entirely sure what the circumstances of the injury is. They got a couple trainers and coaches down there.
Well, remember, head injuries are a major part of this game, and it looks like he is still down. And obviously, we're just hoping it's nothing extremely serious. This may be just precautionary. And it's also possible there may have been some cramps and dehydration that went on as well. So it could be a multitude of things. But this happening, of course, with 5:40 left here in the third quarter. I mean, we have had really a sensational Sunshine Bowl weekend, and this game has certainly lived up to the hype.
I have to say, probably the best game so far in terms of just competitiveness back and forth. These two teams are evenly matched. Mutiny have been able to push around the Ducks a few times. Ducks have fired right back. Both offenses and defenses have played very well. You got to give it up for these two teams. This has been a great battle so far, and it's a shame to see what's happening right now on the field. And we're looking down, and they're going to finally help him up, but he is struggling.
Very slowly.
Yeah.
Very slowly.
Very carefully, too. They're very careful with him right now.
So he is taking a slow walk back. He's getting, obviously, assistance, and they're just taking it very easy for him so that the game has to continue no matter what. But obviously, when you have things like this, it emotionally tears at you, but then all of a sudden you have to turn the switch off and get back to action. So following this unfortunate delay, of course, if we hear anything on Devontae Baker, hopefully we'll get out to you. But in the meantime, obviously best wishes that this is not a serious injury, because you don't want to see that on either team or anyone playing this game, but it happens more often than you think.
I'm looking down where he is on the bench right now. He just seems out of it, and it's one of those injuries where you gotta keep him out of the game the rest of the way. You don't want to take any further chances with him, especially, we forget these guys. They're not paid like the pros are. They go home, they work jobs during the week,
and
they got families,
and they play for the love of the game, and especially family as well. I mean, they do a lot of stuff, that is for sure. Second, and we're going to say about 8 from the 25-yard line following the injury timeout. They go back to a triple on the right. Let's see what Xavier Ford does. He's going to pitch it out. It's going to be a run. There's a little bit of a hole. Quickly going to about the 21-yard line, so it's going to be about a 4-yard pickup. And it's a third and manageable, 3rd and 4 coming up. You have the 3rd and shorts, and you got the 3rd and mediums, and then basically 8 and past that is the 3rd and longs, and even longer than that. So here you're on the verge of a medium, 3rd and 4, and they're going to spot the ball just shy of the 20-yard line. I would think that this may be 4-down territory, but, hey, you never know with this team.
We'll see what they decide here. At this juncture of the game, you look at the deficit, it's about 6 points. You could theoretically try to cut it in half of a field goal, but, me as a coach, I'm going to go for it every single time when I'm down here by this area, especially in a game like this where every point is crucial the rest of the way. 4 minutes to go, as you see in this third quarter. We're about 2/3 of the way into this game. Final third coming up. Let's see what this team can do. Tight formation.
Here's Ford taking it,
well,
and now he's in trouble. He gets out one
moves,
tackle. He won't get out of the second.
Nowhere to go.
He is brought down on a sack by Richard Valois out of New York.
Okay.
Brings him down, and it ends up losing yardage. So you wonder if there was a little bit of a broken play or a missed assignment along the offensive line there. So the mutiny come through.
I think that was all mutiny that time. They busted right through. They were been out physical to that offensive line. They've been overpowering them for the most part in plays like these. And once again, that defense steps up in a huge way. And now, if you are this Fayetteville Duck team, you got a decision to make. Do you maybe try to cut it in half? Do you try to get it here?
And they just used their second time out of the half.
And that's something else you got to keep in mind and consider. Timeouts are going to be very key in the final minutes.
Definitely, and we'll keep it here with 3:23 left here in the third quarter. There's still plenty of time, but obviously we've seen a bunch of games, and of course, if you're talking competitiveness, we can't forget about the North Carolina Rebels and the Leander Wolfpack. They went back and forth a lot in the final game of last night.
Wild game. That was an awesome one to be a part of. This one living up to the hype just as much. You also talk about that Tigers and Force game yesterday. Franklin County went up early on. They seemed like they're going to roll through the Soldier Force team that was undermanned, didn't have their leaders with them for the most part. But here they were. They rose to the occasion. They turned it around. They got the dub. Let's see what this Fayetteville team can do. Right now, they're down by 6, 3:23 to go in the third quarter. Mutiny will get the ball back after this drive some way or another. And looking to see what this formation ends up being. Looks like it's going to be a shotgun formation.
While we have not seen many variances to what their set is, but in this case, they're going to go spread out here, evenly divide the receivers.
You're virtually on the road. You might as well just take all the chances you can get right now, especially in a playoff-like game like this. Championship Sunday, Money Day.
Here is Ford back to pass. No, it's 15 back, and he's going to throw, and it's tipped away incomplete. Now, number 10, Xavier Yudze, he's saying he was interfered with, but no flag came down. So for the Mutiny, they get the ball back on down. So good defense again by come through, and we'll have the ball at the 25-yard line.
Oh, man, big stop right there by the Virginia Mutiny. And right now they're starting to feel it. You hear the horns going off. Fans are riled up. That sideline is hyped. They can smell the championship in the air. And right now, however, if you are the Mutiny, get down the field, drain as much clock as you can, and end this drive with a 6 exclamation mark. And if you're the Ducks, you have to get a stop. You just have to now. You've squandered all the opportunities you've had down the field at this point. You cannot afford to let up any more points. It's time to score, time to get a stop. 3 wide receivers, 1 back, 1 tight end. You got 2 on that left side. Let's see what they do. A one-on-one at the bottom of the screen, running back to that right. Here we go.
Here's Washington back in the shock, and he'll fire one, and he threw it to the wrong team.
No, not what you needed.
Intercepted, and it's taken by Jalen Robinson. His second interception of the day. Now he's going to reverse gears. Let's see if he can make something out of nothing, or is he just going to say, I'm tired, and he gets out of bounds at the 42-yard line.
Not much space to go after the pick, but the most important thing about that play is the fact that the field has just switched. Ducks ball once again, 3:02 remaining in the third. CapitalCityDesigns.net, instant replay. Take a look at it.
Well, we're going to see if Robinson caught it. It looked like it was very close to the turf.
Very low. If he did, that's a heck of a catch.
Well, we're going to check.
The officials seem to think so.
Well, let's put it this way. A.J. Washington was the hero on the last play. Here is...
It's tough.
Oh, he caught it.
That's a good catch. That's a good catch.
He caught it.
That's a good catch.
You would see some turf come up if it actually skimmed it.
That's a really good catch. Shout out to that interception. Shout out to our instant replay. Shout out to our camera guy, Howard, over there. Doing great work. This has been an awesome event to be a part of. Sunshine Bowl, Summer Edition 2021, Spring Nationals. Final game of the night.
Final
Ducks
game of
Mutiny.
this weekend. And
this is truly a main event kind of game.
1st and 10 at the 41. They're going to pitch out. Getting through one tackle. Unlucky to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Very lucky.
Disrupting the play was David Hackett, who has got to be the defensive player of the game. He's had a couple of sacks, and he has really caused literal chaos amongst the Ducks offense as luckily for 34, he was able to swing out of a tackle and get back to the line of scrimmage. So ends up being 2nd and 10. And right now, you're looking at basically a defensive battle the rest of the way because picking it up has been the Ducks. But the Mutiny, they've come through when they've absolutely needed to. But right now it's going to be a case of momentum and who's got the true grit to drive down the field and make this difference here. It's only a 1-score game. And
we talk about defense, the difference so far, a pick 6.
You're absolutely correct about that. Here we go, 2nd down. They pitch it to 34. He gets a block, but they'll get to about maybe the 37-yard line. I'll tell you, the speed of the Mutiny has been, I guess, underestimated here a little bit because they've been getting to the ball very quickly, especially at times like this and being under 2 minutes left in the third. It now forces a 3rd and 7. They're going to place the ball at the 38-yard line. So if you're the Mutiny, obviously you got to stand firm. But for the Ducks, who have been switching quarterbacks back and forth in this game, the consistency has got to be a very important thing when coming through with this drive.
I agree 100%. Their consistency is key. That is something we've emphasized. We beat the death on air, and that is the one thing so far that this Ducks team needs a little more consistency. So far, they've been able to get some things here and there, but for the most part, they have not been able to get to the end zone aside from the one time they did.
Did
Looks
somebody
like there's a
jump?
flag
Hold on.
coming out.
There's a pass along the side. It is caught, and it's a free play, I believe, because there was no whistle blown. Caught at about the 15-yard line by
referee
Michael
signaling
Jones.
offsides on the defense. Just saw it down there by that bench.
So a big 23-yard pickup, getting the Ducks in the red zone. Obviously, the penalty is going to be refused, so this is a huge play for the Fayetteville Ducks. Let's check out the replay.
Yes, sir.
And it's funny because if you look at a Mutiny, the snap goes and half the people are standing for a second. By that time, there you see right side line and neutral zone, but a lot of the people kind of stopped dead in their tracks, and that allowed the receiver to be open, Michael Jones, to come through at a 23-yard pickup. Free play, and they took a big-time advantage of it.
Excellent pass downfield as well. You take a look at it. There was a lot of white shirts right by him, but nonetheless, he comes up with it. Big gain for the Fayetteville Ducks. Clock under a minute now in the third quarter. Fourth quarter about to begin. Ball at about the 15.5
And
yard line.
speaking of which, the pass is caught, but good defense. Oh, slipping out of a tackle. He's able to slide to about the 13-yard line and start doing push-ups, thinking he should have escaped the tackle. Xavier Utse with the grab. I think that might be the final play of the quarter.
It may be looking at the way they're kind of a little slow to get to the huddle. They're going to probably take their time here, try to think of what to do in the fourth quarter. And that's a wise decision by this Ducks team. Why rush something when you can just sit back and breathe? Because this drive is very important to determine the rest of this game.
And they're going to have to walk 80 yards the other way to get the next play over.
Plenty of more time to think.
That's correct. We are at three-quarter time here at Potomac. The Virginia Mutiny over the Fayetteville Ducks by a score of 12-6. Let's catch our breath, take a break. The final 15 minutes of the Sunshine Bowl comes your way after this.
You hear that sound? That's all of us cheering and laughing. Everywhere, louder than ever. It's not the past, it's our future. Because we have vaccines, tested, safe, and effective for everyone. Our shot at a better future is here. Get loud, North Carolina. This is our shot.
We are back here in Potomac, Virginia at Chuck Coles Memorial Stadium. Actually, the town's Dumfries, Virginia. This is Potomac High School. I'm Tom Wilkins, along with Joey Blaze, Howard Gaber with the controls. I guess for this Sunshine Bowl weekend, we saved the best game for last. 12-6 to score in favor of the Virginia Mutiny. And right now, the ball spotted at the 14-yard line in the red zone.
No better way to end the night right than this game so far. Here we go, 14-yard line. Let's see what the Ducks can do.
They're going to do a handoff, but the Mutiny were ready that time. Tried to go up the middle, and they closed very hard. Probably no gain on the play. They might give them a yard, and they will, to about the 14. So the line of scrimmage was a 16, and a yard here and a yard there. And here are the Fayetteville Ducks with a 3rd and 8 coming up.
And that's the one thing I said about in that last quarter is while it is nice to have that ground game going, once it gets stopped, you got to do something in the air. They managed to get a big play down the field a few moments ago in the air. They got to get another one here. Let's see if they can do it. Consistency's been key, and this passing game has not been very consistent all game. Same thing for the running game. What has been consistent, though, is this Virginia Mutiny defense standing up when it means the most.
Can they do it again? 3rd and 8 from the 14-yard line. And they're going to run this one, crossing the 10, maybe the 9-yard line. I'm surprised they went with a run that time, but this will force a 4th down at about the 11-yard line. Now the question is, do you kick the field goal?
No. Not under any circumstance. If I'm the Fayetteville Ducks, you go for as many points as you can get on this drive, and the only number you want to look at is that deficit, 6. 3 will only cut it in half, and you take the risk of the Mutiny running down the field and scoring the next drive to make it a 2-score lead. You're going to go for broke here.
Well,
and this is a good call. And
well, they are going to go for it. They're going to spot the ball actually inside the 10-yard line.
Watch the hard count here. Watch the hard count. That's going to be very crucial here. They've gotten Mutiny offsides a few times. Let's see what they do.
4th and 4. Fans getting into it, especially on the Virginia side. Going back. Play fake. Looking. Firing too high. Incomplete. Overshot his receiver.
Flags.
And there are no flags. Chris Crankfield, the intended receiver, he couldn't come down with it. And again, the Ducks turn it over on downs. The second great stop by the Mutiny defense with 13:08 left in regulation.
We talked about consistency is key.
Let's grab a replay and find out what happened on that 4th and 4. I'm thinking the quarterback probably just put too much air into the ball.
Let's take a look at it one more time. Comes in the I formation. I want to try to go for a hard count here just to try to get him off sides.
I mean, they had the idea, but that was just way too high.
Yeah, the receiver needed about another couple of inches in height to get that one, and it's going to be incomplete. Turnover on downs there, and for the Virginia Mutiny, starting at the 9-yard line, if you can get a well-sustained long drive here, you can get about 91 yards down the field. You can kill a lot of clock pretty quickly.
Well, let's see what the Ducks do on defense. 1st and 10. A handoff, nobody home, and tackled inside the 5-yard line. And I think that was Trey Scott on defense who was able to bring him down. A 5-yard loss. And boy, the Mutiny find themselves with their backs against the wall. And they may crack if they end up getting sacked in the end zone.
Ground game is not quite working here for the Mutiny at the moment. Both teams are starting to wise up to the run game a little bit. They've been both playing very well on defense and shutting it down in the second half. And there seems to be an
official timeout.
Yeah, I believe a Ducks player is down
Ducks
the
player
field.
down at about the 10-yard line. So why don't we go ahead and check the replay out on that tackle. I mean, talk about the Ducks firing off in a row here. They were able to shut down the sweep on the left. Look at the penetration here.
Great penetration, just busting through that line and nowhere to go on the run. As a result, Mutiny pushed back a little more. You hate to see a player down, and looks like he's still down. You mentioned there could be another cramping issue. We're going to see what's going on.
Very possible.
Either way, you hate seeing that. A lot of bodies starting to fall in this final half on both ends, and if you are each side, you have to get this game over with. Do not try to get to overtime. Make sure to get the dub, get the win. You don't want to take a risk of getting hurt. Just get out of here. And right now they're helping him off the field. Looks like he's got a slight limp going on there.
That's Anthony Duncan being carried off. By the way, tremendous play on the part of William Kidwell Jr. to set up the 5-yard loss. It is 2nd and 15, and now, I mean, you're looking at basically you're off from your own 4-yard line, and you know.
Where did that come from? Wow.
And all of a sudden the rain has hit. Watch your head, all right?
I don't think I've ever seen rain just come down like this in a while. That just, wow.
I mean, that was surprise, and now everyone's heading for cover, but you got to still play the game. As a huge downpour has awakened everybody here and probably cooled us off at the same time.
Summer rains, you could never predict them.
Here's a handoff, bouncing right side, rushing to about maybe the 10-yard line, maybe even further than that, pushing his way to the 11.
And just as fast as they're getting here, it's starting to fade out even quicker.
Evidently, I haven't been paying attention to the radar. I don't know what the heck happened. So it ends, and I'll tell you what, I mean, we have been so lucky with the weather. We've had chances of thunderstorms, and then all of a sudden, a deluge comes down. We're just checking the radar. It is a very brief storm, and it should subside within like 5 minutes. So
this might actually be the benefit for the Ducks, as you see the Mutiny crowd is all walking out of the stands right now to get away from the rain. Although this rain's lightened up a lot since it started. This could be a quick one. They might be just make a U-turn here in a second.
Meanwhile, is 3rd and about 7 from about the 13-yard line. Washington in the shotgun. He'll take the snap, and he's going to run this one, but what a job again by the Fayetteville defense. Looked like Michael Jones was able to bring him down. So despite the sudden change in this weather, and it's only supposed to be a brief shower, what a surprise. I mean, you talk about literal Ducks weather. We have it right now for the next 5 minutes. So for the Mutiny, they will have to punt, and the Ducks will get another chance. And now you're looking at a couple of interesting things that have popped up that people have not expected. Now the handling of the ball during the punt is going to be so important following this shower.
Because there was a lot of water coming down from the sky in the last few minutes, and you got to start wondering how can they handle the elements here. Good news is they're on turf playing. You're not going to see much grass getting torn up on this one.
Well, I'm sorry to say, but we may have to see how the field handles the water. It's definitely going to cool off the turf. I mean, earlier today it was like 110, 115 degrees on the turf. So it'll be a punt coming from his end zone, Good snap.
Ooh.
And the punt is away. It's a line drive to the 45-yard line. Will be a return to the right to the 40. He will stutter step, and I'm surprised he tried to make a turn in this weather and a slippery turf. He should have just kept going forward. Instead, he's down about the 38-yard line. But once again, a very short field for the Fayetteville Ducks. Still 10:37 left in regulation. You're down 6. And I think we're gonna,
can we see that?
Why don't we go
I've
ahead?
never seen this in my life.
I mean, all
happen like that.
I've heard of pop-up videos, but here are pop-up showers and with authority.
Yeah.
This was the second down run that was taken all the way down to about the 12-yard
You see the
line.
fans running for cover.
Fans were running faster than that play developed, that's for sure.
The Ducks have a hard time taking these fans out of the game, but the rain just did.
Well, it's only going to be for a couple of minutes because the rain looks like as quickly as it got here, it is pretty much out of here because, like I said, this was a pop-up shower. We've been lucky throughout the entire weekend that showers have gone to the north and to the south of us, but this one was a blindside hit by Mother Nature.
Yeah. That was abrupt and sunshine, well, the moonlight of the Sunshine Bowl.
Well, hey, sometimes you got to have some clouds in it. 1st and 10, and their backup quarterback back in. Here's a missed tackle going down to about the 36-yard line. Xavier Ford back in the game. He's had a very interesting evening, to say the least. He gets 2 yards on the quarterback keeper. It forces a 2nd and 8, but you can't continue to rely on the run all the time, but you want to be successful to blocking, and this is where it's going to be the test of the offensive line of the Ducks against this Mutiny defense, who has done a tremendous job in this game so far.
Let's see how it goes rest of the way. Look at the clock now, 10:05, 10:04, 3, 2, 1, and running here in the fourth quarter. Fayetteville has to get a score here, you would think. You cannot afford another missed opportunity on this side of the field. And it's been a game of missed opportunities for Fayetteville when you look back at how it's going.
Somebody jumped along the right side, and that's going to be a false start. So that's going to back it up 5 yards, and now it's going to be 2nd and longer back at the 13-yard line. Incidentally, checking the radar, as quickly as the rain got here, it's out, but there is a thunderstorm to the south in Fredericksburg, just heading due east, so it shouldn't hit us.
Good. I was worried about that for a second.
Didn't know which way we were going to be traveling home, but obviously everyone's going to need to be safe getting home from these storms here tonight. So 2nd and that's interesting. The ball is at the 37-yard line, so it must have been a longer game than anticipated for Ford. I thought it was 2. It was actually 6. He takes a snap. Handoff right side and nowhere to go once again. This time Gilbert Glasgow from Alexandria brings him down for a loss on the play. Now you may have to abandon the running game and try a couple of quick passes to get going here on 3rd down because this Mutiny defense has really done the job so far.
They have, and they've adjusted to this running attack of the Fayetteville Ducks, which has been the biggest strength they've had in this game on the offensive side of the ball. And right now you're asking the quarterback to try to beat you with his arm. And we'll see what this Ducks team can do offensively. This Mutiny defense, though, you got to give them a lot of compliments, a lot of praise. They have come out and balled today. They've got the stops when they needed to. The main difference so far, as mentioned, a pick 6.
And that was early in the game. 3rd and it looks like be quite a bit. 3rd and 14 after a 5-yard loss. Ball at the 42-yard line. Again, Xavier Ford into shotgun. They finally set up on the line.
And they tried to call a timeout. Ball rolled.
Was there a whistle?
I heard some sort of whistle.
Oh, now they blow the play dead. It was
very faint on my end.
Well, the rain couldn't drown that out. And they're going to call this being a timeout against the Ducks. We're going to keep it right here, and I think that might be their last timeout. But anyway, it's a critical call here on 3rd and 14 to see if they can try and change things up. And right now, the Ducks, this is a good team, but a lot of times when you have offensive shootouts back and forth, sometimes you have defensive responses, and this clearly has been a game of defense. The defensive line has defeated the Mutiny defensive line has defeated the Ducks offensive line. However, as of late, the Ducks' defensive line has defeated the Mutiny's offensive line. So this has been a defensive stand. Nobody's been getting in since like the second quarter of play. It is 12-6. And right now the Mutiny with a chance to really put it away here as it is 3rd and 14. Ducks trying to tie this thing up. Ford again to shotgun. 4 receivers set this time. They change it up a little bit. Let's see what happens. Ford gets a snap. No, he's going to keep it himself. He'll slip out, and he slides shoulder first to about the 36-yard line to a very fast runner. He's able to get 8. He'll get about 6 to about the 36-yard line. But now you got 4th and 8 coming up, and here we go again. What's the call going to be here?
Call here, pass all the way 100%. At this stage of the game, you got about, I'm going to say 35 is where the ball is. Got to get to the 28.5-ish, maybe 28 is actually where it's at. And that's a 7 yards. You got to pass here. There's no doubt about it. Try to find some sort of opening. If you're the quarterback, take your time to scan what that secondary is doing before the snap. Don't rush into a play. Look at what they're giving you. See what's open. I'm going to take a look at what this secondary, they're playing very tight on the ball for the most part. Most of their guys are about 5 yards off. They got a safety back there.
Here we go. Here's Board taking a deep ball left side, but he threw way wide, incomplete. And there are no flags down, so the Mutiny get the ball on downs.
Missed opportunity once again by this Fayetteville Ducks team, just unable to capitalize on the field position, unable to score. Mutiny forces another 3 and out, and as a result, it is going to be their ball with about 7:13 remaining in this one. And if you're the Virginia Mutiny, you got really good field position to start this game. At the very least, get about 2 first downs. I say that because you want to be able to advance the ball 20-plus yards up the field to your side, so that way, if and only if the Ducks get the ball back, they're going to have to go all the way down the field.
While the ball is going to be spotted at the 35-yard line, so 1st and 10 for the Mutiny, ahead by 6. This is a critical drive here. This might be the last shot for the Ducks defense to try and set up their offense. Washington to shotgun. They'll take it. It's a handoff up the middle, and again, the Ducks are waiting all the way back at the line of scrimmage, so no gain on the play. I believe that one was Akil Smalley. We haven't called his name in a while. He tried to bring a spark there, but he was rejected by the hustle of the defense of the Ducks. So 2nd and 10. I mean, this is what we've seen basically since the midpoint of the second quarter has been defensive checkpoint versus defensive checkpoint.
And you got to give it to both defenses. They have played each other very tough. These are 2 really, really good defenses in this game, and my hat's off to them. You take it, the offenses have been even on terms of scoring, 1-1. The only difference, as we said, was that pick 6. For the most part, these 2 teams are very well matched. It is the Mutiny, though, who are rising to the occasion when it matters the most.
Will they do it again on 2nd down? No, it's Smalley again. He may have lost a yard, maybe a foot, a foot in position. It ends up being 3rd and 10, and again, the Duck defense comes firing, but they realize how much time is left. They have to make this stop as we're running to 6 minutes in regulation.
3rd down coming up. Get a stop here if you are the Ducks. The punt will come. You'll probably be starting somewhere around between the 30 and the 40, give or take, I would guess. And with 5:48 to go, 46 actually now as the clock's running down, there is plenty of time if you're Fayetteville. Do not panic yet. You still have time. You just cannot let them get a first down here. Do not let anything past that 45-yard line. They have a guy right there at the 46 ready to make sure nothing happens. However, if you are the Mutiny, get close enough. This might become 2-down territory with an opportunity to lock this game up. Let's see what happens.
4-wide set as Washington back. He's going to throw right.
No, the right.
Is that a one-handed interception?
What a play.
And
he has the sideline.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my.
He's going to
touchdown Ducks.
Unbelievable play by number 3, Devontae Baker. He came across on the far side. He makes a one-handed interception. But wait, was he down when he made the interception? He might have been down. We're going to have to check the replay on this.
Defense has been the difference all night, and right just now you saw a play, a great play. Looks like he had it one hand. Let's see what happens.
I mean, the catch was unbelievable in itself. The question is, when he went down, was he touched?
Capital City Designs, once again, shout out for this instant replay. Here we go. From the shotgun, 4 wide receivers, 1 back. He's looking to that right side the whole time.
Yeah, I think he was pushed down, and it was Jair Galloway, the intended receiver. He was pushed down when he had the interception, so that was the right call. And for the Ducks, they thought they had it tied, but not so fast.
Touched down, not touchdown.
Literally.
And on this case, you got to give it to him.
And you know what the crazy thing is? That this was the guy who suffered that potential neck injury in the third quarter. He was able to make that amazing play, and now it is going to be 1st and 10. But the question is, where they're going to spot the football. I think it's going to be at the 46-yard line. And that's what they're going to say. So the right call made by the officials. We didn't quite hear a whistle, but replay confirms the suspicions. And once again, and that's, by the way, the 3rd interception of the game by Eric Washington. Jalen Robinson has intercepted 2 of them. Devontae Baker, who just came off that injury, makes that an incredible play and almost was able to take it to the house. Now let's see if the Ducks can at least get some momentum off of it.
And that's good for them because of that last play, it came down to a punt.
Oh, here's a low snap on 1st down. Here's Ford, gonna throw it into double coverage and knocked away incomplete. A little bit short. They tried to get the receiver down.
That's too much too early. Get a well-sustained drive here. I know you want to go for the home run ball and get that lead as soon as possible, but you have to think about the other yards in between. You have to get 10 yards in 4 plays. Going for broke, I like the idea. Not in that double coverage, though. That was well played by the Mutiny. They shut it right down. I like the way this defense has done all night. It's going to be a 2nd down and 10, 4:55 to go in the game. Let's see what the Fayetteville Ducks can do in this passing attack, which has not been consistent all night. This passing attack's had some sparks and flares here and there, but it's just not been consistent enough to sustain long drives. That's why you see the 6 points on the board right now in this game. And we talked about the running game. That's been their strength. However, Mutiny have turned it around, and they've stopped it in the second half.
Oh, wait a minute. There was a substitution that occurred and trying to run off the field very quickly.
That one was very obvious.
And not having the right personnel on the field may prove costly for the Ducks, as they're probably going to figure that's going to be another substitution violation, which is indeed the case. So a 5-yard penalty backs them up to their own 49-yard line.
Heartbreaking if you're this Ducks team. You've gotten so many chances, and you just cannot capitalize.
You can't make that mistake with that little time left, under 5 minutes. So it'll be 2nd and 15 down their own 49-yard line.
Back on their side of the field now.
Let's see what Xavier Ford tries to do.
Got about 4 wide receivers.
They split them evenly.
Nobody
back to
beyond
the left.
the numbers.
And here's Ford taking a snap. Has some time. He's going to throw left. And I believe that is a catch. Yes, it is. Not going to be a 1st down. And I think, actually, I stand corrected. He was out of bounds when he caught the ball, so it is incomplete.
3rd down coming up here, 15 yards to go. If you're the Ducks right now, we've talked about it. Got to find a way at the very least to cut that in half. Get at least across the 45, close to the 40. Give yourself a 4th and manageable coming up. But even then, we've seen all weekend, 3rd and longs have been the easiest plays to convert some of the time for the offenses.
So it is 3rd and 15 from the 49-yard line. They have to get to the 36 of the Mutiny for the line of gain and move the chains. Again, the same formation, a 4-wide set. Ford awaits a shotgun snap. He gets it. He'll have some time. Now he's under a rush. He's going to have to get running. And now he fires. And it is dropped incomplete.
He threw it to the only man who could have made a play on that. He was wide open at that 33-yard line. That would have been a first down with the catch. Instead, 4th and 15, another missed opportunity by the Fayetteville Ducks. Capital City Designs once again with the instant replay. Let's take a look. You see the formation, 4 receivers set, 1 back on that left side. Follow where number 1 goes. He's open here initially. Quarterback's ready. Smart move. Go downfield and just not able to reel it in. And we talk about it. That was a first and then some. Could have gotten to the 30.
It would have easily been a first down, no question. By the way, the Mutiny do call a timeout. So right now we're down to 4:23 left. At least for the Ducks, they get to catch their breath. I don't know if they'll be able to try it again, but those missed opportunities have caused the field position to go as further backward as they can go. Remember, they got to about, I would say, the 7-yard line. They were never able to get into the end zone.
Yep. And that's been the one thing that's killed this team. Too many opportunities on that side of the field close to the end zone and the inability to capitalize on the Mutiny defense. Give it up to the Virginia Mutiny, though. They played a great game on that side of the ball all night. And if you are the Ducks, that's just disappointing to watch. I'll give credit to the receiver. He did a smart move taking off when he saw the opening on that scene. There was no defenders. They lost him completely trying to focus on that quarterback rolling to the right. And he was able to hit it right where only he can get it. Just can't reel it in.
It's hard to catch on the run, especially with that speed, and it's very possible he may have taken his eye off the ball for a very short time. But here we go. 4th and 15 from the 49-yard line. Mutiny fans trying to get behind their team for another defensive stop.
Tight coverage once again by this Mutiny DBs.
It's a low snap. 15 does it. He's rolling. He's going to take a shot. Do they have a man? It is cut off and intercepted.
They had a man, just wasn't the right man.
And the whistle blows to make the play dead, but that is Benjamin Robinson coming through with the interception. Now, he could have just let it go and would have improved field position on their part. But a huge turnover on the part of the Mutiny. They are able to get the ball back. 1st and 10 at about the 32. Let's take a look at the replay. It makes you wonder if the quarterback may have thrown it a little bit short. And we'll see exactly how he did it. He had the low snap kind of got him there. He rolls out and he heaves it almost like if it were a Hail Mary, but that ended up being just a little bit short, and a tremendous interception by Benjamin Robinson.
Here's to you, Mr. Robinson.
Well, that play will tell you all that you would know. So 1st and 10, the ball be spot at the 24-yard line. Well, unfortunately, as they say, you give me a Simon and Garfunkel idea, you don't going to trounce back on that. But 1st and 10 from the 24-yard line for the Mutiny. And under center again, speaking this time, Eric Robinson with an I formation, 3 wide slot right. Now it's about melting the clock. Here's a handoff, but once again, trying to get over to the outside is Akil Smalley, and he maybe gets a yard to the 25-yard line. Now, basically, this is last chance time. If there's any shot for the Ducks to get back in the game, they squandered so many opportunities, but at the same time, the Mutiny defense has come up big on occasions where they absolutely needed to. And, of course, they caught the lucky break on the interception by Devontae Baker that could have been returned for a touchdown but was blown dead at the point of the interception. If that had not happened, this would have been a completely different ball game. But right now, melting the clock to close to 3.5 minutes.
And I want to say that the Ducks may be out of timeouts.
I think they are if you're so that's another thing to consider. The only thing that can save them is the 2-minute warning. So 2nd and 9.
1 or 2 first downs here should do it for the Mutiny.
At least one. And now I think a timeout's going to be called. So that'll be the second timeout of the
conversation with the official. I'm not sure what they're talking about.
Well, the clock is down to 3:12 left in regulation, and I think there was a slight moment of confusion amongst the line, and that might have been the reason for the timeout. I think what they were doing was trying to look for the official to give the countdown, because remember, with the play clock in the hands of the officials, it's kept on the field. you have to take that into consideration. That might have been why the timeout was called. But it's only 12-6, and we know it's about we're just past the 10 o'clock mark here in Virginia. Let's take a moment and thank all of our viewers for all 14 teams who participated in this. I mean, you're looking at the way all 14 teams and their fan bases being supportive of this Sunshine Bowl. Listen to this. Over 16,000 views on the Saturday and the Sunday games. Remember, you can look them back up on YouTube, courtesy of HSG Network, and watch all the games from start to finish if you so wish. I know we've had a couple of blips and technical difficulties, but for the most part, we have had quite a weekend, and we definitely have saved the best game for last here.
So here we go. Everybody is bunched in very closely for the mutiny right now.
Now they switch sides. 2nd and 9. They're going to go with an inside handoff, trying to get across to about the 26, but that's about it. They're going to give him the 27, so it's going to be 3rd and probably about 6. You have to get to about the 33-yard line. I'll tell you one thing. This is the play that will determine the Ducks' fate. If they don't stop him here and they get a first down, this game's over. Because only the 2-minute warning stops him, and all they have to do is take a few knees, and that's it.
Yes, sir. Let's see if we can get this first down coming up here on 3rd and long.
And I wonder, and I wonder if they're thinking a possible pass play. But you know what? Usually conservatism would get you to just run the clock. But they could try and throw a trick play here, and if it works, it results in a championship. If it does not, it keeps the Ducks alive.
Talk about a pass play. Quick screen here. That's what I would call. We talk about the old Joe Montana West Coast offense. Quick passes.
Here we go. Oh, they're going to go with an end around.
Way
and
too
going
far.
To left
Ooh.
side to about the 20, and he's going to be stopped at the 25. It's going to take a while for him to go down. Now they threw the whistle. Now they blew the whistle, and it took a while for them to hear it. But this will bring it down to the 2-minute warning.
Good news for the Ducks is that the clock cannot start until the snap at 2 minutes. So they're going to have a full 2 to make something happen here. No timeouts, but we've said it before. Sideline is your friend. Get out of bounds when you can. Make sure everything is going there. Maybe 1 or 2 plays can go to middle. It all depends on field position here, too. If they can get a blocked punt, that shapes and shifts this whole game to a different look.
Well, here's the counter to that. If they try to block the punt and they run into the kicker and rough him, the game's over.
That is true, 100%. It's a catch-22. Just got to take your chances sometime. Roll the dice, play your cards.
And try not to roll a 12 or snake eyes. But thankfully, I don't do that stuff in AC or Vegas or any of the local casinos. But anyway, this is big. It's 4th and 9. The ball's spotted at the 24-yard line. Now, this is the punt, and they do have a man back at around the 40-yard line to try and return it. You have to consider, don't forget the turf conditions because of that quick 5-minute shower. That changed a lot of things here. Let's see what happens. They snap, they're coming, and the punt. They don't rough him, so it's a high pop-up taken at the 42-yard line. Here we go. He's going to run.
Flag
an illegal
out,
block. Nothing matters now.
Well, even more now.
He's going to run it all the way back, and it's going to come back. No way that's a touchdown.
Yeah, and
there's a flag.
You're going to
there's
see
a
offsetting penalties coming here.
They may have to do it again. So a couple flags are down for an obvious illegal block. Now, a hat came down. I'm not sure if there was another one.
There was a scuffle going on in the field there. A mutiny player forced a Ducks player to the ground, and that's when the hat was thrown, was right after that happened. And so you're going to probably, if anything, potentially see offsetting here. Let's see what they discuss. You got all 5 refs or 6 refs. Now everybody's coming in for this one. They're going to have a conversation and try to sort this one out. The bad news is if you're the Ducks, you just lost 16 seconds on a play that may not even mean anything.
And I think what's going to happen here, they want to make sure they get this call right. They may have to re-kick this thing, and we're probably going to see if you are correct and it ends up being offsetting penalties. There's still 1:44 left. It's a little less time having to re-kick, but a lot of penalties there. And I mean, that was a good return, but with the illegal block, it just ruined everything. So now, let's see what the official says, and we'll see if we get fouls on both teams. If not, this could be trouble for the Ducks. So, they're going to say disregard that. All right. Now what? They said disregard the foul. Wait a minute. If they said disregard the foul, I thought there were multiple fouls.
I think they're disregarding the second penalty where the referee threw the hat down, and I think they might be enforcing the first one with the illegal block.
I think you might be right, because if they disregard the foul, that makes it look like they cancel all the penalties, and if that's so, then the touchdown stands.
Yep, that's the opposite end of that. Let's see.
I'm a bit confused. The official, I don't think communicated correctly about it. It is an illegal block, and it's going to be taken, and I think they're going to penalize 10 yards from the spot.
Yep, and you talk about it, you lose all the yards you just had on a return and 16 seconds of clock that you ran out trying to make a score happen. And once again, a meaningless play in the end when it comes to time, but a meaningful play when it comes to shaping the story of this. Another opportunity lost by the Fayetteville Ducks.
Here we go. 1st and 10. Ducks at their own 46-yard line. They need 54 yards. They have no timeouts. It's now or never. One mistake ends it. The blowhorn's yelling.
We're here for moments like this.
Yes, indeed. Empty gun here. A low snap. Looking back. Ford's going to run. He looks. He's going to fire.
Great play.
Pass is caught. And he has a step out of bounds. He does at about the 35-yard line. Jalen Robinson with a grab. So that will stop the clock with 1:38 left. That is good for the Ducks, because now they move the chains, a new set of downs, and they don't have to worry about time running off the clock.
And they only lost 6 seconds. That's the biggest key. Only 6 seconds ran off on that play. And in that 6 seconds, they gained a lot of yards, and now they're in a position where they have an opportunity to possibly score and win the game on the conversion.
Well,
that's
they
have
have
be the
to
key.
score first.
I know that. I'm just saying they have an opportunity to do both.
So a gain of 19 on that catch by Robinson. 1st and 10 from the 35. It's been a while since the Ducks have gotten a first down. Everybody into it here in Potomac. What a finish to this weekend. Here's a snap. Ford under a rush. He better hurry. He's going to fire.
Oh, did he?
And it was picked off the ground.
Yeah, it's off the ground.
And again, they went after Robinson. He just couldn't hang on to it, just one of his fingertips, and then it hit the turf before it ended up being taken by a mutiny player.
Robinson almost had a really good catch there, albeit he would have still been on the field, so some more time would have ran off. The incompletion stops the clock at 1:30 to go. And while you don't get the yards, you still get plenty of opportunities with the clock. So in a way, another catch-22. You don't lose clock, but you don't get yards.
Well, they got to make the catch here, and that's so important for the Ducks right now. This has been an epic game, to say the least. One of the Sunshine Bowl classics for sure. Of course, I remember 2017, the Try It Outsiders and the Jersey Hawkeyes had a classic as well down in Fort Lauderdale. But anyway, 2nd and 10 from the 35-yard line. Again, empty gun, heavy right for Xavier Ford, the quarterback. He'll take the snap. Has some time, looking. Let's see what he does. He's going to take a shot right here.
Because he got it. Oh!
It's a little bit short, incomplete. It was intended, I think, Lance Jamison Jr. I don't know if he even turned around for the ball, because it was almost there.
How many times have we seen that tonight from the Ducks, just having a chance to make something happen? We've talked about it. We beat this horse to death already in the second half. Missed opportunities. They've missed way too many, and that was the biggest miss so far, because if he catches that, that's 6, and all of a sudden it comes down to the conversion.
Then the entire complexion of the game changes. So, and remember,
that's got to be hard to watch if you're a Fayetteville Duck fan sitting at home watching this game.
And remember, the Ducks have no timeout, so one mistake ends it. So here it is, 3rd and 10 from the 35-yard line. Empty gun again for Xavier Ford. They don't have a timeout to use. Awaiting the snap. He takes a good one. Here they come. And he might run this. He's going to lob it. He's got a chance.
Yes, he got it!
Welcome
What a
to
play!
the end zone. It's Jalen Robinson. He did it again. I'm looking for flags. There are none. We are tied up.
Touchdown, Ducks.
Earache and broadcaster. But what a play by Jalen Robinson, catching a 35-yard touchdown with 1:14 left, and we are tied pending the extra point. The question is, will they go for the extra point or will they go for two? Either way, a field goal is going to win the game on the other end.
Most important play of the game for both teams right now.
So we will see what happens. Number 5 is standing basically about the 20-yard line. Now, the extra point, or are they going to go for two?
Looks like a potential two with where they're lining up at. Well, I see the kicker now, so I think they keep thinking it's at the two and why they keep going there. I think that might be a rule in their league or something.
And it's very possible because some leagues, they still do the college rules with the extra point, and others, they go with the NFL rules. It really depends on what league you are in, and that's exactly why.
That being said, the Mutiny is still back there in that 2-yard line area, so see what happens here. I'm assuming it definitely is a kick. They should probably put some guys up there. There we go.
Well, either that or they all stand in the end zone. They jump up and down to try and distract the kicker. I don't know if you're allowed to do that. Here we go with the extra point. Ford to hold. Number 5 to kick. This is for the lead. Let's see what happens here. A whistle blows to just set the ball up for play. For the lead. The snap. The kick. Does he have it? He does! It is good. It just barely got through on the left side.
What a play.
What a kick. And the Fayetteville Ducks, resilient as ever and not giving up, come through. They have a 13-12 lead. But remember, the Mutiny have 1:14 to work with.
Plenty of time for this Mutiny team to make something happen.
Oh, we've got to see that touchdown. He had a ball that he couldn't corral down the previous drive. Here it is, empty gun on the right. You'll see Robinson on the near side, and here's what happens. Ford escapes and then just loves it wide open. A perfect pass by Ford, and the Fayetteville Ducks, thanks to the extra point, they take the lead, and I can tell you, Jalen Robinson has to be emotionally shot after that play.
They found something in that secondary in this quarter.
They finally did.
Robinson has been getting open a lot on that side. We talk about the near catch he had earlier on that third down and long that he dropped. We talk about the catch he had a few moments ago to set up the first down. The catch on the right side on that sideline where he dropped. He was open there too. And then just now, the touchdown, the go-ahead score, and with 1:14 to go. If you're a Virginia Mutiny, you got to get something going right now. Ducks about to kick it off. Here we go.
And I think the Mutiny have one timeout left. They used one on defense in a previous drive. So here comes the kickoff, and it's a relatively short one, taking it about the 25 to the 30, moving around to the 40, and taking it about the 25 to the 30, moving around to the 40, and pretty good field position down to the 44-yard line. A nice return on the part of number 16, Marco Bradley, who has a touchdown reception. Now, at this point, you don't need a touchdown. A field goal will win it for you. But you can't make a mistake here because, remember, the Ducks were in that situation. One mistake, and they're done, and they came through in a huge pressure-packed play.
You got to give it to this Ducks team, staying in it, staying alive despite everything that's going wrong for them tonight. And here we go, 1:09 left, ball being placed at the 44-yard line. The way this Virginia Mutiny passing attack has played, I'm not going to count them out yet, especially if they can get within that 20-yard line. I'd say 30 could be the range, but I want to say 20 just to be a little more safer.
It depends on the strength of the kicker.
Let's see what happens.
First and 10 from the 44-yard line. This time an empty gun for Eric Washington. He's back looking, and he goes down! He is sacked at the 37-yard line. A tremendous play by Anthony Duncan, who has had a huge game on defense, but now having to hurry up as the clock is under a minute in the red. And maybe they don't have a timeout, or they're trying to save it.
We'll see.
2nd and 17. Washington, the shotgun. They got to be faster
They've
than
lost
this.
20 seconds.
Taking a snap, throwing to the right, pass caught, but in bounds. Down to about the 43-yard line, back to almost the line of scrimmage. The clock continues to run.
Losing
down
more
to 30
time.
seconds.
This,
and
the ball's got to get time to be spotted. That went to the wrong side, and as a result, they're going to lose more time because of that. Wow, they've lost about 15 seconds, or at least 13 from that
down
alone.
to 20 seconds. Let's see what they may have to spike it. They do to stop the clock with 15 seconds left and leave it for one play.
Sloppy.
4th and 11. Now, if they don't have a timeout, the Ducks don't have a timeout, we can't think about what's going to happen and kind of have it dissolve. It's going to be very interesting to see how everything plays out, but to say the least, the Fayetteville Ducks, they have had a lot of things go on, but to come through with incredible adversity, they end up being up by a point thanks to the touchdown with 1:14 left to Jalen Robinson. He might be the most valuable player of this game with that catch, but let's see how the Ducks defense do. Right now, it is up to the Virginia Militia, and now we have the whistle blowing. And what's going to happen here? They're going to discuss with the officials what's going on. And I'll tell you what the good news is. 15 seconds left. You're not going to have overtime.
And, at the same time, though, I wish we could watch this game the rest of the night because this has been an awesome match to be a part of. You got to love both of these teams coming out here. There is no overtime no matter what from the looks of it, unless we have a bizarre sequence of events.
Have we ever heard of an unknown one-point play in this league of football? I don't think so. But in the meantime, they're about to set up. And it is now or never for the Virginia Militia. I'm sorry, the Virginia Mutiny. Trust me, 7 games and sometimes things go. But anyway, Anthony Duncan trying to get this Fayetteville crowd fired up. The Mutiny praying on the sideline that something good happens. It is 4th and 10. The ball at the 44.
Got to throw up a prayer here.
Well, they got to get a first down, and they got to get it to the sideline. Washington in the shotgun. This is it right here. He takes a snap. He's under a rush. He rolls left. He's going to fire left side, and it's going to be knocked away incomplete. That's it. That is it. With 6 seconds left, the Mutiny turned the ball over on downs, and the Fayetteville Ducks are going back to North Carolina with a remarkable come-from-behind win.
Shout out to North Carolina, 3-0 this weekend.
And 2-0 for both Fayetteville teams. The Commandos, of course, won their Saturday game. Absolutely unbelievable. And I think they've just waved this game off. Yeah, they've said that's it. That was the last chance with all. Yep, they said it. That's it. They made it official. The refs are done. We are done. The Fayetteville Ducks, a 13-12 winner over the Virginia Mutiny here at Potomac High School. What a finish here for Sunshine Bowl Spring Nationals. And Joey, thank you for being a part of it. That was just a fantastic finale, to say the least.
Thank you, and thank you all for this weekend. This was an awesome time. Glad to be up here. Gentlemen, this was great. Look forward to seeing you all in the future. We know we'll cross paths some way or another in the live streaming world.
Hopefully sooner than later. Just a tremendous day. Your final score once again to wrap up Sunshine Bowl 2021. The Fayetteville Ducks 13, the Virginia Mutiny 12. For Howard Gaber and the man who I lost track of many times, Joey Blaze, I'm Tom Wilkins. We're signing out from Virginia and we're heading home. This has been a presentation of the Sunshine Bowl in conjunction